Hey everybody, if you want to play bingo with us during the Adobe Live Keynote, sorry, the Adobe MAX Keynote, go to adobe.ly/maxbingo. Let's say that. Adobe.ly/maxbingo, or Moz will drop it in the chat for you. I'm joined here with Weekend Creative.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
This is?
Adobe MAX.
Yes.
In Miami.
This is, no, we got it. It is Adobe MAX.
It is, and we're at the community booth, you guys. We
Yes.
are live right now. Oh, so exciting.
Yes, it's going to be a fun time. And again, if you go to that link, adobe.ly/maxbingo, let's see if it works. It does. Can we cut to my screen, Studio Manager?
Woo.
Check it out. If you guys want to play around with this, there's a remixable template for you to play with us at home. And we're going to be cutting in and out of the keynote, doing our commentary and our reactions to what is coming for you. You also can stick around all day right here on Adobe Live to find out everything that's new, see new workflows, and it's going to be a great time. Say hi in chat.
Yes.
I do believe we can start out our bingo. One of our things is chat spams emojis. So I think we can get started
We
there.
got that. Great
Yes.
job, you guys.
Chat,
Great job.
if you can spam some emojis, we definitely can get started here on our Max Bingo. It looks like Shantanu is up, so let's go ahead and cut to the keynote and watch together.
Yay. All right.
Let's see here. All right, also let us know where you're watching from, because we want to know. We are from Miami.
Yes. Can you tell? My hair is already just coming down. It is hot right now. So
There is some humidity going on.
And chat, I need you to start spamming emojis because I really want to put this here.
yes. Yeah,
over to
we
the
need
side
to
for
get
now.
going.
All right, let's cut to the keynote and listen in to what's going on from Adobe MAX.
Oh, yes. Love that.
We want to thank the local and state officials for their support, partnership, and diligence in ensuring everyone's safety as the situation unfolds. To help with the recovery, Adobe and the Adobe Foundation have donated to the American Red Cross.
That creativity changed
That's
forever.
incredible.
Again.
And we will match additional
Over the past 12 months, advances in generative AI have become a reality. The pace and volume of AI innovation has
That's
absolutely
exciting.
exploded.
White chat
We have
bigger.
breakthroughs in chip technology and cloud computing. They've boosted processing power, enabling more complex and efficient AI models. The rise of AI assistants, conversational interfaces, has transformed how we interact with applications as well as search for information. Generative AI models are certainly expanding the scope of creative possibilities and pushing our imaginations even further. And these developments are transforming our daily life. When you think about it, every individual, from the student to the creative pro, the knowledge worker to the marketer, the solopreneur, the professional in every organization is grappling with the implications of AI, which is both exhilarating and disconcerting all at the same time. And at Adobe, we've always been excited to understand the power and impact of major technology shifts. We see AI transforming the creativity movement across 3 dimensions: technology, responsibility, and the community that we all are part of. Our vision at Adobe has focused on unleashing creativity across every facet of digital experiences, starting with the ideation around a concept, to the creation and development of all content and media, to the personalized delivery across every channel, and increasingly understanding the impact and reach. We've been leveraging computational power to infuse intelligence into our products for well over a decade. Neural filters in Premiere Pro, Liquid Mode in Adobe Acrobat, which takes creative power and precision to the next level, while simultaneously challenging ourselves to make our products more accessible and fun. And to bring the power of generative AI to all of you, we defined 3 layers of the Adobe technology stack and focused our innovations on data, models, and interfaces, because that's the only way to deliver AI in a way that enhances your work and creativity. We all know that AI is only as good as the data on which it's trained, and we took on the technical challenge of training our Firefly generative AI models only on licensed and public domain content so that we can design a commercially safe solution. The quality and controllability of these AI models is critical. And given we have the domain and AI and ML experience, we made the strategic decision to invest in creating foundation models in the core creative categories where we have deep domain experience, whether it's imaging, design, vector, and as you'll see today, video. But the true value and magic of AI will only come from seamless integration into the workflows that all of you know and love. And we've been inspired and blown away by what you've been able to do and accomplish with Firefly integrated in apps like Photoshop, Illustrator, as well as Adobe Express. It motivates us to keep pushing the envelope and to deliver new innovations that you will see later today, like the new Firefly video model, as well as Gen Studio for performance marketing. We all know that AI also raises important questions around intellectual property, style ownership, bias, data privacy, and content authenticity and misinformation. And while we recognize the power and potential of generative AI is incredible, we understand that technology can have unintended consequences. It's why we took on the responsibility of understanding the implications of this technology for all of us. We focused on designing a commercially safe solution to make sure that we respect creator intellectual property rights. We're going to give you the choice to tag your content as not allowed for generative AI training. We're conducting rigorous and continuous testing of all our AI-powered features to mitigate against harmful biases and stereotypes. And we're enabling companies to train Firefly on their own IP for themselves with custom models so that they can scale their personalization with Firefly services. And for example, Gatorade uses Firefly services to integrate and scale Adobe's Firefly capabilities into the Gatorade website to personalized water bottle designs. We're leading the development of industry standards for creator attribution through what we call content credentials. And since 2019, the Adobe-led Content Authenticity Initiative has been focused on promoting the widespread adoption of provenance tools like content credentials, and now we have over 3,700 members. And finally, we propose that governments around the world establish new federal anti-impersonation rights, enabling creators to take action against those who intentionally impersonate your style.
We are doing some live commentary on the keynote. I'm here with
Arabella.
Ellie.
and me, Andrew Hochradel. Nice to see you. I wanted to jump in here and talk a little bit about some of the things that Shantanu just talked about, and that was how generative AI is helping our workflows to speed up, and the things that we do in our everyday workflows are just faster now. And you two are photographers.
Yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how you're using GenFill, how you're speeding up your workflows using some of these new features?
Yeah, it's kind of amazing actually. I feel like with product photography, we're having to levitate things, put things in the air, and we have wires and all sorts of things that we need to remove in post-production, right, to make the image better. And so I feel like GenFill has just sped up my workflow. I can literally make a selection and then no prompt it,
boom.
Generate, boom, and it's gone, and it's amazing.
Yep.
And with that, adding things to our images too.
Yeah,
so for
we actually
example,
maybe
there's an ingredient that we're missing that we need to show that's not in season. We can't get the actual, like we had an apricot situation the other day where we're like, we need to have an apricot, and no apricots to be found anywhere, and we were able to generate one. And that it saves so much time, it saves money, and for us it's been a huge tool.
Yep,
yeah.
and so since last Adobe MAX, there have been a lot of things. We'll be seeing more and more today to really focus on your workflows, what you're creating, and how we can speed those up. We want to make things easier and faster for you so that you can focus on the fun part, which is the creativity.
Yes.
So if you are just joining us, we are doing live commentary here from the Adobe MAX keynote. We also were playing Adobe Keynote Bingo. If you want to join us, adobe.ly/Max Bingo. And I do believe that we can check off one of our squares. Over here, we did have some numbers. We talked a lot about how many generations were happening.
Yes.
So I think that we're going to go ahead and stamp off numbers. I know that we're going to come back here, but we are going to numbers. If you're playing along with us at home, you can post your bingo cards at the end. If you get a bingo, go ahead, post it on social, tag us at Adobe Live on Instagram. We'd love to see it. Play along with us the whole time, and we'll be here watching the keynote, giving our commentary, jumping in, jumping out. But let's head back to Shantanu and the kickoff of the Adobe MAX keynote.
Incredible.
Your capacity to create magic and realize what's in your mind's eye is limitless. We're excited to share all the innovations we're working on. And there is some seriously cool stuff. And look forward to some great conversations this week. It's a fantastic opportunity to reconnect, to learn, and to continue to inspire each other. Thank you again for joining us. Have a great MAX. And now I'd like to welcome David Wadhwani, President of the Digital Media Business. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to MAX 2024. I'm going to try that again. Welcome to MAX 2024. All right, we're not going to be that quiet today. Now, as some of you know, I've been attending MAX for over...
All right, y'all, we just had another bingo. I heard it on the live stream. We had one that is the crowd whistles. And I know that it's on here. Is it? Did I take it off? Oh, no, I took it off.
Wait, you could add it back on really
You
quick.
can add it back
Okay,
on.
here we
No
go.
one has to know.
No one has
No
to know.
one
This
has
was
to
on
know.
here. Crowd whistles. I heard it, and we are going to go ahead and mock that off. Now, if you're working on the template and you can't update, go ahead and pick a square, and you can pick any square that you want. Just mark it off. Back to the keynote. Let's see all
Love
the new
it.
stuff. We just saw a ton of things in a little sizzle reel, but we're going to dive in deep today. So let's cut back.
Remember when Eric Johansson opened up Photoshop and showed us how he creates the fantastical images that he sees in his mind. And when Billie Eilish and Takashi Murakami discussed their collaboration to mix her music and her style with his art. And when Rob Legato walked us through his approach to how he developed the launch sequence in Apollo 13. How he merged eyewitness accounts with actual footage from the launch, because the actual footage alone didn't capture the humanity of the moment, like someone's technically flawed but incredibly rich and vivid memory did. And after each of these conversations, and conversations with thousands of all of you over the years, I'm always reminded that the color you bring to the world is a result of your creative vision, the tools you choose to use, and the processes that you develop for yourself. And this is what motivates us at Adobe. We wake up every morning thinking about how we can give you the best tools and services to support your creative process, how we can give you an even better brush to paint the world. Things like text-based editing in Premiere, the Dimension tool in Illustrator, selection and adjustment brushes in Photoshop, lens blur in Lightroom. And more recently, we've provided a slew of features powered by Firefly, our generative AI models. GenFill and GenExpand in Photoshop, GenShapeFill in Illustrator, Generative Remove in Lightroom. These GenAI capabilities have been, without a doubt, some of the most used features in the products. Now, I have the privilege of meeting with many of you when I travel, and I constantly hear that these features are literally giving you back hours each and every day by reducing, or in some cases outright eliminating, the tedious work and letting you focus on advancing your creative vision. And in many ways, this is what we've been doing for years, making you more productive so you can push the boundaries of your imagination and your creative vision. But because some of these latest features are built with generative AI, we get asked a lot of questions, which is totally fair. So I want to make sure that our perspective is completely clear. First and foremost, I want to reiterate what I said last year at MAX. We see generative AI as a tool for, not a replacement of, human creativity. That's why we're integrating Firefly so deeply into Photoshop and Illustrator and Lightroom and Premiere and Acrobat and Express. And that's why the majority, the vast majority, of the 13 billion Firefly generations to date were actually created in our tools by all of you following your creative process. Secondly, there are a lot of questions about how generative AI is going to impact creative jobs. For that, I just want to be as open as I can and share what we see happening in the industry. The demand for content has never been higher, and it's going to continue to grow. Because people are spending more time across mobile, desktop, and streaming platforms interacting digitally for education, for work, and for fun. And they're demanding that the content they interact with feels like it was designed just for them. Videos that match their particular interests, art and artists that personally move and inspire them. And even the ads that they see, they want to have them speak to their interests and their tastes. Now, the growing demand for content is not lost on businesses who are investing in their creative departments to stand out in the growing sea of content that we all live in today. A survey of our customers recently showed that the demand for content will increase 5x over the next 2 years. And this demand is already starting to have an impact. In fact, when we look at it, 9 in 10 creative teams are reporting that they're hiring. And according to the US government's own projections, creative jobs will grow twice as fast as the economy overall in the decade ahead. But that doesn't mean the jobs won't change.
So as we're talking here about more content, I wanted to ask you two about your opinions. We're looking here and saying that people are looking for 5 times increase in demand in content. What is content like for you two? Because I know that you make a lot of content, that we're doing photo shoots, we're doing behind the scenes. How do these products help you create your content?
Yeah, I mean, hearing 5 times the amount of content is kind of overwhelming, to be honest,
Yeah.
because it's already like, how can we keep up with the demand that's already there? So I think this will be so great for us to be able to speed up that workflow, to make things more quickly so that we can meet those needs, because otherwise there'd be no way that we could keep up.
Yep, and when working in your workflows, what is the lineup of products that you use? I'm guessing there's some Express in there.
We love Express.
Definitely Express for ideation, Firefly for ideation, and just like coming up with ideas.
Well, and Express for like just social content in general.
Yeah.
Instagram stories, little reels, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's been super great.
And then for our client work, it's usually like a mixture of Lightroom and Photoshop, but then we're also using those same exact programs to create content for ourselves, because we're also a brand. Not only are we creating content for our clients, but we're also having to create stuff for us and, you know, to put ourselves out there.
Yep, and right now in the keynote, if you're watching, we are doing live commentary, but we're talking about Adobe's approach to AI. So let's cut back to the keynote, because I know we have a lot of questions here on Adobe Live about Firefly and how it works and what we're training. So let's cut back and learn a little bit more about how Adobe Firefly trains on its content.
And so with that, I'm really excited to share some big updates that we have in Firefly. Now, as a reminder, Adobe Firefly is our family of generative AI models. They're focused on high quality output with rich creative control, integrated into our apps, and built for commercial and classroom safety in mind. We introduced Firefly image model, vector model, and design model last year. And since then, we've made a lot of progress on all of these. The Image 3 model now provides much higher quality image generation, richer controls like style match and structure match, with generations that are 4 times faster, and incredible model customization for your specific needs. The vector model now supports better looking, more editable vector generations with fewer anchors, and comes with the support for generating details inside shapes with perfectly harmonized style. Design model, which is accessible within Express, now supports faster generations and more target formats like Instagram and Facebook and YouTube thumbnails, and a lot more. And today, we're so excited to introduce you to the all-new Firefly video model. The Firefly video model is the first publicly available video model designed to be safe for commercial use. Let me say that again. The Firefly video model is the first publicly available video model designed to be commercially safe. It is really following everything we've done because just like all the other Firefly models, it's only trained on content that we have the right to use. And everything you're looking at behind me was made with the Firefly video model. A few things to notice. Amazing detail. Real-world physics, accurate text rendering, realistic motion, and high-quality camera angles and movement. Now, in addition to text-to-video support, the Firefly video model has world-class image-to-video support. Give it a static image, tell it what you want it to do, and it will turn it into a video for you. And finally, the model has exceptional prompt coherence. So you can write incredibly intricate prompts, and the model will generate the clips, the B-roll, the visual effects, and more. And as I mentioned, our primary focus with these model development is integration into the tools and to augment your creative workflows. So quick spoiler alert here, I think you're going to really like the Premiere Premiere demo that you're going to see later this morning. All right, so you've heard from Shantanu, you've heard from me. I think you guys want us off stage so you can see some demos. So let's talk about this morning and hand it off to the folks that are going to talk about the things that we're really doing. And we're going to break this morning up into 3 chapters. The first is how we're going to help you take the creative content and the way you build the creations that you make in our core apps to the next level. Then we'll show you how we can get the most out of the content you make by collaborating at scale with stakeholders and downstream teams like marketing, sales, and HR. And finally, as I shared earlier, your creative vision will become even more important in the years ahead. Teams are going to look to you for new ideas, campaigns, and new ways of storytelling. So we're going to close with a sneak peek into the future of concepting and what you can expect to see from us in the months ahead. Now, a quick reminder, our product teams are sitting in the audience with you. So if you see something you like, make some noise. The more noise you make, the faster they'll work. So don't be shy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley Still, who heads up our creative teams, to show you some amazing things. Ashley?
Thank you, David. I am thrilled to be here with you at the first ever MAX in Miami Beach. Miami is the magic city, a vibrant creative hub that buzzes with art, fashion, music, and innovation. There is such a diverse creative community here in Miami, with up-and-coming students and artists like Valentina Granello and Elizabeth Perez, filmmakers like Cotan Fernandez, and photographers like Gian Ortega. At Adobe, we believe that creativity is a uniquely human trait, and your work and talent matter more than ever. Our mission is to empower you, to give you the most powerful tools for creativity, to remove any limits to expressing your imagination, and to free up your time for exploration, learning new mediums, and building new creative skills. Everything we do begins with you, with being part of the community by sharing and learning. You've told us that you value product performance and innovation that improves your daily quality of life. You want faster editing and richer control and expressiveness so you can spend less time on what you have to do and more time on what you want to do. You've told us that you want to expand your skills across creative mediums. And while you have a lot of questions about generative AI, you're clear that you want the choice of whether or not to use it. And when you do use it, you want it to complement, not replace, your skills and experience. And finally, you've told us that community is vital. You want to connect, share, learn, and be inspired by others. This is what shapes our strategy for Creative Cloud and what you will see on stage today. First, power and precision is all about the tools that you use daily. It starts with giving you the foundation to create with performance and reliability, and innovating on the features and workflows that you rely on with the Adobe magic that you expect from us and we love delivering. And with all of our innovation, you are always in control of the creative process. Next, creativity requires you to constantly expand your toolbox. From creating new mediums to streamlining how you work on complex projects with team members, stakeholders, and clients. We're introducing new apps and workflows that make creating video, 3D, and animation approachable, and collaborating on creative projects delightful. And finally, as you heard from Shantanu and David, community is at the heart of everything we do. We're in the privileged position of getting to serve the most creative community in the world. We welcome our responsibility to give back to the creative community and help ensure the next generation can be as successful as this one. We're excited to tell you today about how we're doing just that. We have a ton to share with you today. So let's get started with Photoshop, where the creative journey begins for so many of us. Last year was one of the biggest years in Photoshop history.
All right, y'all, we're about to jump into the products and what's new. We do want you to join us. We are playing Max Bingo, adobe.ly/Max Bingo. We're checking off the card as we go through. We're about to check off a bunch more. You can do it right there in Remix. It looks like we're hopping into Photoshop first, and then we'll be making our way through the Creative Cloud suite. We did just take a look and talk about some of the generative Firefly video model, which if you're watching, you can see. We are going to be showing a little bit of that here. We do want them to show it first, so we will be coming back and showing you a little bit of that here as well. But if you want to play Max Bingo, you can do that with us. Let's cut back and learn about everything new in Creative Cloud.
With features like adjustment presets and adjustment brushes, accelerating common workflows, and addressing your most requested features. To share what's new and how she incorporates the power of Photoshop into her work, please give a big Max welcome to artist and Adobe creative evangelist, Anna McNaught.
All right, if you're playing Max Bingo, we just got another square. We got a surreal edit because we have Anna on screen. So let's go ahead and we are going to mark that off. If you're playing along with us, you can mark it off on your bingo card, surreal edit, top left. You can do that. And if you want to play along with us and you're not already, adobe.ly/Max Bingo.
Yes.
All right, let's head back to Anna and see what's new in Photoshop.
And new features. Let's jump right in. So I have my background image as well as some assets that I plan to use today, and the first thing I need to do is clean up this image. We got some cables in the way, some wires, we need to get rid of these. Now, of course, I could use the remove tool and paint that out, and that works great, but there's an even faster way to do this now with the brand new Find Distractions, one-click removal, wires, and cables. Check this out! This is awesome! Yeah! It's gone just like that. But I know what you're thinking. That's so easy. Anybody could do that with a clone stamp tool. That's simple. But what about something like this? Yeah, that's a mess. So let's run that again. We got cables going horizontally and crisscrossing, covering up the details of this beautiful building. I mean, oh! Yes! That is awesome. So that's our before and our after. Check that out. Again, that is Find Distractions inside of the Remove tool. This will save you so much time. It's incredible. Okay, so let's start to build some art here. Zoom out a little bit. Now, the next thing I need to do is create my custom sky. And one of my favorite ways to do that is with a radial gradient. Now, you may remember this from last year, fully editable, no more swiping and deleting here, and it's now located in the contextual taskbar. So I can come in here and change this color. Let's bring this down to a midnight blue to create the look of our sky, and drag this out to create our vaporwave sun. That looks awesome. Okay, so now I have a couple other assets to add in here. Let's put this like vaporwave classic sun in there, kind of adding to this effect a little bit, as well as some stars. Now, if you know and love Photoshop, you know and love blend mode, so let's go ahead and change that to screen. Not the last time I'll be using blend modes today. These are so amazing. All right, so now let's bring this road up on top here and do a little classic compositing. So we'll just mask this out. And again, in the contextual taskbar, all of these controls at your fingertips. So just mask that out and we're good to go. Now, the next thing I need to do is make this road match the sky. And you may remember we introduced adjustment presets last year, and these are super powerful for one-click color grading. So I have a bunch of my custom looks in here that I use quite often, but we'll go with the vaporwave look here, and then let's just drag our road up and clip this. There we go. Clip that to the road. So in a couple of minutes here, my custom background is fully set up from scratch and ready to go. Now, the next thing I want to do is add in some custom elements here, and normally that might mean going over to Firefly, but I'd have to open a new tab for every idea that I have, and that would take a ton of time. Well, no longer with the brand new Generative Workspace right here inside of Photoshop. And Generative Workspace is a place to ideate and to generate assets, and it's even a giant archive of everything you've been generating. So we got some butterflies here and a forest scene. So let's start to do some prompting. I want to do a vapor wave style. You know, let's do a dragon, because that would be pretty sweet. If you know Firefly, you know that you have all these effects here, so we'll do art and synthwave and go ahead and generate that. Now, one of the really cool things here is you can continue working while this is generating. So let's go ahead and try some different things here. Now, I want to try a city scene. I want to try a palm tree. Look, our dragon came in. That's pretty sweet. I like him. He's looking awesome. So I want to test all these ideas. Now, normally I'd have to do these one by one and let them generate. But we've added this new feature here called Add Variable, and it adds brackets in, and I can simply type out all of the different options I want here, a mountain, my cities, my palm trees, and check this out. I can generate all 20 of these at once. So we'll go ahead and do that, and yeah, that's really cool, right? It's amazing. Such a time saver. We've also added this fast mode for super, super quick ideation, so you can have these all come in right away. Look at that, we got our silhouette. I can definitely use that in my scene. Palm trees, a city. I love these mountains, and I think I want to add this in. So we've also added a search feature here. So let's go ahead and type in mountain, and we have this detail view as well. So just like a film strip, I can click through and look at all of these different mountains that I've been generating over the past few months. Now, I really love this one. I made this in July, and I want to use it in my scene, and it's super easy to do that now. So just simply add to Miami document and put it as variations. And there we go. So that's amazing. Whoops, we got to reclip those. You guys know how this goes when you're clipping your layers. So that's Generative Workspace. It's perfect for generating assets and ideating, and again, a giant archive of everything you've been working on. So this comes in as a variation, so we have a couple options here. We can either generate similar or remove background. So let's go ahead and remove that background. That looks awesome. Drag that down. And again, in the contextual taskbar, all of your layer masking controls right here, making it super simple for you to just simply paint this.
Okay, so we just saw some new tools that are in Photoshop. One of those was remove wires, but what is the #1 annoying thing when you take your vacation photos?
People everywhere.
I mean, we love people.
Yes.
Don't get us wrong.
We love the community.
We love people in the right context, but not in our beautiful photos.
Yes. So what we can do is we did see her demo how to remove wires, but we're going to hop over into Photoshop, and you can actually just use the remove tool, which is right over here. And then we're going to go to find distractions, and you can actually select people.
Yes. Amazing.
So it's going to find all the people for me right here, which is really cool.
And it like highlights them too.
Yes.
So if it doesn't capture, or if you're like, maybe this one person I want to leave behind for like aesthetics or I don't know, whatever. But you can kind of decide.
You can adjust that
selection.
selection.
You can adjust that selection.
And then all we need to do is click on this button right here. And 3, 2, 1.
0.75, 0.50.
Amazing.
Gone.
Amazing.
That
Honestly.
is so cool.
I'm talk about saving time.
No, literally.
Talk about saving
That would have
time.
taken us so long. I mean, at least like 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes.
To get all those
easily.
people out of it? Yes, absolutely.
Because look at how much, like, the detail and everything. Like, you would have to be, like, in there with the clone stamp tool, the patch tool,
Yes.
the, you know.
Magic.
Oh my gosh. Magic.
So we are talking more about adjustment brushes during the keynote. It is something we've covered on Adobe Live. If you haven't watched Adobe Live, we're live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time, teaching you everything that you need to know about these new updates, as well as helping you level up your creative career. So we're talking about Generative Expand right now, so let's hop back in and learn more about how to expand our vision and creative work.
Took forever. Oh, that looks so good. Yeah, I really love that. That looks amazing. All right, I gotta go with that first one. That is awesome. So that's Generative Expand. Again, saves me so much time here. Now, one more little icing on the cake for you all to finish this up. If you know Vaporwave art, you know it has halftone bars and chromatic aberration. And so I wanted to take it super old school here with an action. How many of you know actions? Come on, yeah, we love these actions. So let's go ahead and play that, and there we go. That looks so sweet, brings it to life. So there you have it. We went from pretty much a blank canvas to a fully finished composite using some classic Photoshop tricks of the trade paired with the brand new features. I cannot wait to see what you all create. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. That was amazing work, as always. I love watching your creative process and how you use Generative Workspace to explore your ideas. Everything Anna showed is available today in Photoshop, and these are just some of the new features and improvements to Photoshop Desktop and Photoshop Web this year. Who wants to talk about Illustrator? Yeah? All right, whether it's for digital, print, packaging, or fashion design, Illustrator is the standard in graphic design and illustration. Over the past year, we've worked closely with you to innovate where it matters most to your work. Let's start with performance. We've made pan and zoom 10 times faster and linked images 5 times faster. So whether you're working with massive files or detailed edits, Illustrator is faster than ever. And we've made your life easier with updates like automatically relinking missing files. In fact, we've delivered over 100 of your top community-requested features and fixes this year alone. And we're going even further in making every tool and workflow in Illustrator multi-threaded and GPU-accelerated. We're also reinventing design workflows with tools like mockup and retype, and giving you new ways to quickly explore ideas from color to pattern and shapes with Firefly in Illustrator. We've talked about creative power, expressiveness, and speed, so now let's see it. To share with you the latest in Illustrator, please welcome designer and illustrator, Michael Figoso.
Hey, thanks, Ashley. What's up, homies? My name is Michael Figoso. I'm a vector illustrator that likes to make space-themed stuff, turn them into professional-grade illustrations. Look at that, right? There's about a gazillion things happening in there, but I absolutely love this stuff. What I'd love to do now is share with you a few new quality of live tools in Illustrator that helps me out a ton, and it'll probably help you out a ton too. So first off, the Illustrator team has been super hard at work at improving the performance to Illustrator. Look at my file. Look at this. I'm going to open up my layers here. Yeah, that's a ton of layers, right? I'm scrolling down here. I'm not even a quarter of the way through. There's about 1,000 shapes, and a lot of these shapes have effects applied to them, right? So keeping that in mind, we have a 5 times performance boost in panning and zooming. Look at this. I'm just going to zoom in there. It's buttery smooth. What's up? Hey, I'm going to move over. Yeah. I'm going to move over to the face right there. All right. If you have motion sickness, you might want to close your eyes because I'm about to do something. All right. I'm going to count to 3 just to make sure. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, 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 whoa. Performance enhancements, homies. All right, let's move over to the meat and potatoes. So I made this illustration here. I'm almost done, right? I just feel like there's something missing. So I made these really cool icons to decorate my illustration with. Here, I'm going to zoom up on this one right here. All right? See these 4 fins right there? I want to align these 4 fins perfectly around this red circle. Now, we do that already, right? With rotate tool, we put a center anchor point, another value, just a little bit back and forth. We don't do any of it anymore. All right? So we have this awesome tool here called Objects on Path. Check this out. I just click on this ring right here. Boom. Hey. Hey, watch this. I'm going to rotate all of these. What's up, homies? All right, I'm gonna change the spacing between these right here. Hey, super useful. All right, let's go ahead and expand this right here. Sweet. And then I'm gonna group my icons, or group this icon, I mean. Sweet. I'm gonna zoom out right here. We're not done. We're not done with Objects on Path yet, right? Like I said, I wanna decorate my illustration with these icons. Now, this is a bit more of a difficult task, right? These are grouped elements. They're not simple shapes. What will Objects on Path do with something this difficult? Let's see. Boom. What? Oh, what? Okay. I could do all the same exact stuff I could do before. Watch this. Hey, Star, I want you to move down here. Okay, cool. Hey, Moon, I want you up here, homie. No, I want you over here. Nice. That is Objects on Path. It's the main tool to align your objects on paths. Heck yeah. All right, we're going to hop into the driver's seat of one of these rocket ships here. All right, so similar situation to before. I am almost done. I just have this Saturn planet left go. Planets are either easy or difficult for me, at least, to pull off. So I need some really cool ideas to finish off this illustration. So we have this awesome tool here called Generative Shape Fill that fills in our shapes with really cool vector ideas. So check this out. I can sample any piece of my illustration to match the style. I don't want to match this cockpit area, right? I want it to match my background, right?
Hey guys, we have another bingo. We have to put it in.
Yes.
Okay, if you heard.
If you aren't joining us, or if you're just joining us right now, we're playing Max Keynote Bingo. And so if you want to download this, you can go to adobe.ly/maxbingo. And what did we find that we can mark off?
Okay, Michael is well known for saying either homies or heck yeah. So we've got to put that in there.
Yes, heck yeah. And then we also talked about, we also talked about a new product.
New product.
New product.
We also showed Photoshop and Illustrator.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
We're
y'all,
so close.
we are getting so close to a bingo.
On our way.
We're on our way. All right, let's hop in and check out Gen Shape Fill. This is something that has been available in Illustrator, but today, if you want to play around with it, you can. Great for ideating and brainstorming new ideas. And thanks for watching with the commentary here at Adobe Max.
Here, this time I'm going to type in a prompt. I'm going to type in a cute I already typed it in, cute astronaut character, right? And I'm going to sample the style of my background here. Okay, so you see that in the thumbnail, we got style selected right there, and I'm going to hit generate. You know, I'm not very good at drawing characters. I'm more of a rocket ship illustrator. I like to draw the space environments and stuff. So it's really cool that we can generate vector ideas in here without even leaving the app. Hey, what's up, homie? We got 2 other options here. What's up, little cute little space friend? Hey, what about this one right there? How about this first? No, I like that first one. Really cool. That is Generative Shape Fill. Just an awesome way to generate vectors with that extra level of control, giving us some really cool ideas. All right, I have one more for you all. Do you all want one more? Yeah, for sure? Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so I made this cute little homie for you all, right? I made this in Adobe Fresco. It's an amazing drawing and painting app, right? I'm going to zoom up right here. The thing is, I didn't use any of the vector brushes, right? This is all raster. You know, I want this to be in vector, so I have the options for large scale printing. But I don't want to start over, right? I don't want to do my line work all over again, all the gradients. Doing the gradients over will take forever, right? Well, we have, thankfully, again, our Illustrator team has been super awesome, super hard at work at giving us a new and improved, enhanced image trace. Check this out. I'm going to select my artwork here. Yes! That's right. All right. I'm going to select high fidelity photo because I want all the fidelities. Okay? Check it out. Boom. Okay. So first, it did that pretty quick. Okay, but notice we have some color banding right there. We have some imperfections in the lines. It's all good because we just click on this right here. What up, gradients? Click on that. Boom. Smooth everything out. Heck yeah. Heck yes, everybody. Let me expand this really quickly there. Let's zoom out really quickly here. So see, check out those clean vector lines right here. I can easily jump in, make some really cool edits, right? Very, very nice. One last thing here that I didn't show you. We're gonna get in isolation mode. What's up, isolation mode? Come on, what's up? All right, look at this. It was able to detect every single gradient in there. We got live editable gradients. This is the first time ever a vector tracing tool is able to detect gradients. What's up? Hey, that is enhanced image trace. All right, it was awesome before. It's even better now. So we went over performance enhancements in Illustrator, objects on path, generative shape fill, and enhanced image trace. All these tools are available now for you all to make cool stuff. Thank you, everybody, for letting me have fun up here. Heck yeah, and thank you, Ashley.
Michael, that was incredible. Thank you. Michael showed you objects on path, enhanced image trace, and a beta of the Firefly-powered generative shape fill. All of these, as Michael said, are available today, in addition to dozens of new features and performance enhancements in Illustrator.
Available today, live gradients.
Oh my
Amazing.
gosh.
Amazing. So one thing that we didn't get to see in the keynote is a feature called Mockup, and a lot of you have played around with it. You can actually edit right now in Illustrator. Go download it. You can select your vector art as well as just a PNG mockup, and then you can go to Object, and then Mockup, and Create Mockup.
Oh, I
and what
love
happens
it.
here is it's going to assess the image and the photo that you have, and then you're allowed to put the vector into that image, and it will find all of the different like wiggles and squiggles and different ways to get things on there.
The technical terms, you know?
Right?
I
Yeah,
know.
100%.
I love
So if I
that.
change this blending mode here to multiply, you can see that we can
It
actually
is
drag this
so
around
good.
and position it
Make
wherever
it
we need it to be.
smaller, kind of on the side or in the front.
And it
Oh,
will follow
so
right there.
good.
So that is available to you as well in Illustrator. And let's hop back to a new product that you can check off of our bingo card called Project Neo.
In Illustrator, making space stuff, obviously. So I made these poster designs. They're really calling for a 3D looking object, right? I'm thinking about making a 3D Saturn planet. The thing is, I can build that in Illustrator. It'll take some time, but what I really want to do is build it in 3D, right? Be able to rotate this thing and change the lighting on the fly. The thing is, 3D is scary for me, homies. I'm a 2D illustrator and designer, right, that likes to make stuff with shapes, as you've seen in my work. Well, Adobe has this awesome new tool called Project Neo, an accessible way to create 3D for someone like me. Maybe like you too. Let's check this out. All right, so to the left here, we got a toolbar. Nice. To the right, we got a properties panel, some parameters to adjust. This is already looking a lot like Illustrator, which is really cool. I see some familiar looking icons too. I see this like scale icon. What's up, scale icon? That's working exactly like I think it would. Nice. Okay. I bet you all that these nodes will round the corners out just like they do in Illustrator, and they totally do. Hey, this is looking like a lot like a 3D version of Illustrator, which is awesome, I think. You all think so? Nice. Let's go ahead and build my really cool poster. I'm going to grab a sphere really quick, okay, and populate that right there. Boom. Hey, look. I'm like halfway done, right? That looks like a planet to me, right? All right, let's go ahead and create the ring around the Saturn. So I see we have a donut preset here. It's called a torus. It's not a donut preset, homies, but it's all good. I'm going to hover over the sides of these to see how we can align to the center of any side of this sphere. Boom, it just populates right up there. and then I'm going to size this upwards. Sick. Okay? We're in a 3D space, homies. So I'm going to move this over to the side. Nice. Hold the Option key, and this sizes this down from the center just like it does in Illustrator, which is sweet. And then I'm going to roll this down over the sphere. Look how that lighting just rolls over that sphere. That is incredible. It's like, you know, yes! Lighting is so hard to do in Illustrator, so it's so awesome that it's doing it live in a 3D space. All right, check it out. We got a Saturn planet, everybody. So I'm going to grab this here, and I'm going to decrease the negative space on that ring. So, you know what? I could be done here, but I want to make this cool, right? I was inspired earlier by Anna. Yeah? Remember Anna in Photoshop? Yeah, heck yeah. She's my best friend, everybody. Anyway, she made those really cool vaporwave lines that go through the sun. I want to do the same thing. I want to be cool, like my best friend, right? So I'm going to grab a cube here and populate a cube right up there. And then I'm going to size this down, holding the Option key from the center. Nice. And then size this upwards. Hey. Yeah, you'll see, everybody. I'm going to overpromise and overdeliver to you all right now. Here, I'm going to hit this over to carve and move this over on top of the sphere. Check this out, homies. When I move this over the sphere, oh, look how it just cuts through that sphere like butter, right? So we made that really cool vaporwave line. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit right there. And then I'm going to duplicate this a ton of times, right, over on my y-axis. Whoa! Sweet. And I'm going to decrease the spacing between those lines. Hey. Nice. What you all think? Yeah, that looks pretty cool. We got the vaporwave lines. Hey, watch this. Oh, even a simple, just moving this downwards just gives a really cool, satisfying effect like that. Check out when I rotate this thing too. What? Very, very nice. I love it. All right, we're almost there. Okay, I'm going to go on quick fire mode because I want this to look even more cool. We're going to go Command-C, Command-V. Our trusty copy and paste works just like it does in all of our other Adobe apps. And then I'm going to decrease, again, the negative space in that ring right there. Boom. Okay, let's move this over like that. And then I'm going to move this over to the side because, again, we're in 3D mode here. Satisfying, just rotating objects around, honestly. Just rotate them around like that. Hold the Shift key, and it constrains the angle just like it does in Illustrator. Again, Command-C, Command-V. Do that on the other side. All right, we are just about done, homies. We're just the finishing touches, all right? We need to give our Saturn planet a little planet homie to hang out with. What up, planet homie? There you go. You got a little friend to hang out with there. We're going to shrink this down and move this over into orbit. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, so we're done with our really cool object here. The next thing I want to do is kind of match the style of my poster, right? So we can quickly do that because we have these really cool filters here. I can make it look like a video game. What's up? Right? I can adjust the amount of pixels here. Hey, nice. So every time I change a filter too, I have the ability to adjust anything in editable 3D mode, right? Look, I can still do all the same exact edits here, right? Non-destructive editing, that's what we're all about here at Adobe. Heck yeah. And then the last one we got is this vector art mode. I think that's what I want. That's probably got to match my poster perfectly. Sweet. Boom. Hey, I think we're just about there. I'm going to center this right there. We're just about ready to download this thing. One last thing. You know the lighting? Right, I was talking about adjusting the lighting on the fly. In Illustrator, if you were to build this, you would have to do it with every single shape. Over here, all we got to do is move a lever down. Hey. Now, okay. Lighting, homies. That's right. Okay, we're ready to download this thing. So let's go over to our download. So we got this option to export to MP4 video. We have turntable mode here. Let's see what that does. Okay, so this spins it around, gives us a really cool export to show off our really cool 3D creations, right? But what I'm really interested in here is to send this over to Illustrator as a vector. What? Let's go ahead and do that right now. So, yes! So, we do that. It's going to open this up in Illustrator. Oh, boom! Look at that. Hey, let's delete this right there in the background. Look at this. I'll hit my Command-Y. Boom. Look at that. We got those super clean vector lines. So I built this thing in a matter of minutes, right? How sweet is that? I'm gonna grab this thing, hit my Command G, and then let's paste this into my really cool poster here. How's this gonna look like on my poster? Let's see. Command V, very nice. Oh, matches that style perfectly. Size this downwards. Yeah, what you all think? That looks pretty cool in there? Looks pretty vector to me. Very nice. Okay, so, if I built this in Illustrator, say I wanted some new variations for my other posters here, right? I basically have to start over from scratch. But since I made this in Neo, I can just pop back in there, make some quick quotations, make some quick edits, and I made these 2 other variations for the other posters. Boom. This one over here, we have it flipped over to a 45-degree angle, and I made it a bit more minimal. And we have the line art here to fit this poster. Heck yeah, everybody. That is Project Neo, homies. An accessible way to create 3D for someone like me, maybe like you. Thank you again, everybody, for letting me have fun up here. And thank you again, Ashley.
So we do have bingo. We're playing bingo. We're playing Max Bingo. And you can go to adobe.ly/Max Bingo if you'd like to play along with us here. We're playing in Adobe Express. And we just had another square checked off. Ellie, what did we get?
A brand new product. You guys, this one is blowing my mind.
Like, I am
blowing
just...
my mind. I am so excited to play around with this. And we were just talking about how it can be kind of intimidating to work in 3D. And it feels like, I don't know, all the tools that have been in the past, like, they're kind of complicated. It feels like you don't even know how to get started.
No,
but this is
scary.
Scary, yeah. So simple, so straightforward. And I love that you can just go straight into Illustrator, bring it right into anything that you're designing. And
the way that it's built, it looks very similar to kind of like the Adobe Express, Adobe Firefly, all these tools that we're already very familiar with, that we've been playing around for the last, I don't know, year and a half. And so it's just super exciting. Also, I was saying that I love the background is like green. It's like a matcha green.
Yes.
It's like so good.
And if you want to, you can get started and look at things that have been created by the community, like something like this.
Oh, I love it.
And you can go in and see how they built it. You can even turntable and see all these different pieces.
I just can't get over that.
I mean,
yes.
Are you kidding
How
me? This is just another way to like really express your creativity, to like come up with new designs. I mean, you really are making this from scratch, and it's like kind of incredible.
And the keynote, if you're watching, they are announcing that it is ready for you to work with right now. ProjectNeo.com, ProjectNeo.adobe.com is where you can go to play around with Project Neo. It's so much fun, and I love playing with these different styles to be able to have this little pixel art style and then rotate and see what happens.
I can totally see people who live stream making their own little icons that are 3D and animated, and like, you know, just like there's so much that can be done with this.
And the video option as well, like to download it as MP4 is incredible.
And vectors. So we are going to hop back in. We are playing Max Bingo if you'd like to join with us. What happens when you get a bingo? I'm not sure, but we'll figure out something fun.
We'll find out.
Yeah, so we can do that, have some fun, and we are going to hop into what is new with Premiere. Let's hop in.
Content is a 30-second social video or a 3-hour film. It all starts with performance. Playback is 4 times faster, exports 3 times faster, and we've added support for 7 new cameras. For audio, we've delivered a revamped user experience, AI-powered enhanced speech, and filler word removal. Color. You asked to edit and color grade in the same app, and we've delivered a modern, comprehensive color management system that is simple enough for any video editor to use, whether you're a first-time Premiere Pro customer or a video engineer at a post house. And editing. David showed you the Firefly video model, the first video model designed to be commercially safe. We've talked with the pro video community to understand how generative AI can solve your biggest editing challenges, and we're excited to share with you today how we've integrated the Firefly video model into Premiere Pro. And that's not all. Video projects involve a myriad of creative assets, video clips, graphics, images, documents, and more, and tight coordination across editors, designers, and stakeholders. A successful video project means keeping track of, managing, and collaborating on all of these assets and feedback. Today, we've released the biggest update of Frame.io ever that makes creative management for video projects seamless. Frame.io is a single source of truth for all of your video projects, with rich new asset collections and content workflows. Gone are the days of needing to move assets and data across different tools to keep your projects on track. Let's see how this all comes together. Please welcome creative evangelist Paul Tranny and senior video quality engineer Dacia Saenz to the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashley. I'm Paul. I'm a visual designer, but lately I've been creating a lot of video content, which is why I'm here in Frame.io. For those of you who don't know, Frame.io is the leading video review, collaboration, and platform for storing content, collecting feedback, and really organizes my life as a designer, right? Because I create a lot of visual designs, and here I am creating a lot of reels. You can see them right in here, scroll through these, see what they look like. I have them stored here. We could check them out, clicking through real fast. See what this looks like. It's good, it's growing on me. I'm into it. Let's move on from there, because it's not just about video. Because notice right next to it, we have a PSD. So that PSD is what was used to create that video. And if that's any good at all, it's because I've collaborated with other awesome designers. It takes a village, and I'd say that's looking pretty good. So it's not just about video. It includes video, includes Photoshop, and all your video files and graphic files you'd expect. So I have InDesign in here, Illustrator, PDF, everything that you'd expect. Okay? But let's talk a little bit more about sort of organizing your workflow. Because if you take a closer look, I don't know if you're like me, you ever have files named something like this? I don't know, Daisy, final. I mean it this time, final, version 2. Just me? It's just me. All right, we could do better. In fact, let's click in here. Frame.io makes that easy. We could just say, hey, you know what? That needs review, just like that, right? So we have that marked, easy. I don't have to hunt down all the files that need review, because off to the side we have collections. We can see all the files that need review are organized right in here, handy for me to check out, and we can see those right there, okay? But it's not just about organizing my life, which I need it as a creative, right? But also organizing and working with others. So I'm collaborating also with Dacia. We have this project that we're working on. We'll click into it, and we can quickly check it out. This cool video, yeah, I could probably do that, probably not. But you get the idea. We can click through this sort of beautiful quality playback, and it's frame accurate. So as we dial into this, we can really see the frames we want to take a look at, right? So that's frame accurate, and you know what? I actually really like what's going on here. We'll just add a comment. I love this chromatic aberration. We have annotations. We can get down to the pixel, down to the frame. Makes it super easy for me, so we're on the same page, okay? So that's tagged with that frame. It's looking good. We could check out more of this video. Cool spins, cool jumps, checking out their shoes. Okay, not bad. They're all right. But right in here, we could jump in and just add one more comment, too, because it's a conversation is what we're having, right? So ultimately, what do we want to do in this case? Do we need to create graphics here, right? Is that part of my job? Can we find something that will go in this clip? Do I need to, I don't know, do we need to film something? I don't know, Dacia. Well, let's have that conversation. And that's the idea. It's like Frame.io is perfect for me when it comes to reviewing my content, collaborating with others, sharing your awesome work with others. Thank you so much.
All right, so we are seeing how to manage a lot of your content and work collaboratively. So with you two, work a lot of clients, with a lot of clients. What can this kind of format of being able to go back and forth, to comment, to talk to your clients, what can this do for your workflows?
I feel like the ability for clients to comment directly on a photo is super helpful after we deliver content and maybe some adjustments need to be made to the final images. They can just comment directly on that image versus emails back and forth being like, oh, this image, that image, screenshots, all of that. Like, this will speed that up for sure.
Yeah, and for content that we create for sponsors too. Sponsorships, you know, like videos, like there's certain points that they want to make comments on specifically. It's like awesome. I love it.
And being able to tag exactly like
the moment
this
or the
second is when we need that adjustment to be made.
Yep, and if you're playing along with us at home, we are playing Max Bingo. We didn't get to see Paul's sneakers. That was one of our things.
We know.
Paul wears sneakers right here. We know he had them, but we didn't get to see them, so we can't check it off.
Hopefully we see them later.
But we did have something during Michael that we didn't check off, and that was the crowd laugh. So let's go ahead, check this off. We're getting really close to a bingo here if you're playing at home. Let us know when you get a bingo in the chat, and let's hop back in and learn a little bit more about what's new in video.
Right? But hey, I just need to go over here to my new Frame.io panel, and right away I see that I can click on this comment. There's even markers on my sequence. Hey, thanks, Paul, for the shout out. I appreciate that. But you guys, Paul is on to me. I have a glaring issue here. Let's just take a closer look, okay? Okay. I am living for the beat drop. I'm loving my edits after that, but what is this? What is this about? Okay, here's the deal, y'all. It's only like 2 seconds worth of time. Thank you, Paul, for the offer to make a graphic, but that's not gonna be enough time for people to read it. I don't wanna find a shorter clip because I'm trying to cut those fast, quick cuts after the beat drop. Editing is all about spacing, timing. So, yes, can we make this clip longer? Paul, I wish I could do that. There's just no more clip. I can't do it. You know, normally we might do something like slow-mo this shot, right? But it's already slow motion. That's not gonna work. We've all used hold frames egregiously. That's definitely not gonna work. But check it out. I got a fresh new tool today in today's beta called Generative Extend. Okay, check this out. Ready for this? Ooh, where there was nothing, now there is something, okay? This is powered by the new Adobe Firefly video model. This is to extend video and audio. This is so incredible. And, you know, with the magic of the Adobe MAX stage, boom, we're time traveling. Okay, so before I even play that back, let's just go over here to where our end of our clip actually was, okay? I'm gonna do a quick cut because I just want to put those new frames on a different track so that we can all be really clear where the new frames are and the old frames were. And let's start that jam again.
Gosh.
That's insane. That is so crazy. This is the thing that I was the most excited about.
Me too.
It is so cool. You're able to extend your clips to add on a little bit more to that.
When you just need that little bit
just
more.
a little bit more.
Yeah,
yep.
we've all been there.
Yeah, 100%. It'll do 5 seconds at a time, I believe. But this is absolutely game-changing for those that need just a few more seconds on a clip, and you don't have to go slow-mo, you don't have to do anything. So Generative Extend is in the beta. So we also, I'm going to show you where to download the beta, but we also can check out one more bingo card. So if you want to flip over to my screen, you can go ahead and look at beta. So you can click on apps right here, and you can see all your apps you can update, but you also can go to beta and see what's new in the beta. So you can download that right now, and we also can flip back and we can check out beta.
I mean, I can guarantee you there was a crowd gasp.
I don't know.
I
need to hear it.
I
so
kinda,
if you want to play along with us, adobe.ly/maxbingo. We're so close to getting it, and we'll be back with some more. Let's go see what else is new in video.
Oh, look at that gorgeous pan. Let's see. Let me turn that off. Do you remember what I was really doing in real life? Oh my gosh, that was that. That was that. No. I'm a professional, y'all. Look at this. Gorgeous. That is Gen Extend, available in today's beta. All right, but we're about to do something. Yeah. Shout out to that Gen Extend team. They worked real hard for this, y'all. I can't wait for y'all to try it. Okay, we're about to do something, though, we rarely do on the Max stage, and that's give a sneak before the sneak, okay? So we're time traveling to the future. We're jumping timelines, so to speak. Dad joke. Okay, here's the deal. I've got two of the scariest words in my language. Mask tracking. Okay, if you know, you know. I get hives just thinking about it. Y'all, it takes a long time to mask track, but check it out. We've heard your feedback. One of the top most requested features is coming to Premiere Pro, object selection. Yes, for video. Look, the lions can't even believe what I just said. If you use this in Photoshop or Lightroom, you know the magic I'm talking about. So check this out real quick. I'm gonna grab my object select tool and look at this. Que bonito! I just hover over my gorgeous cats and object selection sees it all. And I just want to point out the complexity.
This is insane. Like, the updates that are having with video are crazy.
Oh my gosh, this is so crazy.
And if you know anything about object selection, it is so good in Photoshop.
Yes.
So good.
Like the days of rotoscoping, like piece by piece, like doing, like this is so cool. And this is just a sneak. So very rare that we do this, but we are showing a sneak before the sneaks of how to do object selection in video. This is crazy. All right, let's hop back in and learn a little bit more about how it works.
I don't want to do that. Not today. Okay, I'm going to grab my object select tool. We're going to make 2 clicks, and we're going to start tracking live right now on the stage. And for my non-video folks out there, what am I talking about? I'm talking about making a mask that has to shape-shift with the object that you have selected. This takes a lot of time. I can't even explain it to you because it's already done. It's over. Here we go. So let's just go in. Look at that. Ooh! That's incredible. That's incredible. Here's the deal. Let's just get to work because we've saved so much time. So I've been working on this little number. Okay, that's looking fresh. I do have a love affair with space, as Michael does too. We all do. Okay, we're gonna level this up though. First of all, I'm gonna add a little jam to it. I'm gonna use these new beautiful audio crossfade handles in Premiere. I don't know if you've used them, they're gorgeous. And we're just gonna take that mask that we just made, we're gonna stack it on top. Hey bro, we're gonna stack it on top. There we go. Uh-oh, hang on. I hit the wrong button, y'all, I'm nervous. Here we go. We're stacking it on top. We're doing a little compositing. All right, we're gonna add a jam to that to celebrate. Here we go. Ooh, that is looking so good. Y'all see that text behind the astronaut? I'm like a budding compositor up here, okay? And because
you guys, this
Who
is
else?
so wild.
My mind is blown.
I
Yeah,
know.
this is my favorite thing so far.
Right now. I'm speechless.
We're like getting some Photoshop inside of Premiere. Like, it's just a whole, it's like crazy.
Yeah.
And look at all the things you can do. So much fun stuff to do with this new tool.
You could put that that astronaut in Miami. Like,
Yes.
look at that.
There it is.
And what I love about these tools is it's helping us to speed up our process so we can explore more new ideas, right?
Yes.
Doing each of these ideas would have taken so long, and now it took literally 40 seconds to play around with this, to explore new ideas. So I love seeing integrations like this with Adobe Firefly Video Model, and even this new object selection, using that technology to speed up our workflows and allow us to just have more fun, which is really cool.
Yeah, endless creativity. So quickly.
So let's hop back in, see what else is new. And as always, if you want to play bingo with us, you can play along at adobe.ly/maxbingo.
Check out, let's talk about the complexity of this. Hairs flying around, dancers are in and out of the frame, the camera itself is moving around. This would be a very difficult shot to track in any app. But, well, we got some magic in the works for you guys. Just gonna click that, and again, we're gonna do it live. Let's talk about those soon-to-be over days where we would sit at our computer trying to mask track hair, and tears would be falling, and we would be getting all of the carpal tunnels. Oh my gosh. Probably a lot of coffee breaks, which we're not gonna be able to do those very much longer, y'all. That's a problem. Okay, it's done. Put your violins away. I can't cry for too much longer. And we're just gonna, real quick, we're gonna do some boom, boom, boom. Let's see, we're gonna take our dancers back to Miami 1965. We're gonna put on a jam to celebrate, and let's go. Look at that. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, Dios mío, qué bonito. mira. I just want to come back. Look at this. The audacity of this accuracy, y'all. How dare it? Look at that. It's so beautiful. And because Object Select is so quick, I can just literally make multiple looks just like this. Bam, bam, bam. We can put that in Frame.io, get some comment feedback, have those conversations. Y'all, this is Object Selection coming to a future Premiere Pro near you. Stay perfect, Miami, and come see me at the booth.
Thank you, Paul and Dacia. All I can say is wow. Dacia showed you some dancing astronauts and Firefly-powered Generative Extend. We're just getting started on how we can solve real-world editing problems with Firefly and Premiere Pro. And because Adobe Firefly Video Model is designed to be commercially safe, you can use it in your projects with confidence. Generative Extend is one of the many new features and performance enhancements now available as a public beta in Premiere Pro. We're also always looking to give you more choice of platforms that you can create on. Today, I'm excited to announce that in addition to Photoshop, Lightroom, and Acrobat, the latest version of Premiere Pro is now available on Windows Copilot Plus PCs. And through the partnership with Microsoft and Qualcomm, Premiere Pro is the first Adobe app to leverage the MPU, which is a dedicated AI processor, to automatically tag audio files and assign presets. So when you open your content in Premiere Pro, you can just get started editing right away. You can learn more on adobe.com. Paul and Dacia also showed you the power of the all-new Frame.io that combines asset management, work management, and collaboration into a single source of truth for all your
So there's a ton of new stuff with Adobe Video. What was your favorite thing, Arabella, that we showed?
Oh my gosh, I feel like Generative Extend is just incredible. To add that extra few seconds to any video to make it perfect, oh, so good.
What about you, Ellie?
Masking.
Yes.
That is, like, at that, it blows my mind. To have a mask that moves with the object that you're masking is just crazy.
And be able to add adjustments or effects to that, like, oh, so good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and there is a lot more to be shown with Adobe Live. We're going to show you all this stuff in depth throughout the day, so make sure that you stick around and watch for day 1 as well as day 2 here at Adobe MAX. We've got a ton of stuff coming to you right after this. In probably 40 minutes or so, I'm going to be taking you through all of these features, everything that we have shown today. And I do want to show a little bit of the Generative Extend in video. If we want to come back to my screen. Actually, let's look at the schedule.
There we go.
Ellie, what's going on right after this?
Oh my gosh, we have our, well, now it went away from me, but we have our Keynote Recap. There we go. Our Keynote Recap with Andrew and Flynn. That will be available. We have so much content. We have Meet the Speaker sessions throughout the day as well, so you'll get to have some great content, getting up close and personal with some of the speakers that we have, learning about their inspiration and their process, and I'm excited for those as well.
Yep.
It's so exciting.
Yeah, so if we want to hop to my screen, I did extend this clip. So this clip actually ended right about here, right about 5 seconds. So what I can do is I added on 5 seconds to that. So let's watch this cooking clip and see what happens.
I love that. Okay.
So we're cooking,
Beautiful.
and I'll call out when it changes. This is generated. Generated. That is so crazy.
That is the hand, the utensil.
Yes.
Yeah, so Generative Extend.
Generations with hands, but
so cool.
It's going good.
It's rad. So let's hop back in and take a look at some more new things that are coming to Adobe Creative Cloud. If you're watching with us, we are playing Max Bingo. You can go to adobe.ly/Max Bingo. Let's check off one more thing before we hop in there.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And that is a Express update. We just saw it on the screen, and we're just going to hop into it. So let's use that as a transition to hop into what's new with Adobe Express.
Woo.
It's like a creativity multiplier for you to expand what your content can be and how it comes to life. And Express is seamlessly integrated into the platforms you rely on daily, like Box, HubSpot, Slack, and more. To share with you how Express is super easy to get started with and has a ton of headroom to do more advanced professional work, please welcome back designer Paul Tranny to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I'm still a designer. And this time, I'm working in Photoshop on this music festival in Photoshop. Nothing says music festival like a static image with no music, no movement, nothing. I could do better as a designer and for my clients. So I want to go beyond Photoshop and really amp this up. So here I am in Express, and I can use Express, and I could use that same PSD, dropping it in there, using my content, right? Whether it's an Illustrator file, say Photoshop, even InDesign now, and I'll just click over to this tab because I already have it loaded in. Everything comes in as you'd expect. Okay, perfect. Everything comes in nice and neat. We could do some little tweaks, maybe dynamically reflow this content. Oop, just kind of bounce that around. Everything just kind of works nice and neat. Like I said, I want to amp it up, okay? One easy way to do it is brand new, is animation. Animate all. Yeah, just animate everything. Just do your job, Express. I'm going to hang back, and sure enough, we can see everything kind of pops in just like Make It Pop. Clients always want that, right? Make it pop. Are you happy, clients? There we are. Even from there, I can start to tweak this, add my own animation. That's what I'm doing right in here for this text in the center, because I want it to dance. I want it to come to life, you know? Maybe this is you at the Max Bash, or you do this type that bobs, or I'm more of a wiggler, honestly, but I'll probably go with Pulse. Again, you feel that music, but I'm bringing this design to life, and that's the idea, right? How did this come to life? It's weird that the text is moving, though, and like the images are kind of static, and I'm like, okay, I can go beyond that. You know what? Let's just delete those images. I still want to capture the vibe of those images, but I want to use video instead. So in Express, I have access to video, so you just search for what you want. Might search for some techno dancing. That's what I'm looking for, some content in here. We'll just kind of see what's going to look good, drop it in, check it out. This clip might work, right? She has the vibes that I want, right? She's cool, she's doing her thing. She's covering up all the content. Thanks, I know all you have all that main character energy. Calm down. I'm going to select remove background, right? On a video. I'm used to doing that in Photoshop. I'm doing it on a video. That's a long video. We'll let it do its thing, because while that is happening, I could search on, say, another video. Maybe get some fun level meters, for instance, that will go in the background. Change the blend mode like we do in Photoshop. You know, push it behind everything. Something like that is what I want to do, you know, like so. And again, we have our video right here. We can still see our video. And again, just like that. I just removed the background on video. Dacia, where are you? I could do cool things too. All on video, which is really cool. And I still have that level of control like I do in Photoshop, because she's not integrated in the design. I just kind of want to nest her back there and do some tweaks. So I could do some adjustments, some image adjustments, maybe do an effect. So we're used to, say, gradient maps in Photoshop. We just have duotone. Click on what you want. That looks good. She's dancing around doing her thing. But I still want more. I want her more integrated. Like, is she in front of the text in the title, or behind it? I'm like, what's the situation? How about both? So I'm duplicating that text, put it on top, creating a little layer sandwich, if you will, removing the fill, keeping the outline of that stroke right there. There's a little layer sandwich. Delicious design. Come on, you could do this. It doesn't have to be hard, and it's not. But there's more in here. I'm feeling good about what's happening. I have a second scene, so we can take a peek at it. You know, kind of transitions into this second scene that kind of talks about the artist. It just does a dip to white, but I feel empowered by video, honestly. So that's what I want to kind of do. It's like, you know what? How can I get creative with this? I'm thinking, okay, I can search on like light leaks, because I want just those like sort of like flashes that you have, kind of like you're at a festival or a club or something. So we'll fill that. We'll still change that blend mode like so. Let's change it. Let's take a look. You know, flash, flash. Oh, bonus. Guess what? You have full control. Show layer timing. Open that up, right? Adjust the timing like so. Something like that. Scoot that over. Get it right just the way you want it. What do we have? It's like flash. Flash is like at the club. We're all fam. I'm feeling it. Feeling good about this. All right. Next scene. Again, I got to make all these assets. And here's where we highlight all 20+ artists. A lot of work. Right, even for this text, I got to change that out. Guess what? I'm going to turn this into a template, but I'm going to do you one better, because check this out. I'm going to lock down the design, So that's the font colors, all that fun stuff, but allow others to replace the text, which is awesome for me. You want to do that with text, you want to do that with image, you can do that, locking that down. You're controlling the design, and others can change the content. Last move for me, make that a template, call it what you want, save it to your library, so you have your brand library. But now I'm going to do you one better, because I'm not just giving you a template that has all these various controlled features. Check this out. If you need to, whoever's using this, you need to pick a font or some colors or whatever, I'm going to make sure it stays on brown, so I can have these guardrails in place, which is awesome for me because I can sleep good at night, honestly, knowing nobody's going to mess with the design. Fantastic, and I get to bed at a decent hour because I'm offloading a ton of work, which is awesome for me, and it should be for you guys. That's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul. Paul showed how he added engaging motion to his Photoshop design with the brand new one-click Animate All feature, along with powerful capabilities like remove background and video, all resulting.
So I love all the updates that happen with Express. My favorite one is being able to lock templates.
Yes.
It is so nice
Yes.
to be able to have some features that your clients can use and some that they can't touch. Do you collaborate with clients or create social and have to like lock down templates?
In Express, we more collaborate with each other.
Yes.
But we were just
Maybe
saying,
she
like,
should just lock
just shared.
out.
I just shared a template with her, and then she was all changing all the text and everything. And
Yeah, maybe she should have just locked it down. I don't know.
I
You know,
will be
I'm not the
locking it
designer
down
here, so
from here on out.
Yes. And if you do have a Creative Cloud membership, everything's included for Adobe
Yeah.
Express. You can play around and use whatever you want. And it looks like we are going to be moving over to Lightroom, talk a little bit about photography.
Lightroom.
Right, these two here will be leading the way on that. So let's check out what's new in Lightroom. And if you want to join us, we are playing Max Bingo. Adobe.ly/Max Bingo. Someone in our live chat said, did we see Paul's sneakers as he was walking off?
I think we did.
I think we did.
I mean, I saw a glimpse.
I think we did. So let's go ahead and update
glimpse in the
our
darkness.
Max Bingo spreadsheet. We are going to do Paul wears sneakers. We're going to put that right there.
Yes.
We're getting closer to a bingo. And again,
So
if you want to
close.
play around with us, you can right here. We are doing just one full round of bingo. Let's go for a single bingo first and then see what happens.
Yes.
But chat, you are here. We never said hi to
Oh my
chat.
gosh, I know. We
It's
need
live.
to shout out some
Hi,
people.
chat.
Hi,
It's live.
Being here.
It is
Iris.
currently a time that is
Apurva.
live. And yes, Gregory, nice to
Ryan,
see you.
Akash.
If you are watching from anywhere in the world, please let us know where in the
Yes.
chat. And we're watching this live with you, doing live commentary here with Weekend Creative and myself, Andrew Hochradel. Hi. Let's go ahead and hop back into the keynote and see what is new in Lightroom.
You get in Lightroom. You have made Lightroom the standard for photography, built on a rich history of innovation and a passionate community that continues to this day. Not only for professional photographers, but anyone who wants to take and share photos. So let's take a look.
It's been a dream of mine pretty much my whole life to have all of my hobbies in one place, all the things that I like to do, where I can just walk up and start doing it.
When I'm looking at telling stories, I often reflect on my own experience as a third culture kid. I was especially drawn to the Korean community in Los Angeles. A lot of the shopkeepers reminded me of my own parents. I like presenting people clearly and with dignity.
I love shooting a good mix of city and nature. I love both spaces. I find them both to be very inspiring.
Just like toss it, kind of like just.
Shooting on film forces your process to be more deliberate. As soon as I've got the scans on my computer, I drop them straight to my phone and then start editing. I just like to spark joy and make something that's simple and nice, like a dessert. The most exciting part is definitely seeing the results. Collaborating with other people has really changed my workflow. Just sit down at the computer and look through everything together and then share it on a Lightroom album.
Through photography, I've been able to travel the world and capture really interesting homes. Photographing architecture has become one of my favorite things to do. The way that the sunlight interacts with a home is so incredible. My work has been published in Dwell magazine, Time magazine. It's given me the opportunity to be in the lives of people that I otherwise would have no reason to.
It was really scary to leave a solid career for something that may or may not pan out, but I think the biggest thing that's keeping me going is that I don't really care if it works or not. This is going to be the best year of my life, even if it all goes down in flames.
Yeah, you better.
Thank you, Ella and Emmanuel, for sharing your stories. Since 2014, we have been bringing the power of Lightroom to your phone with Lightroom Mobile, which now has a redesigned UI and introduces new retouch features, adaptive presets, and AI-based workflows that help you relive your memories faster through the act of editing and get you to your final photo faster. To share with you the latest and greatest on Lightroom Mobile, here's Adobe Creative Evangelist, Terry White.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepa. I am so happy to be back on the MAX stage. More importantly, talking about one of my favorite apps of all times. One of the apps that I use every single day. How many photographers in the audience? How many people that just like to take pictures? All right, so we got something for you no matter where you are on that spectrum, because Lightroom offers you so much more than what you can do over the standard Photos app. So I'm going to start with my phone. And I'm going to start where many of you start, or some of you, I won't say many, in your messy camera roll. If your camera roll is anything like mine, you've got photos, you've got videos, you've got screenshots, you've got receipts from dinner last night, you've got memes, you've got jokes, you've got stuff you want to buy later, you've got everything in that camera roll. But every now and then, you have a shot that's important to you. So I'm going to go into my album here, where I've got a photo that I took in Iceland. And I know Einer's out there. He was standing with me when I took this photo. This was a sunset. There he is. This was a sunset, and it just doesn't look the way I remember. So I could do some things with the Native Photos app, but I could do so much more if I take it over to Lightroom. So let's go ahead and send it over to Lightroom. And here it comes. And this is the beauty of Lightroom. It already came into an album that I'm already using for other things that I'm going to share later. I can tap to hide the interface. I can enjoy the photo. More importantly, wow, this is a Terry White requested Lightroom feature. I can, while I'm in this mode, secretly rate the photo by sliding up and down on the left or right and give it a pick flag without ever having to leave this interface. Now I can go back and I can begin the editing process. I always start with an auto tone. So I'm going to tap auto tone, and that will begin to adjust the exposure and color. But it's just too washed out. So I'm going to go to my favorite slider of all time in Lightroom, and that is the dehaze slider. I'm going to pull that over, and now I'm starting to get that drama of the sunset that I remember. And it did it overall. What I'm really not seeing is the drama in the sky. So this is where we go to the grown-up app. Because in Lightroom, I can go to presets, and more importantly, adaptive presets. You might be wondering, what are adaptive presets? It automatically generates masks based on the type of preset that it is. So I have portrait, sky, subject, and background. When I go to sky, it's already generating the mask for sky. So I can pick whatever sky preset I want, including ones that I made myself. That's a cool sunset. I love purple, one of my favorite colors. But that's not the look that I saw there. I'm going to go to dark drama, and that gives me that feel of the sky that I'm looking for. But if it's too dark, not dark enough, I get a slider, and notice it's only affecting the sky, being an adaptive preset. So there we are. This is where I started. This is where I end it. Quickly and easily, in Lightroom, non-destructively, on my phone. Also, bonus tip, as of today, you'll be able to share directly to Instagram from Lightroom on mobile. All right, next up. I'm going to head out of this because I also took some drone video when I was there. Now, this drone video, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I don't really like it. I'm going to go ahead and play it, and it's taken off in a very random spot. The camera's pointing at the ground, at the gravel. I wasn't good at flying the drone right away, so it takes off, and I don't know where I am. But I'm going to go ahead and just say, nope, I'm going to trim all of this. I don't want any of that random footage at the beginning. I want to go to the important part where I'm flying over the glacier. This is the part where I want to be. So now that I've trimmed it, I can go into color, I can adjust the color of it quickly, I can go into light, I can bring down the exposure, adjust the lighting. By the way, I'm doing this in real time while it's playing on my phone. Next up, I'm just gonna go to presets because we have over 50,000 presets from the community, people like you that made presets. So I can get the look that I want, I can do all this, I can go to specific categories like cinematic. There's my Vaporwave, Anna, here it is. This is my Vaporwave Iceland. But let's go on, let's go to HDR. And in HDR, we get some cool effects because we also are introducing HDR video editing on Lightroom Mobile as of today. So I'm gonna go to one of my presets that I want. Here's a preset for warm sunset. That'll give me the look that I want, and we'll play that, we'll just let that go. And here's my before, here's my after, editing video live to tone it like my photos in Lightroom on mobile. All right. Next up, let's go to my favorite genre, working with portraits. Now I took this in a garden, and it's okay. I could post this, but why just post it when you could do so much more with it? So I'm gonna go in and do that auto tone, but the skin tone is just not quite warm enough. So I'm gonna go to my color, and I get this amazing white balance eyedropper. So I can just drag this over something that should be white, black, or gray, tap, and there it is. I get those warm skin tones that I want quickly and easily. Now that I'm there, I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in because you'll notice in the lower left-hand corner, there's a brand new icon. Looks like a little magic wand. These are our brand new, announcing today, quick actions. And what quick actions do, first thing, it analyzes the photo, and it says, okay, I see a subject, a background, and a person. I'm gonna offer these as suggestions for what you might wanna edit. So I'm gonna go right to retouch, and it's gonna say, okay, I see a person, I see teeth, I see eyes, skin, hair, and clothing. Now I'm gonna go to eyes because I love the eyes to stand out. I'm gonna exaggerate them for you so you can see the difference. I wouldn't make them quite that bright, but you can see them now. And then I'm gonna go to teeth. Who doesn't want their teeth a little bit brighter in their photos? And next thing we're gonna do, there's a whole industry for that. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to hair, and then with hair, I'm gonna just make the hair a little bit more contrasty and stand out a little bit more quickly and easily, all on my phone in Lightroom without having to go to Photoshop. So here's my before, here's my after, nice, subtle, easy retouching. But there's one more thing. One thing you can do to make your portrait stand out more is to make your background stand out less. So there's a brand new background mask. I just tap it. It figures out what the subject is and selects everything but the subject. Now that the background's selected, I can just lower the opacity, the exposure of the background and bring that background down so that she stands out more against that background. I get the look that I want quickly and easily and non-destructively here on Lightroom. All right, let's switch over to one more photo. Now you saw Anna talk about removing distractions, wires and cables. By the way, in Photoshop, there's also people distractions, but I'm on my phone. And as you can see, there's a big distraction in this photo. So I'm gonna go to the Remove tool, and in the Remove tool, I've got a brand new toggle to toggle on the power of Firefly with generative AI. I've got it turned on, and unfortunately, it's time to remove that distraction. Let me make my brush the right size, there we go. You guessed it, the parents are just in the way. No one wants to see their parents kissing at that age. Now, of course, I'm joking. I could let that go and it would do a great job, but I'm gonna go ahead and cancel it because the kid jumped in at the right moment, but the camera didn't capture and focus, so the kid's really the distraction in this case, and we're just gonna go ahead and brush over the kid. Now keep in mind, the kid is also blocking mom's legs. So not only does Generative Remove have to figure out how to remove the kid and put the background back, but it also has to regenerate mom's legs just like that. Now, hold on. Let's give credit where credit's due. The phone companies are trying to catch up with this. They're putting this in the Native Photos app. But what they won't give you is the ability to pick your favorite result. You can choose the one you like best. That's the one I like best. Here we go. So again, before, after, non-destructively on my phone without having to go to Photoshop. Now this is great. I did all of that from a landscape to video to portraits to distraction removal, all on my phone without having to go back to my computer to work on it. But I'm a professional too, and I like to shoot with professional cameras. And you saw Dacia and Paul talk about Frame.io. Well, I've got my Frame.io open with some shots I've taken earlier so that they can collaborate and they can leave comments on them. But if you don't mind, let's try something. Mind if I take some pictures of the audience? All right, if I can get like 5,000 of you to move over. Wait. They're telling me I can take more than one. Okay, you stay where you are. All right, here we go. Cool. And as you see, as I'm taking these pictures, Frame says, oh, I see new images coming in. Great. This is cool. So, I love you too. All right, so I'm just shooting because I'm working with a camera that has Frame.io built in. So I can be out and about shooting. I can be in the studio shooting. And my colleagues are getting the images as I take them to review and mark them up and tell me in my earpiece, you need to take more of the audience on this side. Great, I left you guys out. Wait, there's some executives over there, let's get them too. There's Maria, yeah, there she is, she gave me a pose. There it is, all right, she gave it to me. Cool, let's move over here. There's Scott. All right, we'll get some cool shots over here. Now, while those are coming in, even if I didn't have the browser open, they'd still go up to Frame. They're coming in from the wireless connection on the camera. But you know what? While this is good, and while this is great for that kind of workflow, my photos are in Lightroom. That's where I live. So this is a great ability to have review and comments from my Frame collaborators. But at the end of the day, I want all those shots that I just took to be in Lightroom. Well, we're giving you that as of today. I connected my Frame account to my Lightroom account. And so now I not only have the ability to send photos over individually, who wants to do that? I don't even want to open the browser if I don't have to. Well, guess what? Here's Lightroom. They're already there. They're already there. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't even have to have the browser open because it's not only camera to cloud, it's camera to Lightroom. Yes, I'm trademarking that today. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for coming out. I love you, Miami. Back to you, Deepa.
That was great. Thank you so much, Terry. We are so excited about Camera to Cloud, which, as he just showed, seamlessly syncs your photos straight from your camera into Frame and Lightroom. We have partnered with leading camera manufacturers on Camera to Cloud, and today we're excited to announce 3 new partners joining the Camera to Cloud family. Welcome to the party, Canon, Leica, and Nikon. Terry also showed the new Firefly-powered Generative Remove, along with the all brand new Quick Actions, which are just a few of the powerful new features in Lightroom Mobile, available free for download on iOS and Android. If you care about your photos, Lightroom is free.
So lots of new great stuff coming to Lightroom. That was amazing.
So good.
I love it all.
You two photographers, how is any of this going to change your workflow? What things are you going to be using that we looked at? We looked at a lot of new features in mobile. Yes.
I mean, I use Lightroom Mobile religiously for even just like my own personal stuff that I have on my camera roll that I take every day.
Yep.
And it's incredible. The Generative Remove, I mean, when I want to remove something real quick, just get it done.
Yep.
So good.
So lots of new stuff in there. A lot of people are going to be using Frame to be able to go back and forth, to look at their photos, to collaborate with clients, which is really cool.
Yes.
So if you are watching along with us, this is the live commentary of the Adobe MAX keynote. We are playing bingo, and if you want to join us, you can go to adobe.ly/maxbingo. I don't know if we have anything else to check off, but it looks like we are very close to having our first bingo. And chat, it looks like you could give us our first bingo. We right here need chat spams emoji. So chat, let's all hop in, go ahead and throw some emojis. And it looks like we are talking about Adobe Live right now on the keynote.
Oh
Let's put it up there.
Programs to support the next generation. We've also brought the community together, both in person and online. Over the past year, we have hosted nearly 400 in-person community events across the globe. And for those of you that are doing the math, yes, that's over one every single day. And have had a chance to directly meet and learn from over 1 million of you online and in person. In all of those conversations, it's clear you are concerned about the rapid pace of change in the industry, especially around generative AI. And for those wanting to start a career in the field, you want help navigating how to get your foot in the door. We are just one member of a rich and robust community, but we are in a unique position to support and bring the community together to navigate all of these changes. So we reached out to one of the largest creative communities in the world and asked them if they would want to partner with us to tackle these issues. And they said yes. We are excited to announce that we're partnering with Creative Mornings, a worldwide community of creators that come together for conversation, inspiration, and meaningful connection. Adobe is now a global partner and sponsor of Creative Mornings. We'll be working together to host in-person events and workshops, local clubs, and hands-on field trips to help build creative skills, demystify generative AI, and of course, drive conversations of how to succeed in the industry. And everything, all the events and workshops, everything is free for the community. We are so excited to be able to work with Creative Mornings and look forward to meeting with all of you. I hope you're excited about what you have seen so far today. With Creative Cloud, we continue to invest in what matters most to your creativity.
Bingo! Chat, you have given us our first bingo. We are going to do the chat spams emoji. You did spam emoji for us, so we have our first bingo. And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're playing bingo. You can do that at adobe.ly/maxbingo. We are checking them off as we go. We still got a lot more to talk about here on the keynote, but we wanted to pop in and show that we do have our first bingo.
Oh my God, so
Studio
exciting.
manager, can we show our bingo?
Woo woo.
Bingo! Right across here. So now we're going to be going for a blackout, see everything. So we need the crowd to gasp. We need a child to be on stage. We need a celebrity cameo, a live animal. So a lot of long shots here, but we'll see what happens.
All coming up.
It's all coming up here on the Adobe MAX recap. Also, sorry, Adobe MAX commentary. Also, shout out to Adobe Live being in the keynote. If you watch us, you saw that Voodoo Val was on there in the background hosting our creative challenges. You can check those creative challenges happen every week. We help you level up your creative careers. So just search Creative Challenge on YouTube with Adobe Live and you'll find everything you need to know about anything you want to know. All right, back to the keynote. Let's take a look and recap what we talked about today.
First, getting feedback as you create your content. Second, empowering your organizations or your clients to get more value out of the content that you do create. And third, driving measurable business outcomes with your creative skills. Let's start with gathering feedback. As Paul and Dacia showed you, the all-new Frame.io, available to anyone from freelancers to enterprises, is now enabling not just video. It's always done video incredibly well, but now natively supporting creative file formats, including Photoshop and Illustrator and PDF files. And as a result, what we're starting to see is more and more customers are turning to Frame.io as their work-in-progress digital asset management platform of choice. Now let's also talk about empowering your organizations. Paul showed you how Express brings Photoshop and Illustrator, Lightroom, Premiere, and InDesign files to life and takes it to the next level of creation and animation. But Express is also a powerful collaboration tool because it lets you publish your Photoshop, Illustrator, or InDesign files as Express templates and lock those down, the branded elements that you don't want to see change, so that you can enable your marketing, your sales, HR, and communication teams to create variations while staying on brand. Let's take a look.
As a marketer, I'm doing a lot. I'm making social content for all our channels in multiple languages and keeping everything engaging and on brand. That's why I love working with branded templates like this one from my designer, Paul. Such a game changer. It's super easy to replace images and text. In this case, I'll edit the artist image and artist name, but I see that Paul has locked these design elements, so I know to keep them as is. And because the brand colors and fonts are part of this template, I know any changes I make will stay on brand. Now, this design looks great, but I need to share this on a variety of social channels that all require different sizes and aspect ratios: vertical, 4:3, or square. With the built-in resize feature, Adobe Express makes this incredibly easy. With dozens of presets for all my social channels, I simply select the sizes I want, and in just a click, I'm done. And since this festival is being promoted globally, I need to translate this template. With support for over 45 languages, the translate feature makes it an effortless task. I love how I can choose the tone of voice for my campaign, select the languages I need, and everything is translated and organized to include the resized versions as well. Amazing. Plus, our PR manager is working with the templates for press kits, the sales team is building pitch decks for corporate sponsors, and HR is producing comms to hype up our whole team. Now we're all creating on brand.
Great, so Express, give it up for Express. It is an incredibly versatile tool. It's a great way to do digital layout and cross-media for professionals, and it's a great way to collaborate with your marketing, sales, HR, and comms teams, or your clients. And it's been amazing to see the uptake of Express both with pros and the organizations that you work with. And the last thing we want to talk about when it comes to collaborating is about how your content and your work and your vision actually drives your business. This is often all about your interaction with performance marketing teams. For many businesses, the workflow between creative teams and performance marketing teams is the lifeblood of revenue and brand. And that's where Adobe Gen Studio for Performance Marketing comes in. It brings together your creative teams and your performance marketing teams in a deeply connected workflow. Let's take a look at this.
Adobe Gen Studio for Performance Marketing gives you more control of your work, your brand, and most of all, your creativity. Whether you're a creative or a marketer, you can make, modify, approve, and activate on-brand content super quick. Let's start with a calendar view in Campaigns to see everything that's live and upcoming. You need to promote your fall campaign using your pre-approved creative assets. No sweat, let's do it. You've already uploaded your brand guidelines along with your templates and assets. Now, you're ready to create a new ad. You can quickly create content for various channels, in this case, paid social. To personalize your creative, choose your brand, your persona, and the product. Choose from the pre-approved images the team has made. Let's pick these 4. Smart templates with built-in guardrails are here to protect your brand every step of the way. Enter your prompt and create. Nice. Just like that, you created a whole new set of ads. The AI-powered brand check gives every variation a score to help you evaluate how you're tracking against brand guidelines. When you're happy with your ads, invite reviewers, creative directors, copywriters, legal, and others to leave comments and give their stamp of approval. When everything is approved, it's easy to activate your ads. But creation is only the beginning. Insights show you exactly what content is driving the highest engagement and why, down to the asset and attribute level. You now have the data to shape content strategy, make better creative decisions, defend your work, and deliver higher performing content on your next campaign. With creative and marketing workflows and hyper-intelligent insights, Gen Studio for Performance Marketing frees you to do more of the bold, boundary-pushing work you and your customers love.
Great. I am incredibly excited to announce that Gen Studio for Performance Marketing, that's part of our family of Gen Studio marketing products, is available today and generally available for everyone and businesses of all sizes. And so I'm joined today by Varun Palmer. Varun runs the Gen Studio for Performance Marketing team. Welcome, Varun.
Thank you, David. Really excited to join you today.
Excellent to have you here. So you've been spending a lot of time over the last few months talking to marketers, with creatives. Let's start with the creative team. That's who's here today. So the creative conversations you've had, what problems are you really trying to solve for creative professionals with Gen Studio?
Yeah, so what we've heard from all of you is that you are the custodians of the brand in your respective organizations, and you want to be at the heart of that process. So what we've done is that we've actually codified your influence across the entire content workflow in this new application, starting with number one, giving you full control in the brand, so you get to establish the brand voice guidelines, the channel guidelines, and the image guidelines. The second thing that we've heard from all of you is that sometimes there's a part of the content that you produce that doesn't get used as much as it should. So we've made content really, really accessible for marketers for both remix as well as for reuse.
So a lot coming in Gen Studio, which is cool and great. Love that. We want to show you some video stuff. We were playing around with Adobe Firefly
fun over here.
video
Oh my
model.
gosh.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and hop in.
Yes.
And if you like learning more about what is new today, tune into Adobe Live all throughout the day. We're going to be showing you everything that's new. But this is a photo that you all took.
We did.
Yes.
Right here. Gorgeous
For
photo.
an Adobe live stream. So
Yeah, on
you can go
Adobe
back
Live
and watch the
Stream.
replay of
And
that.
on top of that, we retouched this using a fun technique that Magdiel showed us, which is so fun. So that's kind of this effect that he has. He's got, make sure to follow him because he's got so many great tips on his Instagram.
Yes.
But this image we took into Adobe Firefly
Yep.
to kind of create a video out of it and animate. It's so cool.
Yep.
Oh
And
my gosh.
if you want to play around with this, you can go to firefly.adobe.com and just scroll down, and right here, Generate Video Beta is there right there.
One of the coolest things, honestly. I think
It really
being
is.
It is
released.
awesome.
Yeah.
So we uploaded this as an image, right? And this is the photo. We set it to zoom out, and then I did light leaks and flashing lights. We're going to hit play here and show you what it looks like.
Whoa! That's our
so
image.
good.
It's
Our
pretty
image.
cool. So I took that
It is
image
so
and
good.
reimagined it. We also did it with some other images that I'll play here. This one is glowing neon lights and energy.
Ooh, that one's my favorite.
It's amazing. And I love that you can see the generations that you've done right there, so you
Yeah.
can kind of pick and choose your favorite.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Make
this,
adjustments.
This one is
too.
cocktails, retro style, and glow.
The hands, you guys.
The hands.
The hands. And whatever that is.
Whatever
right?
that, yeah.
So when we look at this, and this is a great, this
Oh
one
my
is
gosh.
a little
Amazing.
turn,
Little pan.
So when we look at this, again,
I love how it kind of made it like a studio, like a,
Yes.
like a
It
product.
did.
Like
Yes.
it kind of
It
gave
did,
it like
yeah.
that vibe.
again, we want this to be something that helps your workflows and helps to level up the
Yes.
things that you're doing. And so this is great for storyboarding, for coming up with ideas,
Yeah.
especially these stylistic comps, right? That let's say we're working with a
Yes.
motion graphics artist, and instead of kind of drawing out and doing the thing where as creators we're like, okay, so I want it to be like zoo, and then like, right, we're like making sound effects. We can show them something
Just
like
sound
this.
effects.
Yeah,
Like,
and be like,
this is what we want. Or to show a client, like, hey, this is what we're thinking. Are we on the same page?
Yes.
Without
Yes.
having to actually create it and then recreate it and then recreate it and recreate it.
Yes, 100%. So,
So fun.
you can play around this today, firefly.adobe.com. If you are trying to use Firefly right now, y'all got wild. So Firefly might be a little bit wild. It always happens at Max right when we announce all these amazing
course.
updates.
Yes.
Maybe having a little bit of trouble right now accessing Firefly, but keep trying. Give it like 20 minutes and it will be fine. Everyone in the world is excited about all these updates
As
that are
they
coming
should
to
be.
Creative
As
Cloud.
they should be.
As
yeah,
they should be.
100%.
Now, I want to show you where you can download all of these new features and new things in Creative Cloud. If you have the Creative Cloud desktop app, all you need to do is come right here to Apps, and then everything will be listed. You also can see right here, Update All. Now, if you don't have this, restart your machine.
Yes.
A lot of times it will not sync the morning of Max because there's
Yeah.
so much going on. So restart your machine and you'll be able to download all of those things. You also can come over here to beta.
Get the beta.
Yes,
Oh
and-
my gosh. You have
Yes.
access to all these new features, get to provide feedback on them. This helps us so much to kind of make sure that it's ready and prepared for you when it goes live.
Yep.
Yeah.
We also can do the Premiere Pro beta that came out today. This has the Generative Extend brand new tool to help you add content to your video, which is crazy.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
So you can download that. I pretty much exclusively work in the Photoshop beta, so play around with that.
Beta.
Yeah, beta. You can check out all of that and all the great stuff. And just to recap today, what are some things that we learned? Let's maybe like 1, 2, 3 and go through and see how far we can go.
Okay.
Arabella, kick us off. In chat, you can play as well. Let us know what you learned today and what you're excited for. Arabella, kick us off. What did we learn?
Oh my gosh. I mean, there's so much, but I feel like immediately I'm thinking about video. Generative Extend was so cool. And the masking, incredible. This is in Premiere Pro.
I'm excited for Project Neo. I love seeing the 3D workflows, and I love that we can take that directly into Illustrator, export it as an SVG, and see everything in vector form right there. Ellie, what you got?
Remove distractions.
Oh my gosh.
Gone.
Getting those
wires,
those wires out of the way, such a time saver.
Yes, it's amazing. So you can play around with all of that today. And if you joined us, thank you so much for joining us and playing Max Bingo with us. If you missed out and you want to watch maybe the recap, you can do that, adobe.ly/maxbingo. Let's see if we got any more of these that we can check off and see if we can get any more bingos. And chat, let us know how many bingos you got on your list. And someone's saying, is the beta live or is it still in waitlist mode? It is an open beta. You can see here that we checked it off.
Yes.
So open beta right there. That is available to you. We didn't see dancers.
No, we didn't. We saw
we
saw an astronaut.
There was an astronaut dance. Let's call that, yes.
I feel like that counts.
That is 2 bingos.
We saw anchor points.
Yes.
We did see anchor points in Illustrator. We went into even outline mode.
Yes.
I don't think we saw the Adobe stock family. I was looking for the quintessential Adobe stock family.
So.
Sure.
There were no children on stage. The crowd gasped for sure, so you
Yeah,
can count
I
3.
think so. Yes.
We didn't see Jason. I thought Jason was going to make a cameo in the video segment.
Yeah.
Our friend, they call him Adobe Jesus because of his long hair. No live
Jason.
animals on stage yet.
Sadly, no animals.
And thankfully, no tech issues.
No tech issues.
Yes.
I think that deserves a clap.
Yeah, so if you're playing, let us know how many bingos you got. If you saw something that we didn't, that's fine. Let's go ahead and hop back in and take a look at some new things coming to Creative Cloud here.
So you can collaborate while you ideate. With that, welcome Danielle, please. I just want you to know, Danielle just got back from her honeymoon, and she rushed to the Max stage to show this off to you. So, Danielle?
Oh my gosh. Holy cannoli, I was not expecting that. All right, well, I am so excited to be sharing the latest around Adobe Firefly. I am here on the web on the brand new Firefly homepage. Now, this is a great place to come to generate ideas. I can go from concept to creation. Now, I like to make things like images, video, vector. I can do all of that right here on the site. I have a prompt already typed in, so let's go ahead and generate this. And this takes me over to text to image. I have this lion cub, these really beautiful generations. But like we saw from Anna earlier in generative workspaces, I have access to the brand new fast mode feature. So with this toggled on, this allows me to create low-res images, but so I can ideate a lot quicker and just bounce through a lot of ideas. So let's go ahead and change this to a sloth. And then I'm going to add a reference image in here as well, and then we'll go ahead and generate this. Now I want sort of a little something more 3D, some colorful look to this, and they're really fast. Again, I get those generations with fast mode. All right, now beyond fast mode, something I'm really excited about is upscaling. I now have access to high quality resolution images. I love this one in particular, so let's go ahead and just upscale this. I need those really crisp quality images for my work. Beautiful, this looks fantastic. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this to my favorites so I can use it later on. Now beyond that, there is now a generative history in Firefly. So per session, I can always go back to those previous ideas I had, kind of bounce around. It really just matches my ideation process. But the thing is, I don't just work across one session. I work across multiple sessions with multiple people across multiple surfaces. So with that, I'm going to head back to the Firefly homepage, and I want to introduce the brand new project concept. I have a file started already, so let's just jump right in. Concept is where creativity begins. Now, this is a modern mood boarding application with an infinite canvas and multiplayer collaboration. So I'm working on creating a music album cover design, and I'm doing that with a few friends. This is a web application, which means that it's great for collaborating. I'm going to go ahead and add in Michael to this file. He's going to help me finish out my designs. Let's see if Michael shows up. I mean, he did say that Anna was his bestie, so I feel like he's not really cooperating with me anymore. He's been just too much for me. So I have a few other people in here. Seriously, drama backstage. All right, so we have a few other collaborators here. I know you can hear me, Michael. And I have pulled into my artboard some of my favorite images so far. Now, I see that Paul's going to help me out instead of Michael. Thank you, Paul, my new bestie. And so when I'm looking for inspiration, I want to pull that in from everywhere, especially my own work. So I have some of my own photographs on the desktop here. I'm just going to grab these, and it's as easy as dragging and dropping those in. And I'll let Paul take a look at those, see if we want to use them for some inspiration later on. And of course, if I don't have something in my own work right away that I have access to or want to use, I can always check out Adobe Free Stock Collection. This is built directly into the app. I can search through these preset categories, and I just have so much that I can search from here. All right, with that, I do want to create a little bit more of like a mountain landscape, something with these kind of purples and red tones. I could head over to the Firefly site, could generate a bunch of images, try and download those, bring those in. The great thing about Project Concept is that generation is built directly into the app. So I'll go ahead and just generate right here. Let's add this in. I'm going to type in pink and purple gradients. And of course, I want this to be a bit of a mountain landscape. So I'll add mountains to this as well. But you'll notice right away I'm getting results coming in because this is real-time generation. Super fast, super fluid. All right, let's pull in some of my favorite images so far. Just drag and drop these onto my artboard here. And I think I like this one the best in particular. With any selected images, I can always take more actions. I could remove the background, I could download this right now, or I could even export this to Photoshop or Express and bring it in, and bring all of my work further. For now, I actually have something very specific in mind, so I'm going to go ahead and just copy this image, and let's bring this down here where I have a few other ideas of what I want to do. So when it comes to like early stage ideation, I'm open to exploring a lot of different ideas. I want to see a bunch of things that really inspire me. So right now I have ideas of little things I want to include, this sort of like string texture, this explosion of kind of powder for something dynamic, this mountain landscape. I could write an entire prompt describing all of these things, how these things come together really cohesively. I'm not fantastic with words, so I'm definitely not going to do that. Instead, I'm simply going to select all of these images and use the remix feature. Now, what this does is it's going to generate an entirely new image with a few options, looking at all of these coming together. And ooh, OK, amazing. There we go. This has just generated a few different versions. We kind of have that weird, funky string spaghetti effect. I'm into it, though. It's really cool. And of course, I can always generate even more variations. If I'm liking what I'm seeing, again, I can just get so much variety. This is really just scratching the surface with this feature. This is remixing. It allows me to explore so many different directions that I may not have thought of previously. All right, with that, I like this one in particular. So let's go ahead and just bring this into our artboard. I'm going to go ahead and scale this up just to finish this out. And then I want to check on Paul. Kind of want to see what he's up to in my file. So let's just make sure. Looks like he not doing much, Paul. OK, now you hear me. All right. We got to finish the file. All right. So sometimes when I want to generate, I also notice that things can be really center composed. And the thing is, I really want to better art direct my images. I want to be able to manipulate the composition. I could use generative fill, generative expand. Those are built into the app. Generative fill, though, that's destructive. And so with that, I want to give you a sneak peek at the brand new Firefly Image 4. We're always looking at improving our models and our quality. And with that, let's put in a moody office with art on the walls. And we'll go ahead and let that generate. We'll see what we get back. It's always different. It's a little dark. It's grungy. I'm into it. Now, the thing is, with Firefly Image 4, there's a brand new feature called region prompts. So I simply add a region, and with this rectangle, I can just manipulate this. I'm going to make it a little smaller, and specifically, I want a guitar. I want to make this more of a music room for this album, and what this does is regenerating the entire image, taking into account exactly where I want that guitar. Yes, it's pretty powerful. And the thing is, this is non-destructive, so I can move this rectangle around, and there we go. It's over on the left side now. This is going to regenerate, again, with that guitar exactly where I want it. And what's really powerful is I can create as many regions as I want. So let's add one more down here. It is a little too moody for me, so I do want to add in like a colorful rug to brighten up the space just a little bit. And we'll let that come through. Again, super, super beautiful. This is the brand new region prompts with Firefly Image 4. Yes, all right. Paul, you're hard at work, hopefully. I mean, I see the butterfly still. I see Grace. All right, Paul's doing his thing. Thank you. Paul.
Oh my.
You guys.
It's crazy.
I am so excited
Yes,
for this.
and as creatives, I think we
Yes.
can all mood board. What is your mood boarding process now, right now?
I mean, right now, I use Illustrator,
Yes.
and I just dump everything in there, move it around, but to be able to generate like that, and then I like to be able to combine images into one is going to save so much time.
It's pretty cool. So you can keep watching. We're covering everything. We're just reacting because this is really, really cool.
It's amazing.
And it's great for brainstorming. It's great for coming up with ideas, which again is what we want this Firefly technology to do.
Yes.
Adobe Firefly is really meant to speed up your creative process, to help you with those ideas, to help you get to the fun part faster.
It's like mind mapping and brainstorming
mind mapping, yes.
and it's happening like in real time.
Collaboratively too, which is so valuable.
Yep, and being able to kind of move around and place things where you want, that it's kind of generative fill, kind of generate image, a little bit of that mixed together.
It's a lot more control to be able to say, I want this to be exactly here. Because when you say image with a guitar, it's just going to put it wherever it wants. And now you can say, put it where I want. And
and if we cut back to split screen, we can actually see that we're doing a kind of composition reference with these, so we can really control. So there's a lot of extra control. Sorry, everybody, that was the loudest pop in your ears. I'm sorry. There's a lot of control that you can play around with here in this new concept.
Which is what we all want, right? Like, that's creatives. We want control, and
I mean,
we want things to be exactly the way we
Yes.
see them in our minds, and this gives us the ability to do that.
Yeah,
This is really cool. So let's hop back in and see more about what they are working on. Hopefully Paul's done something.
I know, right?
Come on,
Paul.
Ideas with so many people at the speed of thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. So I am so excited about this, this project. It's a really powerful way to generate and explore ideas with your team. And check out the Firefly web app if you haven't checked it out recently. It's got some incredible new capabilities. But as we talked about with Project Concept, expect to see more in the next couple months, just as Danielle showed. Also, while Danielle was doing this, you got a glimpse into Firefly Image 4 model. The results here are truly astonishing. Incredible detail, photorealistic quality, richer moods and aesthetic, and a ridiculous amount of adherence to prompt coherence and comprehension. So stay tuned for that. That's also going to be coming out soon. So if you take a step back, we've shared a lot with you today. If you take a step back, you can see that we want to be there with you and for you all the way from concepting to creating to collaborating with what you do. We're all living through a time of massive change, as Shantanu talked about in the beginning. But as a community, we've been through this change before. And we want to be by your side again to help you navigate all of this. So in the end, your creative vision adds color to the world and everything that we all experience. We want to be there as your partner for that. So thank you to all of our artists who presented today. Thank you to the Miami Beach creative community for welcoming us with open arms. And thank you all for inspiring us every single day. And with that, I hope you enjoy the sessions over the next couple days. Be sure to check out the Creative Park. Spend time meeting people that you don't know. That's one of the most important things about Max in our mind. And just have a great Max. See you back here tomorrow.
All right, that's it. We did it. Thank you so much for joining us for the Adobe MAX keynote. Let's go through favorite parts real quick. Ellie, favorite part?
Oh my gosh, the last part was my favorite. Like, I didn't even know that that was going to be shown today, and I am so excited to see how that's going to just, make collaboration and just like everything so much easier.
Yep.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
and
mood boarding is my favorite part, and I'm excited.
It's so good. And like you said, you will be getting more information in the next couple months about that. I agree. That was a great way to end. But we're not ending here on Adobe Live. We're continuing all day and into tomorrow. If you want to learn more about all these new tools and everything that is been announced at Adobe MAX, and even maybe some skills that are old that you might need to brush up on, you can stay tuned throughout the day. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to show you everything that we just talked about, some live demo, and then we'll be doing some Photoshop updates. We'll be hanging out with Brittney Megann, as well as McNaught a little bit later today. So stay tuned right here on Adobe Live. If you're watching on Behance, thanks for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, hello. Leave us some red hearts in the YouTube chat and some blue hearts in the Behance chat.
Thank
and we'll
you
see you back here in about 10
all.
minutes.
See you soon.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
All right.
It's good.
Good to go.
Really good.
Hey, everybody. We are live here from Adobe MAX on the show floor. We're at the community booth hanging out. If you want to get a tattoo, if you're watching from Adobe MAX, come hang out right here. But if you're watching online, we're going to show you everything new that we just covered in the keynote. So we're going to go up into the studio. As you can see, everyone's hanging out. Say hi, everyone. All the people, it's great. So we're going to be up here, and if you're watching online, make sure you stay tuned. Make sure your Creative Cloud's updated, because we're going to show you everything right now. So, all right, camera 2. There we go. Hi, everyone. So we are going to talk about everything new that is in Creative Cloud. I'm so tall. All right.
I'm just really short.
There we go. So let's talk about what is new and how to get the updates. First thing off the bat, right now, everyone, download Creative Cloud Desktop app and open that app. We good? We did that? Okay, cool. Once you do that, it's going to be really, really easy to do all of your updates. All you're going to need to do is open up the Creative Cloud Desktop app. Then you're going to click on Apps right here on the left. So right here on the left, you're going to click on Apps, and that is going to show you everything that you need for what apps you have. And it is also going to give you an option to update things. Also, let's say hi to chat. Hi, chat. Hello.
How you doing?
Yes, an intercontinental friendship. We didn't introduce ourselves.
No.
Who are you? Where are you from?
Hi, I'm Flynn. I'm the host of Adobe Live in Asia Pacific here in Miami with Andrew Hochradel.
Coming in from Australia?
Wow. Yeah.
I am Andrew Hochradel. I came in from Los Angeles, but we are here in Miami Beach having a grand old time. This is Paco.
Hey, Paco.
He's our studio manager helping everything run smoothly. Chat, let us know where you are watching from, and let us know if you have any questions about the keynote, anything that you really liked about the keynote. We're going to try to demo everything here today.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be totally
It's
fine.
going to be great.
It'll work great.
What was your favorite thing that you saw, Flynn?
Project Neo was kind of pretty surprising for me.
Yes.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
I think Project Neo is fun. We are going to look at that and play around with it a little bit. You can play around with that right now, projectneo.adobe.com, and it's amazing.
I wonder how that's going to go with it just being announced and everybody trying to use it at the same time.
Yes, so if you, okay, so,
right?
Yes, as you see here, there's a keyword that's right behind us that says live. We are live, which means that all of you that are using Firefly right now, all of you that are trying out these new features, might take a second to download some things, might take a second to get Firefly to render, and we are going to go through that as well too.
Yeah.
So, Jacob's here. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob.
That's it. And someone's saying Canvas is new. I did not expect it. Yes, there is a lot of new coming here. All right, we got it, y'all.
Oh,
we're
cool.
on.
Now I can see what we're talking about.
There we go.
That's
And
great.
if you missed it, we were playing bingo. We were playing the bingo for Adobe MAX Keynote. And if you missed it, we do have an option for another bingo here. We're going to go ahead and check off tech issues and get another bingo right there. Bingo, bingo, bingo. All right, we did it, y'all. All right, let's hop in and talk about some demo. Where do we want to start?
I mean, why don't we just start with Photoshop?
Okay,
let's
so
do it.
start with
Let's
Photoshop.
start with the king.
Yes, and again, if you have not downloaded these apps, you can go to Apps right here in the Creative Cloud Desktop app, click on Update All, and you also want to come into Beta and then update your Premiere Pro Beta. There's a really cool new feature there.
Yeah, we'll get to that. That's awesome.
All right, so let's go ahead and hop into Photoshop. So this is Photoshop, and we are here in, what city do I want to be in? Let's say this is...
This could be Melbourne, Australia,
I was gonna say the same thing, yeah.
Right?
So, really great shot, but the sky is not quite there for me. It's got all these wires flying through, and so what I'm going to do is I am going to remove those wires. And in the past, I've had to go in, right? I'd go in here, and I'd like grab this, and then I'd try to like, pick out where I want to, heal stuff from. So it was a long process in the past. No more. We don't have to deal with that anymore at all. All we need to do is up here, we need to find distractions. And there we're going to find distractions, and it's going to be wires. Oh, hold on. Hold, please. There we go. So it's going to remove wires.
Yeah.
And I just clicked once. So I literally just clicked once, and it is going to find all the wires for me, and it is going to remove those. So this is called finding distractions, remove distractions. So new feature in Photoshop for you to play around with. And somebody's saying, but what if I want to add wires? Great question. Great question. No new feature to add wires, but there are options to remove wires. We also can remove distractions like people down here. And so all we need to do is come here and we are going to find distractions. We're going to find people, and it will do people a lot faster than wires because it's just like bigger segments.
Yeah.
And so once we found the people, we are able to just remove those people in one click.
And this sort of time-saving stuff is just crazy. Like anyone that's been using Photoshop for more than a couple of years, the amount of time that it would take to do this, and sometimes to do it well, it just takes so long.
100%. So some of these things that we're going to try to show you are reliant on Firefly. Y'all are using Firefly a lot right now. So it may be, there we go. Okay, we got it. So it found all of the people for me, and to get rid of them, all I need to do is click on this little checkbox, and 3, 2, 1, it is going to remove all those people, replace it. It is using Generative Fill to fix those and kind of plug in what would have been there in the image, and boom, the people are gone.
That's amazing, especially with all the complicated stuff that's in the background, like the poles and all that sort of thing.
Yep, so now we have this beautiful shot of the tram, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Now, let's go ahead and try something here that's going to be a little bit crazy, is I'm just going to export this image. So we're going to file, we are going to save this as just a little JPEG. Oh, let's do a PNG, sure, why not? And we're going to do this as train. So let's do a little small file, and we're going to export this out. And the reason that we're exporting this is because we are going to try to make it move, right? It's going to be really crazy. And the way that we're going to do that is in Firefly. This is another thing that we talked about.
Yeah.
Firefly. This is, hold on, wait, that's going to be the end product. We baking showed a little bit too hard here. So if you go to firefly.adobe.com, what has this been in the past, Flynn?
For image generation, text to image, that kind of thing,
So it's just for image generation, right? False. It is now for video. So Generate Video Beta is out now on firefly.adobe.com. We also have fast mode. If you're working and generating in Adobe Firefly, it's a lot faster.
Yeah, that's really cool. That was totally unexpected. I didn't even know that was coming out.
It's magical.
It's really cool. Yeah.
So what we could do is we could generate video here, but we could go to upload, and we're just going to grab that train that we have. Oh, it's still saving. Why are we still saving here? You know what? Let's use this photo. So we're going to use this photo here, which is a photo that Weekend Creative took, and we are actually going to use that as our image. We need to agree that we do have the rights to this. Weekend Creative was just on before they allowed and said, yes, you can use this. So we're going to go to I agree, and then here, I want to add some like Miami vibes to this.
Okay.
So maybe let's do like tropical flowers and neon lights. So we're going to hit generate, and it is going to take that image for us, and then it's going to generate around that and create a moving video for us. It's going to be 5 seconds, and it does take a little while to generate this video.
Right.
It is doing, what, 5 seconds, 32 frames? It's doing a lot. So it's, what is it, 24 frames per second, 5 seconds, so it's 100 and some frames.
It's a lot of data.
It's a lot of data.
Yeah.
But it is going to generate that in a minute. We'll come back to it. Let's go ahead and see if we can remove those wires. Oh, it's still saving. Chat. Y'all, chat, we're doing it. And so it's saying, amazing how image generation works with reflections on Windows 2. Yes, incredible option to play around with reflections using Adobe Firefly.
Yeah.
All right, while this renders, I do have a couple baking show things to show you. This is what it looks like. So this is when I put this in earlier and I did glowing neon lights and energy. Check this out. Actually, let's go full screen here. Ready?
I'm ready. Let's go. Whoa. That's amazing.
Right? That's pretty crazy.
That's so crazy. Can we generate things in portrait mode, like for social and things like that? Or
Yes.
does it have to be...
Yeah, you can designate right here. You can do widescreen or different aspect ratios.
Yeah.
When you're working with an image, depending on what you put in, it's going to generate at this size. So let's go ahead and play. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Ooh, it added a little umbrella for us.
Yeah.
Just a little treat.
That's really trippy.
Yeah, so it's really good for concepting and playing around with new ideas. If we wanted to generate something from scratch, we also could do that. We just click on Generate Video here, and we're just going to take these out, and maybe we want to type in some different options. Oh, and it does look like it is only widescreen at the moment. So we have widescreen high res right here.
Yeah.
We have 24 frames. and then maybe we want to do a long shot, camera angle, do an aerial shot. We want to zoom out, and let's do maybe like an ocean view with boats and waves, something like that. So we can generate that, and you can generate from scratch even if you don't have your own image to start from.
I think this camera thing and like the panning shots and zooming in and zooming out is incredible that it's in this version.
Yes.
Like the very first version, we've got fly in, fly out, zoom in, move left, move right. That's kind of amazing to me. That's
it's awesome.
So early.
Yeah, and this is in beta, so if you get something weird, if you get something that is not quite what you're looking for, you can always give feedback. There always is that thumbs up, thumbs down. You can give feedback to the team and help us understand a little bit better how to use these tools and what you want to see from these tools.
I save it as well. I love those quirks from the original, like when the first models were coming out.
Yes.
And just how bizarre some of the things are. It's so cool to see how far it's come. Save all the old stuff. Someone was asking us to show the batch processing as well, so maybe we'll get over to that.
Oh,
in a little bit.
In Photoshop, yes. If we get there.
It's super cool.
And say a different website. No, this is firefly.adobe.com. Same website right there. And someone asking about generative credits. Generative credits are applied to your account. You have a ton of them. If you're a Creative Cloud member, it's a lot. It basically is just a system to help people, to not abuse the system. You got a ton of them. You can always get more if you need them. But if you have Creative Cloud membership, it is included in there.
Yeah,
so let's see what we got here with Ocean View and Boats and Waves. Oh, we got a time lapse.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty great.
That's pretty great.
So the boats are even moving, like to the changing of the tide.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And the like clouds rolling in, that's really great. So if you want to play around with that, you can firefly.adobe.com. Again, today, you may get a little monkey that says like, there's an issue right now. A lot of people are using this. It is a hot new commodity for you to play around with. And speaking of that, we do have some more new, do we want to talk about an entirely new product?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so this is a new product called Project Neo.
This is amazing.
It's so fun. So you can access this right now, projectneo.adobe.com, and it is for 3D creation. So, should we look at something someone else has created, or should we create something our own?
Let's have a look at an example first, in case things don't pan out.
Yes.
And then we'll jump in and
I
see,
love that.
see what we can do.
Yeah. So
Michael Faguso did an amazing presentation on this on stage.
Incredible.
Yes, so good.
So I'm going to look at this one right here. There's a cat. What do we want to look at here? Let's go to.
If you pick a cat, then you can do the animal off the bingo from before.
Oh, that's true. How about this dog?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this dog.
You can't go wrong with the dog.
Yes. So we're going to go ahead and click on this dog, and we are going to zoom through here, and you can actually see the way that this artist created it, which is really cool. Each of the steps going into it, and then we can go here and create new design, and let's see what happens. Oh, that's starting us out from scratch. That's fine. We can do that. So let's go ahead and delete this square right here. We don't want to start there. I'm feeling like I'm in the holiday mood.
Okay.
Maybe not so much for you, because you have not snowmen, and your Christmas looks a little different in Australia.
That's right. Yeah, it's hot. Yeah.
Have you ever created like a snowman out of like sand, like a little beach man?
No, I haven't.
New
No.
trend.
That's cool. That's a great idea, though.
So it's just like Illustrator. If you want to play around with it, here are all the shapes that you can play around with, and we're just going to add a sphere to this area. And we're going to start it right here from the center, and just like Illustrator, I'm clicking and dragging out as if I'm creating an ellipse, right? Super easy, very familiar, and that ellipse is going to lock down to the ground there, which is perfect. So any object that you are on is going to lock down to that object. From there, we can scale this up a little bit. All right, and then maybe we do want to stretch just a little to have that little snowman kind of sitting on the ground.
Right.
From there, what's our next step in building a snowman?
I've never done it before. This is like
You've never built a
I'm just
snowman?
joking.
Okay,
I have
I
done
was
it
like,
before,
oh my
but not
gosh.
home. We need another sphere, don't
Exactly,
we?
yeah.
We need
So
something on top.
We can add another sphere, and we're going to do that. And as you see, I can kind of go around here and create that sphere in different places. But when I go on an edge, it's going to align to that 3D edge, which is what I want.
Right.
So we're going to add this right up here to the top, and you'll see that it's actually already starting to blend in. So this is
yeah, cool.
This is kind of showing a little bit of a little bit early of what we wanted, but that's fine. So we're gonna stack it right on top there, lock it in. And then from there, I do maybe want it to be a little bit bigger. Sure. And then we are going to do a tool called blends. So in Illustrator, you're probably familiar with blends. This is really, really cool to blend in here. So we're gonna choose and select this, and then we're gonna go down over into our blending tools, and we're gonna click and drag. And you'll start to see it blending together there and creating a really nice blend for our snowman. So now, if you do this and start moving this around, it is going to keep that blend. See how it's blending to all the different shapes,
How good's
right?
that? Look at that.
So you can create some really cool, interesting organic shapes by using that in different ways. So we have those two pieces. I think that that's like pretty good. It's a little mini snowman. But what we're gonna do is we can actually like cut out of that. And so what I wanna do is I'm going to add another sphere, and this one's gonna lock onto this object now. So we're just gonna add another sphere here. Where did we go? Actually, I'm just gonna build a sphere here. So we're all learning.
His head's fallen off.
His head's fallen off.
It's tragic.
We're all learning this together. And the way that I am working may not be the way that you work, but that's fine because we're all exploring together and there's no wrong way. But I know what I wanna do is take this and punch it out of his face.
Right.
I wanna kind of create an
Why
eye
not?
here. And so I'm gonna zoom in so we can see it a little bit better. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change this to just combine shapes. And so if I wanted to, I could go into, where are we? Shape.
This is brand new software, people.
Brand new software we're learning. Intersect, that's what I want.
Nice.
So intersect is going to subtract it from our shape. Oh, that was probably the wrong button. Hold, please. Carve. There we go, it's carve.
Carve, okay.
So now we have our little shape right here, and we are going to carve it out. And if I move around and kind of change the way that I am looking at this, you'll see that it's not quite in 3D space yet. We need to pull it onto the head. And from there, oh no.
Wow, that was cool.
Come back. There we go. This guy right here, we are just going to grab him. No, come back here. Come on, buddy. There we go.
Nice.
And we're gonna start carving this into the face. We got another one back here. No. And again, we can just select and we can duplicate just like in Illustrator. It's gonna duplicate another one of those, and then we can bring it around. Maybe we wanna put it a different place on the head. Yes, love it. It's glorious.
What do you think, everybody?
Yeah, what do you think about Project Neo? There we go. There's another eye right there. And so we have that very simple, very minimal snowman. We have a lot to show, but I do want to show that I can export this.
Right.
And
we
so,
had some questions about the different versions and how we can export things before, so
yes, so we're going to go to Styles here, and I maybe want to do Illustrative. Let's see what this looks like. Ooh,
whoa.
That's pretty cool. Let's try vector art here. Okay, maybe we want to do pixelated. Okay, let's do pixelated to have a little pixelated ghost, kind of fun. We also can play around with the lighting. And so if we want to, we can grab the lighting. Let's see, we can take a snapshot. Let's see if this is lighting. This is. So the rotation, ooh, let's do some spooky lights. So let's bring the height down, and then maybe shadow distance. Let's see. There we go. Ooh, right across the face, just very spooky lighting.
That's
I think
cool.
that looks good. Let's go into vector art. Sure, looks good to me. And then we can go to download here and just download this as an SVG. So we're gonna hit download, and it's going to download it as an SVG that we can open in Adobe Illustrator.
That's cool, yeah. I'd be interested to see how this works. I think Michael on stage downloaded it as a PNG, I think.
Yes.
I think he did.
Yep, so you can do PNGs, and which, if we did it as a PNG, we actually have updates in Illustrator to our tracing options. So let's go ahead, and I'm gonna place this little guy. We're just gonna open him up from our downloads.
Yeah, at what point did we turn into making a spooky ghost? That kind of just really happened naturally.
It did.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween, y'all.
Really,
we went from Christmas
cool.
to Halloween. It's perfect.
It's great.
So here, it is an SVG. We can go ahead and go into outline mode just like that. It is outline. Something else that we could do just to have some fun is we could select all these pieces and maybe go to Effect, 3D Materials, do a little inflate on this. This might take a second, but it's going to look really cool and really fun. And this is a great example of how you can use Project Neo with Adobe Illustrator to create some really fun stuff just in a few seconds.
That's cool. It's a snow ghost.
It's a snow ghost.
That's
Welcome
amazing.
to the snow ghost. Copyrighted term, snow ghost.
Snow
So
ghost.
pretty cool. You can play around with Illustrator and Project Neo. So since we're in Illustrator, should we stay here?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is going to be
This looks
exclusive.
delicious.
Right?
Yeah.
This is going to be an exclusive because they didn't show this in the keynote. This is something, it's a feature called mockup. And how many times are you playing around with something and you want to like put this on this?
Yeah.
Right? And you do that and it looks like that and you're like, this is terrible, I can't do it. So what we can do is we can actually select these two objects. So the vector art as well as just a PNG here. And we're going to go to Object, Mockup, Create Mockup.
Oh, hands off.
Hands off. No hands. Lots and lots of different... Woo, excuse me. Lots and lots of loading bars today, but it's saving us a lot of time.
Yeah.
So, just like that, it is applied onto our hat. We're going to go to Multiply, change the blending mode, scale this down a little bit, and watch this.
Really cool. And
Really
you can see the
cool.
texture of the hat through the graphic, which
Yep.
is great.
So you can see the texture come through, and maybe I do want this to come maybe down on the edge here. It will follow all of the different dimensions of your mockup. It's going to find them. And chat, I'm going to give you a little secret here. This mockup, made with Firefly.
Oh, really?
Yes, so if you're
Cool.
ever looking to mock something up, using Firefly is such a great tool to generate a great mockup.
So the whole thing? The whole thing? The hat and the
The hat
plants?
and the flowers and all that.
The whole deal.
So if you're trying to pitch to a client and show what it's going to look like, really great tools to be able to combine and play around with both mockup and Firefly to create the actual mockup. Take it into Illustrator, you can put your art onto the mockup.
So quickly, and it's just so important to have things in mock-ups to make it look more real.
Yes.
So much better than being on just a white canvas or something. You're trying to present, you're trying to show how it's going to be used in the real world. You need a mock-up.
Yes, and someone's saying, what if we wanted a pie with a hat on it?
That's
you
awesome.
could do that.
You could do that.
Download a PNG of a pie, get a vector hat, slam them together, and mockup will be great. Thank you, Water. All right, Flynn, oh my goodness.
That's
Flynn,
okay, take some water. Take
yeah, I'm going to take a second.
Yeah.
While I do this, can you talk about maybe what we could talk about next? Because you have a lot of notes about things that happened in the keynote.
I do have a lot. So I think Michael Faguso, I think, was amazing on stage, if you didn't catch that one, and his whole stick is Illustrator. So the vector art and all that sort of stuff. And one of the things that I thought was really incredible was objects on a path.
Oh, yes.
Did you play around with that at
Oh,
all?
I did. It's
yeah,
great.
It's pretty cool. And it sort of seems like it might work a little bit like type on a path when I was seeing it. So if you're familiar with that, now we can do it with objects. So I think that will be something super cool to see if we can get that happening.
Let's do it. So
Okay.
this is such a niche reference, but if you've tried to create a clock in Illustrator,
You
it's
guys know when you're making clocks in Illustrator?
it's kind of hard, and it's really great for the demo, but it is a lot to like get everything aligned. And so I'm just going to create numbers 1 through 12 here, and we are going to do this very quickly and then do objects on a path.
Very cool.
Here we are counting. This is premium content for y'all right now.
You can't get this wrong.
Yeah, I can't get this wrong. Well, I can. Yeah, don't underestimate me. All right, 11. And let's do one more. That's 12. So we have all of these, and let's say that we want to put them on a circle. And this is really great for just showing a demo. These could be anywhere, scattered all over your artboard, and we want them to just be on a nice little circle right here. What we're going to do is we're going to grab these two, select everything, and then from there, we are going to do objects on a path, which is right here. And we're going to click and select all the objects. Looks good to me. And then we're going to click on the target path right there.
Nice.
Boom. Done. And as you can see, you can rotate, you can move, you can select all that stuff right here. If we wanted to, we can select the actual path, maybe turn that off. And boom. So it does look like we have some issues here. They're out of order, which is totally fine. What we can do is we can actually just click and drag these, and they will drag into the right order that we want them to be in. So let's go ahead and double click in here and start dragging. Where does 10 go? Chat. It does. Oh no. Do I need to direct
Do you
select?
need to direct select, maybe?
Let's try it. No, come over here. Chat, no.
Does it not like it because it's type instead of
It might not like it because it's type. Let's see
Yeah.
what happens here. Let's outline it.
outline it, I think?
Okay, everything got rotated. That's fine.
That's cool. It's
We
just
want
a
12
really
to be
cool clock at your grandma's house
at the
or
top
something.
here. Great.
Yeah.
And then we can, I believe, go in here and rotate these. Let's see. If we select here, there's a little node here. Okay, let's at least lock in 12.
Very
and then I
good.
think we could go in and we could do these individually as well. Okay, so we do have individual controls. We do have objects on a path. Not the greatest demo of what it is, but it works.
Play around with that at home.
We'll play around with it, yeah. Somebody say you have to be in the tool maybe. Oh, that is a good option.
Oh.
Let's see if we pull it here. Some objects are not supported. Oh, so maybe it is that the type is having issues there.
I think maybe because it's type instead of a just an object, outlined object by itself.
That's fine. So if you're working with maybe icons, perfect, it's done.
Yeah.
I love it. Welcome to live.
Tick.
Okay, tick, check, got it. All right, we have, we don't have a lot of other updates in Illustrator, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we do have updates
Oh,
in
we do have an
Frame.io.
enhanced image trace.
Oh, we do have an enhanced image trace. So let's do this. So
While
I
we're
have an image here. Let's go ahead, and I pulled in something from Adobe Stock. Let's grab this image here, pull it in from Adobe Stock. So it looks good. There are a lot of gradients kind of happening here. And what I can do is I can select it, and then we're going to do a nice little image trace here. Let's actually just open this file. That'll be way easier. Yes. So with this selected, we can come up here to our image trace, and we are going to do, maybe we want to do a preset of high fidelity photo. So right now, this is just a PNG of some art, and we want it to be vector because we want to be able to work with it. Really powerful, much improved, specifically with gradients.
I think it was several times faster and much more accurate as
Yes.
well. So
let's go in here and let's take a look. So right now we have a little bit of banding happening, and we can open up our settings right here and look at the different options. So we can do grayscale, black and white, we can do color, palette, we have full tone, or we can do automatic, and then colors, we can increase colors, all that fun stuff. Down here we have a new option. This is a brand new option. We can click on gradients. And from there it is going to find the gradients in here and smooth them out a lot for
Look at
us.
that.
Whoa. We also can do create shapes. Let's click on that. Great. And then I think transparency, auto grouping. Sure, let's do auto grouping. Why not? Let's see what happens. And once we have all of our sections created, all of our settings set, we can go to expand and take a look at what it has done with this image that was just a JPEG and now has been image traced using this new advanced image trace.
vectorized.
Vectorized.
Vectorized. That gradient's pretty crazy. Like understanding that it's a gradient in the first place.
Yes.
And then being able to extrapolate it out so it's in our system, and now we can edit it. Because I think you can edit that gradient as well.
Yep. And you can see here as I'm clicking and dragging, it is dragging like individual pieces. So it's created a lot of this into groups. Like everything that's touching is pulling into a group. You can see these little like floating pieces out here are separate objects. So a lot of times in the past, it would kind of compress everything. It would be like empty spots here and there. But even in the background is white. As I pull this away, the background's still there.
Right.
Because there's not a cutout like there used to be. And if we direct select this, I'm guessing that we could probably find the gradient right there. So here's the gradient. If I wanted to, I could come in and change this gradient. Look at that.
You can change everything. You can change the color, the type of gradient, everything.
That's
pretty
pretty
cool.
crazy.
Yeah.
That it's pulling that specific of a gradient in. That's wild.
So what I think is pretty crazy about what has just happened then as well, if you go back to the original image was banding itself.
Yes.
So it was actually less of a gradient, more of 10 different shades.
Yeah.
And now we've used image trace, and now we're actually adding more information to it. So now we can actually have a proper gradient from a banded gradient.
That's pretty
So
cool.
we're adding fidelity in, which is amazing.
Yeah, so play around with that. You can do gradients now in image trace. Who would have thought?
It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
pretty great.
Okay, so Illustrator, check.
Yes.
Photoshop, semi-check.
Pretty check.
Um,
we made a clock.
We have a lot of video stuff.
Yeah, we do.
There's a lot of video stuff to cover. Let's hop into video and see what's new.
So I think, I don't know, are we able to demo what's in Frame.io? I've got to admit, I didn't actually know Frame.io was a separate app until today.
Yes.
And everyone was demoing it, because I've only ever used it within Premiere Pro.
Yes, it is a lot. There is some great content that's out there.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to demo during this segment, so we only have 45 minutes for this. But if you check out the rest of the day, I'm sure that we will cover all of the details of Frame.io. A lot of it is to review and collaborate with your clients. Let's take a look at the schedule. Flynn, what's coming up after us?
Okay, so stay tuned. In 15 minutes, we've got first takes, Photoshop updates with Tony. Is that Tony's right name? Tony Harmer and Arabella. And then at 1 o'clock, meet the speaker, Brittney Megann with Ellie Mott. And then at 1:30, meet the speaker with Anna McNaught and Teresa Yu as well. So,
Yes.
And then, oh my gosh, live all day.
We're live all day, so
That's
make sure
incredible.
that you stay tuned here on Adobe Live to learn everything that you want about all the updates from today. But let's hop into maybe Premiere.
Yeah,
okay.
let's do it.
So let's
Okay.
hop into Premiere. There is a new tool here, and I've actually just worked with some video in Premiere. So here's the secret though. This video it cuts off and I need to fill in this space, right?
Right.
So we are in the Premiere Pro beta app. If you're looking for this, make sure that you are in beta because it's not in any other app.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in here.
I think that trips people up quite a lot when there's like a new feature or announcement or something. So,
Yes.
and you will have to update your Premiere Pro beta, which sounds really obvious, but often there's new features you might forget to update. So make sure you do update and you can play with all the new stuff.
Yep. So from there, what I can do is I can actually click on this clip and then use this new tool that's in my toolbar called Generative Expand. And Flynn, what does Generative Expand do?
It makes video from the previous video that we have, which is pretty wild. So if you've got a gap that you can't move, you've probably been in that situation where maybe you need 5 seconds of footage, but you only shot 4.
Yes.
What do you do? Like there's a couple of different tricks that we can do, but this is a brand new, basically, tool in our tool belt, and you can make stuff from magic.
Yep, so what we can do is we can select this, and I'm going to grab the generative, it's right here. Generative Expand, it might be in a different place, it might be over here for you. I just moved it so that y'all can see a little bit better. But we are going to go here, and then we're just going to click and drag this clip out. And what it's going to do is it's going to render the extra frames for me and render that extra time that I need in the clip. So I'm going to line these up right here. And you know what? Maybe I want to generative extend this other one as well. Can I?
Yeah, can you go backwards?
Let's find out.
Let's do it.
Oh, you can. So we're going to
That's
clip
awesome.
those together using Generative Extend. It is going to generate those 2 different pieces for us all the way through. And then it will make it so that we have all of the frames we want, all the content that we want, and it's going to be crazy to see how seamless it works.
I'm pretty, floored by how well it's working. So there's a question in chat. Seems like it does about 2 seconds of extended footage. Is that correct? 5 seconds, Val is saying?
Yes, 5 seconds.
I think it's 5 seconds, right?
Yep, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And just like the Firefly video model that we saw on firefly.adobe.com, very similar there to what we're creating. So if we hit play here, this is what's happened, right? It was based on a photo, and then it's generated a lot of different pieces. And someone's saying, ooh, generative transitions, that's a great idea. So almost done generating these. Once it's done, we'll be able to play that and show you the extra frames. I am going to mark right here where these stopped. I believe that this one was 7 seconds long. So I'm going to stop it right here. We're going to add a marker there. And this one, I believe you can see right there is where it starts. So you can see those extra frames come in at that little kind of like slash. And that is going to generate, and then we'll be able to play that in just a little while. Something else that was new that was previewed was object selection. Don't believe it's here yet, but we had a nice little sneak before sneak.
Yeah, that's never happened before.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a nice little thing to see that you can do object selection to mask things, to select things, to speed up your workflows. Because again, everything that we're showing with this Adobe Firefly technology is really trying to get you working faster and get to the creative part easier.
I wonder if it's going to make me a lazier videographer. Like, I know that I don't need 5 seconds now, so I'll just shoot 3 seconds at a time.
Right.
For all my transitions.
Yes, and someone's asking, when is this available? Right now. Right now. So what you need to do, if you are wanting to play around with any of these apps, any of these features, anything that we are showing right now, I have the same access that you have. This is not like the Keynote where we're showing sneaks, we're showing special stuff. This is just my personal Creative Cloud account. We are here. All you need to do is go and open the Creative Cloud desktop app and then go to Update All. You can update all your apps. And if you want to use the Generative Extend on your video, you need to go to Beta and then go to the Premiere Pro Beta right there. So all live, all real, right now, went live this morning. Let's come back to our video and see the frames that have been added. You can see here that it has AI generated. And let's go ahead and play just this whole clip to see what happens.
Let's see.
You know what, hold on, sorry. Let me make this much larger. There we go. That'll give us some more space to see. Why can I not click this? There we go. Bring this
the timeline down a bit.
There we go. All right, let's go ahead and bring this. And as you note, the marker right here is when the actual video stopped and we start using that Gen Extend. So let's do it.
Let's go.
All right, we're cooking, and I'll call out when we are on Gen Extend. Extended.
That's amazing.
This is all extended?
Yeah.
And now we're into the actual video. So at no point was I able to see when that was changing.
It's seamless.
It's very seamless. So if you just need to get an extra few seconds and you don't want to go into like super slow-mo or don't want to like add some weird transition, you can see there it is literally generated in between. And let's watch that transition one more time.
And
so this is
fire goes out as well.
Footage.
Like as it's going down.
And generated.
Amazing.
Generated and footage. Look at that. Even the food in there was the same food going back and forth and tossing. That was crazy. That was magic. So this is not something that is a preview. This is not something that's a sneak. This is something that's in beta. So the Premiere Pro beta is available to you right now. All you need to do, again, is go into your Creative Cloud desktop app, click on beta, and you'll be able to see the Premiere Pro beta, which is really cool. All right. We've got Project Neo. We've done Illustrator. We've done the Photoshop remove distractions. We've done
Premiere Pro.
Yes. What else do we need to do?
We could do Express.
We could do Express. Let's do some Express stuff. So if you've never used Adobe Express, it is super powerful, super easy, and it's right here in the browser. So if you missed it earlier, we were playing Max Bingo. This is all the stuff that we had happen during Max, and we had a few bingos. But let's come back and do Adobe Express. So right here, great options to start from templates. And the one thing that I love is Animate All. So if you ever worked in Express, a lot of times we have a bunch of different options. So this is something that I was working with one of my designer friends, Emily Poulin, on. And there is a lot of different pieces here, right? A lot of content. And let's say that we want to just animate this. So what we can do is we can come over here and we are going to, how do we want to do this? There are a couple different options here. Let's go ahead and we'll select one of these and we can animate. Is there animation on here yet? No. Where's my Animate All button? Flynn. Where's my button?
Don't know, you're in New Express, so it should be there.
I am. Maybe I need to refresh Express. Let's refresh this one more time and then see what we can do. And we might just start from one of these templates. So let's come in here, let's start from a template, and let's see if we have it here. Bulk create, we could do this. Bulk create is a way to create a whole bunch of different data, so we could kind of assign different data to go in different places. But I want to animate all. Where's my animate all? Why? Oh, do I need to select everything?
Do you need to select the objects you want to animate
this
first?
This might be me. There we go. I think that was my fault. So let's go ahead and, what do we want to do here? Grow? Let's do grow. So let's do grow, and we have it growing in. It's not quite what I want though. It's grouped, let's ungroup everything. Still got animation, we could change the timing. Oh, Flynn, where's my button? It's killing me. Let's try one more here.
So I missed this part of the keynote, so I didn't even know where the button's meant to be.
It's fine. We got it. your stuff. Brands, upload. Templates? No. Media? No. Chat, if you can help me out. Chat, if
Elements?
you saw, maybe
Do I need
elements.
to go down to
Chat,
elements?
if you saw this during the keynote, let me know. Where was Animate All? I know that it's here. I know that it exists. Let me know where it was. We could. 1 minute? We have 1 minute? All right.
Oh.
Well, we have 1 minute. Let's do a quick recap.
Okay.
All
recap.
right. So let's start Photoshop. What do we got in Photoshop? Photoshop, we had remove.
The distractions.
Yes, remove distractions to remove
Yep.
people from here.
Mhm.
Then we went over to Illustrator. Illustrator had a new image trace.
Live
that,
trace,
Yes,
yeah.
that helps you get gradients and shapes out of it. We also looked at the mock-up tool, and we mocked up a hat. We also looked at objects on a path and created some objects on a path over here.
Mhm.
Then we went over to video, and we used Gen Extend to add different frames to our video.
Crazy.
We also looked at Firefly, and we looked at the new Firefly video model to create video from an image right here, firefly.adobe.com.
Yeah.
And I think that was pretty much it.
I think that's it.
My
and
goodness.
yeah, that started as a static image as well, folks. So go check that one out. It's
Yep,
amazing.
so lots of fun all day here on Adobe Live. We are live from the show floor, the Creative Park here in Adobe MAX. So stay tuned. If you're in YouTube, leave us red hearts. If you're in Behance, leave us blue hearts. And we will see you back here in about 5 minutes. And we will be doing a nice little first takes on some Photoshop with our friend Tony. Stay tuned. See you in a
then.
few.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We are live at the community booth at Adobe MAX in Miami Beach, Florida. I am joined by Tony Harmer. Hey, my name's Arabella, and you guys, we're here with the ninja, the design ninja.
Smoke bomb.
You know, he's stealthy, he's, amazing. I mean, what don't you do? You're like an author, an educator, a speaker. We love
I'm not
it.
a ballet dancer. I mean, I tried. I tried, but it just didn't work for me. It just wasn't my gig.
It wasn't, you're a ninja, okay?
Yeah, true.
But you guys, we have a fun, exciting stream where Tony's gonna be going deep into the Photoshop updates.
We are.
So many exciting things that have just come out from the keynote. I am just thrilled. I am over the moon and truly so excited to dive in. So please tell us where you're watching from in the chat. Say hi, don't be a stranger. And yeah, also just drop in some fun emojis. I feel like
some
we
names
should spam
I
the
know
chat
there.
with emojis, you know?
Yeah, some names I know. Annika, hi.
Yay, Idara, we see Robert.
Yeah.
So many familiar names. We love it. So anyway, I'll let you,
Right,
take the
okay.
lead.
Well,
Oh my
we've got
gosh.
a lot to play with, and we're going to play with some of these things 2 or 3 times
Okay.
because they're kind of... There's a lot to go with.
Okay.
I guess what we could do, let's start nice and easy with
All right.
something that's been around just for a little while, just in case people are waking up. Like on my side
I mean,
of the pond,
I'm waking up a little
probably
bit.
mid-afternoon. Where you are, probably a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
So,
West Coast,
There you go. So, and those people up in the mountains, are they awake yet? I don't know. I have no clue.
I don't know.
But there we are.
But here we go.
Yeah, let's start easy with a little bit
Yes.
of generative expand, just for openers. Let's do that.
Great tool.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is go for the crop tool, just here, and what I'm going to do is change this at the top to generative expand.
Okay,
So
love it.
when I now move this out, so I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key and just expand that outwards. I think I've got a ratio on there, so let me just clear that ratio.
Okay.
So let's try that again.
Let's
this
try that one
time,
more time.
with feeling. Okay, so I just wanted to expand just a little bit out to the sides there, and this won't be too new to anybody.
No.
Just a moment, but it's a nice opener to begin with. It's a good start.
It's just to make sure that it's working the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, and this is one of the best ways to work with this. So there you go. That's pretty good
are you
actually.
kidding
And
me?
we've got variants in here, so
Yes.
a few different variations we could look at. Not
that.
concerned with the right-hand side at all. The left-hand
Look at
side,
that.
see, that's
Whoa.
kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Just there. So yeah, I think for me
Beautiful.
the left-hand side wins. I don't have to worry too much about it because it's on a layer, so if I need to work with that separately, then I can go ahead and work with that layer separately. And if I don't need it, I don't need it. It's there. If I want to merge it down, I can do that. In fact, let's do that. Let's just do Command E there, Control E to merge that down, and there we are. Now, this is in Prague, this particular one. I was shooting in Prague just a few weeks ago, and this doesn't look anything like what it was from Prague. But if I need it very quickly just to get the idea across and say next time I need to do it wider than this, then there we go.
But
So,
hey, it works.
one of the things that was shown this morning, which is frankly amazing,
I mean, mind-blowing.
is the remove tool, the things that go on with the remove tool. So I'm going to tap J on my keyboard. That takes me through to the healing family of tools just here. I do happen to have the remove tool selected already. So if I just long press, you can see the other members of that family. It's a growing family.
Yeah.
There's a lot more of them these days.
I love
And
it.
quick
I love
to-
that you're saying the short key too, because I feel like people always
It's
forget
handy.
those,
yeah.
those
it's,
hotkeys.
It's a J for just fix it. There you go.
You got ninja.
Now, if you want to
Design ninja.
cycle through those kits, through those things, so let's just say you don't want to go and click over here at all, right? If you want to cycle through them, hold down Shift and just tap the key again.
So smart.
And you can see you cycle through all of that lot.
And does
just
that
like so.
work for every other tool too?
Yeah,
if it has
anything that's in a
multiple?
family, normally, there are a couple
I
of
mean,
exceptions to that. So some
yeah.
things don't have accelerators. But anything, so an accelerator is the term, it's an engineering term really, for the key that you press
Way
to
beyond
access
my-
something. No, it's not. No. What you built this. You're being so modest.
Yeah, I built Photoshop,
But no, some things don't have them. So you can see here that would not work, right?
Yeah.
Because
Right,
there's
Not
nothing
all
there.
of them have it. Yeah.
Exactly,
It's
but
just
if-
the ones that have the same.
The ones that have the
letter.
letters
Okay, the
next to
letter,
them,
yeah.
that's it. Which is
Love that.
actually a much more friendly way to say it. The ones that have got letters next to them, that's kind of good. But anyway, right, so that's a nice, easy way to cycle through them
Love it.
if you know what the icons are like.
Perfect.
So when we pick up the remove tool, we've got our distractions just at the top here. We'll deal with that in a second. In fact, we can do that like 3 times.
Yes.
Maybe 4 on here, okay. Now, what we need to pay attention to here is the mode in which it works, because there are 3 3 modes here at the top. So this one is automatic, in which the application will decide whether to reach out for generative AI. So that's the stuff that goes out to the internet, okay, goes to the server, and then gets, they pull in all of the resources to try and create something.
And you're letting Photoshop decide whether
you are
it
letting
does
it
or
decide.
not. Right.
Right. So that may potentially use online resources, which aren't available for everybody, but at the moment. But there you are. Now, generative AI on. If you're not worried about that at all, or if you think, no, I need generative AI, and there are times when you really, really need it here, or you can set it to off.
Okay.
If you want it to use remove, we're going to use both of those while we're here.
Just to see the differences.
See the difference. But let's go ahead then and go with auto and let it decide. So we've got a few different wires here. In fact, if I just very quickly create a new layer, the shortcut for that, by the way, is Shift-Option-Command or Shift-Alt-Control-N. Gets you a nice new layer, brand new shiny layer. And I'm going to just go ahead and get a brush tool here and just go and choose something nice and red. And I don't want my brush to be quite this big, so I'm going to hold down Control and Option and drag to the left to make that smaller. That would be Alt-Right drag if you're on Windows. Okay, and then just highlight just some of the cables here. You can see obviously the cable carries on there. There's a cable over here.
I mean, they're kind of taken away from the image
Yeah, there's a
here.
whole bunch of cables just there. Lots of trams in Prague.
Yep.
By the way, my girlfriend and I, we were shooting just up the road from here, and who would cycle past but Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Stop.
Straight up. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger was sat right in front of me. I was eating.
Amazing.
We were having a nice screen break, and I looked up and thought, wow, that guy really looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. But I didn't want to say anything to my girlfriend in case she went, of course it's not Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I thought, no, that actually is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, it has to. There's
and then a load of people realised it was him and came running over to
I
photograph
love that
him.
so much.
It was
story.
a weekend. So there we go. So, right, okay, we've got all of that stuff there. I'm going to just delete that layer. Let's just get rid of that just for the moment. Okay, like so. Let's do it then. Right, so back to our remove tool, back to distractions, wires and cables. Okay,
And
so
it's
here we go,
going
and boom.
Are you kidding me?
It's so fast.
That's like one-click removal, basically.
I didn't realise it was going to be that quick. We've got
didn't know-
45 minutes.
I
Let's
was
dance.
expecting to talk a little bit for a few seconds before it all removed everything. But it was
it's gone.
Yeah, before as fast
It's
as
crazy.
So fast. Oh my gosh.
So
I'm
what
shocked.
if we just back that off with Command or Control Z, just to back that off, you can kind of see what it's actually looking for.
Yeah.
Right. It's recognizing that these thin lines here, okay, are wires.
Yeah.
It's kind of going on. So I'm going to show you where that might not work.
Okay.
Okay. And also,
this is good.
The huge amount of effort you've got to go to afterwards, which is not, in truth, a huge amount of effort, right? To work with it. So we'll leave that one where it is, right? We'll just we'll get rid of that one now. We don't need to save that, and we'll open up another image here, which is from Delhi.
Okay.
When I was working with the Illustrator team a few years ago. And this is from a crop from a back street. Right,
I'm glad you're bringing something up like this because I feel like it's important to kind of test its limits and be like, okay, where does it work and where doesn't it? So.
And you could probably see from here what's going to work and what isn't going to work fairly quickly, right? So let's try it out. So we're right in the right place. Find distractions, okay? Wires and cables, and the speed of it is unreal. Just and look at that.
Oh, okay. I see.
Most of that is gone.
Most of that is gone.
And you can see here where it's, it could be forgiven for not knowing that's a cable. But then again, that is just another distraction that you could go ahead and brush out.
Yeah.
Now, I'm brushing here in a particular way, right, like so, just to show you something else. By default, you have the option, for it to apply as soon as you stop brushing.
Yes.
But here, working on my trackpad, because I normally work on like a Sense Labs display here, so like a direct-to-screen drawing.
Sure.
Okay, so I could do that in one fell swoop. But here, with this and all the excitement of Max, I could do that, then hit the tick and let it do its magic on that. Because I'm not saying that's a wire or cable. It's a nice big thick. The AI is probably looking at it and going, yeah, it's a big thick thing. I'm not touching that. I'm leaving it where it is. Maybe important. But there you go.
There you go.
So I could clean up the rest of that with just a few strokes.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it's understanding.
it does the majority of the work for you. So if it doesn't always get everything, you know that you can just go back in. It just still saves you so much time.
Absolutely.
So much time.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
awesome. I love
that. Okay, so we've got all of that. Let's close that one up. Let's try another one just here, right? So we've got a couple. So let me go with this one, I think. No, that's the one we had earlier. Let's just cycle through.
Perfect.
We're going to come back to Prague Station in a minute. Let's go for this one.
Oh,
this
one's a good one.
Now, this has got quite a few cables on it.
Yes. Quite a bit.
I had a mad couple of days. I was mainly shooting architecture, but I had a mad couple of days where I became obsessed with the trams in Prague. And I have a series of called Daily Lightroom Edits at the moment, and one book out and 2 more books coming. There's another book coming in about 2 weeks, and then there's another book coming in time for Christmas.
Published
Shocker.
author, you guys.
So,
so good.
So I just really liked this signal. I didn't actually love the complexity of all the cables above it.
Yes.
So much. But I just like the signal, and I was shooting with a rectilinear lens, right? So that's a really, really sort of big bulbous lens that actually straightens out perspective, provided you're on the level with it.
Yeah.
But here, as soon as you point it north or south of the middle line, it starts to exaggerate the distortion, which is what we've got going on.
Very wide angle vibe.
I kind of like it. It's super ultra wide.
It.
Yeah. So, but I thought to myself, I wonder what would happen if we tried this out on this image, because there's a lot going on there. I don't need to brush anything here for you to see that there's
a
like
lot
some
of
sort of massive
wires
fishing
and
net
cables.
then drops
it's
over
like
the
a spider web.
Yeah, it's like crazy.
A human-made one.
Absolutely. Right, so let's go ahead and do wires and cables.
Do it.
And you would think it would take it a bit longer to like go, but no. And pang. Oh, I thought it was going to go. Look at that. Right. Now,
that's incredible.
True, again, it hasn't got everything.
Right.
This isn't a cable, right? This is a support hook.
Just a random
here.
thing
Yeah,
there.
so got that one. We've got a small part of a cable just there. And we've got this, which is actually part of a tram stop.
How much more time would it have taken you to do this all like individually?
I wouldn't. This was a very, very long stream.
Too long.
We'd be like doing one of the nighttime ones that's on like 4 or 5 hours.
Adobe MAX would be over.
Yeah, it would be over. Yeah, everyone would be asleep. We're just going right, and now for the next one. Yeah, and that kind of whole like cartoon thing, like 13 hours later.
Oh my God, the SpongeBob one. Oh my gosh, yes, so good, so good.
So. And we just get rid of those, so just click that and wham, there you go. That's all. And I think David Wadhwani, when he was on stage earlier, was saying about that removing, I don't like the term drudgery for it, but but all of the effort around and allowing me to carry on with the stuff I really want to concentrate on.
And now this image is so much stronger because you're just like seeing the buildings, you're seeing the lights, and like it's just, you've removed
the signals is the thing that tells the story. That's the so.
Okay.
So much easier.
Tony, can you help me remove the distractions in my life? Like, procrastination.
I do that as an extra service, but it's $150 an hour.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Hey. Always about the coin.
Stop it. You guys, Tony's hilarious. Oh, go follow him on Instagram.
Okay then. Right, let's have a look at another image. Just here. It does have some more wires in it. I've got.
That's just the theme today.
I'm now. Whereas normally when I'm shooting, I'm thinking, wires. Now I'm like going wires.
I know. Now it's exciting to show it.
Yeah. I've got to go back to. Munich, where I was shooting earlier in the year. And there was a building that I really wanted to capture. It's absolutely crisscrossed with wires. Now, when I go back there in just a few weeks, I'm going to go and photograph it now and just think,
Yeah.
Right, so let's do that first. Let's get rid of those distractions.
Let's do it.
Right, this particular episode of Adobe Live could be called Wires and Cables.
Yeah, wires and cables.
But there you are. They're gone.
Beautiful.
Right, all
Done.
gone. Now, is that on my screen, or is that? Let's just see if that disappears.
Sometimes, I do that sometimes. I'm like, is that a dust speck on my screen, or is that something that I need to fix?
Hang on a minute, in my ear. I can confirm, it's a dust speck on my screen. You filthy animal.
I love it. Okay,
go ahead,
show
right.
us.
In fact, if I
magic.
move the image, it's staying there, right? So Tony came to work with a cruddy screen.
All Life happens.
Well,
Life happens.
So I think it's a bit of sandwich. No, anyway,
You're
it's not.
being
We're
a
safe.
ninja, okay?
Right. So here we've got a load of images out. This is outside of Prague Station.
Beautiful.
And there's a bunch of people on the front. I'm not. I don't want those people in the image.
Sometimes
particularly.
you just don't want them there.
Here's what's going to happen.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to go and say choose distractions people. Okay, and it's going to find people.
That was really fast.
Important things amazingly fast, and the important things to note are even internally in the building.
Oh my goodness.
It's found the people in there as well.
That is all the way back.
All the way back.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Now, this is kind of like working with the selection tool here, the selection brush, right? Okay, which itself is fairly new.
Like a little mask situation.
Yep, that's it, and it's giving it room around it to know what to work with. So, that's really smart. And on some things I've done, so I've got other shots of this. If I just do Command 0 here, there's actually someone in one of these windows here, and it actually picks those up as well. But anyway, what about the person I want to keep? Now, I think this person here, right, I'd like to keep him in the shot.
Perfectly placed. Like, they're the vibe.
Yeah, so I'm just going to hold down the Alter Option key, right, which just removes that part of the mask.
Yes.
Okay, then we can hit the tick. Now, I want to do this twice.
Okay.
Okay, right. In fact, possibly 3 times, because something funny happens, and then I can tell you why something funny happens.
All right.
Right, okay.
Let's do it.
I was speaking to my friend Kara Policinic earlier today, and she said, oh, I know why that happens, and it hadn't occurred to me, so it's down to Kara, really.
Okay.
So, to that from Creative Pro, so she's top props to her.
Love that.
So, okay, here it goes. Right, now it's on auto at the moment. Okay, so... let's wait and see. I'm expecting something amusing on the left-hand side of the screen.
Oh my gosh, we're here. This is live, you guys. Okay.
And now wait a minute.
I'm sorry. What?
Wait a minute. We're off.
Can you zoom in on that? Really? What is going on? Do you guys see this right now? I have no words. Mic drop, we're done.
So, the weird thing is, I've maybe done this like 7 or 8 times.
And it always.
Today. And it's the same 2 people. Maybe they were meant to be there.
That's so funny.
Okay.
So tell us why.
However, of course, it's just a matter of going ahead.
Of course.
Right, with the remove tool and brushing over them. Okay, and then... We should be able to.
So
this time, I'm going to turn Generative AI off.
Okay.
And then hit it again. Now, it's giving me some sort of weird...
Some little artifact, some little
thing there.
Maybe
but again, even if I did this 15 times, it's still going to be quicker
it's still gonna be pretty quick. Yeah,
than me doing it. Okay, so I'm going to back that up now. I'm just going to go back to where the people were originally. It's so weird. It's the same 2 people.
Yeah. Do you think it's because you left the one person on the side, and so then it's like, oh, gotta match the symmetry of the image?
Oh. Firefly's thinking like.
Balance. Oh, you want something there? Yeah, balance. Well, what about asymmetry?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that again. So this time. So I'm going to show you why that's probably the best way to work with it, okay? Because we got a pretty tight result from that. Okay, and just in case people, I know a lot of people watch on phones, right? So I'm just going to zoom in to get them all of that detail just there. And I'm sorry I didn't do that last time. That's unlike me, but there we are.
Okay.
Okay, so that person on the side there, no longer included. So if I did this with Generative AI off, it will use onboard AI, right? So that's like artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's actually built into Photoshop. You don't need an internet connection for that. Okay, it just uses its own smarts.
I mean, that's kind of how spot healing brush works.
Pretty much. Yeah. And it is just like a more powerful spot healing brush. 100%. And there's still a case to use the spot healing brush.
Of course.
So let's hit the tick here for this. And I'm going to show you where this doesn't work perfectly well. Okay, so everything else there, pretty good. However, this region here, and if I just switch back to my brush for a second and highlight that, it's not really understood what's going on there, because let's remember that what it's looking at is an array of pixels.
Right.
Right? It's then searching images that have those sort of things in and thinking, I need to replace it with that.
Yeah.
Right? So it's using whatever's in its onboard memory to think, okay, it should be that. And there, it's not doing a great job. However, right, if we go back to where we were before and run that one more time.
Right.
Pardon me. When we use the generative AI on, here and go
then
again,
yes.
you get the building, and here and possibly, in fact, if I just tell it to go and find the distractions first.
Do it first.
Hey, I'm a professional.
You're a professional. You got this. Woo!
Claire and Claudia hazing us.
Oh, I love it. No, you guys, we are live from the community booth at Adobe MAX. If you're just joining us, we're here with Tony Harmer, amazing, showing us all of the fun new Photoshop updates.
I'm being hazed by my former student.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Say hi. Say hi.
They should run on, do away.
I know, right? Just,
we're making them up, really. They're not there.
Oh, I love it.
So good to see you over here.
I know.
Anyway, let's have another look at the result here. I've not bothered about getting rid of including the other person this time. So there you go. And you can see now that it's made a much better job of that, because its understanding of what should be there is deeper.
You know what? I wonder if it's also just adding those two people, because it's reading the whole scene as a train, and then it's like, oh, well, what would be there? You know?
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's the strangest thing, but it's a machine that's doing it, and it's doing a great job otherwise. And it is, as we've already seen, it's not the most difficult thing in the world.
No, absolutely not.
To just take manual control of that. Now the thing.
So easy.
And this is very difficult to tell in this particular one, but can you see I've branched off to the side there?
Yes.
What sometimes helps, in fact, let's try it, because we've got time to do it. Let's try it. I'm going to go back to Find People and show what it gives us. Now, I don't know how well you can see. I'm going to zoom in on this for you, like so. But if we look back here, right, I'm just going to change the size of this brush using the same shortcut as before. Okay, that's Control Option on the Mac. Control Option on the Mac, Alt Right Drag on Windows. Perfect. What I'm actually grabbing right now are the shadows from those people.
Yes.
Now they are barely perceptible there,
but they're there.
We're not looking at it in the same way as the machine is looking at it, where it can match the darkness, of those pixels. So let's see if that actually helps us out. So we'll go and back out just a little bit more.
And even just that sliver of the shoe in that left-hand side,
we could actually just rope that in as well. It's not going to hurt.
No, it won't.
So let's do that and try.
Let's see.
Actually, let's keep this guy in this again a time just here. Okay.
I know.
Right, so there we go.
He's such a good little model.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, and of course I could brush out pigmentation as well, but let's see if it does it, if it fixes it. And if it does, I owe Kara like prezzies for waking me up.
I know, right?
This morning, she's probably out roller skating around and around the building. It's her like normal thing.
I know, that's something to keep in mind too. Yeah, I've definitely done this where I've accidentally left out the shadows, and then it just kind of like, generated another person. Like,
because
you know what I mean?
Because it thinks something should be there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where is the shadow coming from? It's vampires. Oh, run away.
Oh, look at that.
Hey, now it's been replaced with a nice shrub.
With a nice little little plant.
I love that. No variations with this. It just does what it thinks is the right thing. And if you need to do again, the idea with this is it's tight and it's
so much quicker. The speed of it, and I mean, I know that this has helped my retouching workflow so much, and I can only imagine for everybody's travel photos, so much easier to work with. So
it does.
That is incredible. I love that. Thank you, and thanks for sharing the modes too. I think that's key.
And those distraction things are also available in Lightroom. So if you're a Lightroom user, you can find them in there as well. So there's a whole.
I love that.
Slightly different, but the same.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay then, right. So I think for this one, I'm going to create a new image. I'm going to go to 1080p image just here. I think we should have a look at generating some ideas.
Ooh,
that's what I reckon.
I love that. Ideation is the fun part.
It is. And for this, I'm going to go to the Edit menu and down to Generative Workspace. which I think was called batch edit or batch.
At some point,
batch generate in pre-release. Okay, but here it tells you all about that. Tells you can start with an inspiration.
Or you can
I'm
just
here.
get
We don't
right
need
in.
to do that.
Yeah.
I'm inspired just by
You're inspired.
being here.
Yeah.
So.
Perfect.
Right. So down at the bottom here. Okay. Describe the image you want to make. So let's have. I don't know. Well, in fact, let's use. Should we use a prompt or not? I don't know.
Why not? I mean, right now I'm already thinking about puppets because earlier we were thinking about puppets. You know, let's do a puppet. You know, carnival. I don't know, something fun.
Okay. All right. So.
Or something very Miami too. What's a good Miami? You know, like retro, like beachy, like vintage car. Like I'm thinking, there's so many ways to take it.
Okay. Let's establish our shot then.
Okay.
So let's have a wide angle.
Okay. Perfect.
Wide angle, low shot.
Yes.
Of
Love
a gigantic robot puppet.
Ooh, yes.
Made from yarn.
Oh, I like that. Okay, perfect.
Because now you can tell that I'm a child of the 60s.
Because why not? Okay, we love that. I feel like if you're a creative, you're a kid at heart. Forever.
So let's let it go ahead and do that and see the results
Wow,
we
it's
get.
working so fast.
It is working really
that.
quickly. So.
Oh my goodness. Wait, that's so fun.
Those are hilarious. Okay, so we've got our variations.
Yes.
We've got variations just there.
It got everything.
Now let's start thinking about color.
Okay.
Okay, so we may disagree, okay, on the colors we want to use. So let's find a way of looking at what we both may want.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type 2 brackets just here. Okay, and then space. So the 2 brackets for the coders around, the coders will be thinking, oh, you're going to make a set. And they're absolutely right. So for other people, these are definitely the brackets. People call them square brackets.
Okay.
You can omit the word square, right? Because the ones that are curved, parentheses, I'm educating basically my country. Your education system actually identifies things properly. Mine, where they came from, like, whatever. They're all brackets. Yeah. Anyway, so the square brackets will give us a set.
Yeah.
Okay, so in here, we're going to make some color choices.
Variable, right?
It's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a
I'm
variable.
glad you put red, because red is mine.
Red,
is
comma,
my favorite.
let's do blue.
Can we do purple?
Comma, we can do purple.
Let's do purple.
Which would have been my next choice. And let's have also green, okay, because
Beautiful.
Claire had fabulous green hair.
She really did.
Here. So let's do that, and let's do generate. And so this will start to work on that. So now it will generate as variations.
Just let it do its thing.
And the thing will have there.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
How fast is that?
That was incredibly fast. That was too fast.
Even in the world that we're in now, where we prompt to get ideas going.
And we love that we get to see it all. It's like a little contact sheet of all of these ideas, and it can just inspire new ideas and get you working quicker and faster with,
It's just
ideation.
crazy. And if you were doing that a single prompt at a time, we would have been here for like good, 2 or 3 minutes, which I mean isn't a lot of time.
But
this was
it's nice
seconds.
to be able to see the different variations.
Yeah.
Right then and there. I
so
love that.
good.
Oh.
And by the way, the thing with yarn, which is your color, is red. Did you say?
Yes.
I love this one.
red.
So let's have a look at a big preview.
Stop it.
But let's
Why
cycle
does
through
that
these.
low-key look like the Miami Beach Convention Center is behind?
And dun dun.
Oh my goodness! Look at that. Okay. I like that expression.
Mommy.
You guys, tell us in chat. Isn't this cute? Oh my gosh! Look at that. Oh, that's a good like motion, like walking.
Yeah. These are crazy.
Oh.
By the way, just for a reveal, the thing with yarn is a shout out to Express evangelist Lucy Street.
Oh,
who
that's a great one.
I thought that was one. Oh, that
Nice
one. Look
touch
at
there.
the detail
Ooh,
on
look at that.
one. That's crazy
That's
cool.
beautiful. And the like wide angle, low shot, looking up. It's so good. It's so
Is that
good.
one in the middle of a dance
Okay,
move?
you know what I want to do now? I want to like take one of these images and put it in the Firefly video and then have it walk
Oh wow!
through
That
the
would
city.
Be, yeah,
Oh,
that would be
how
crazy.
amazing would that be?
That would be crazy.
Wow.
Let's go back to your red one. Let's have the red one in here, I think.
Someone commented,
so
the
cute.
panicker. That's the panicker. No, that's the face you make when something is going wrong. You know, you're just like, ah.
Oh my word. Oh my word. I'm just going to do
RB
open
says,
at
make
the
it
top
dance,
here.
Tony. Imagine if it's doing like a little dance
That would
motion,
be
shimmy,
absolutely crazy, wouldn't it? Absolutely
Oh, that's
crazy.
so good.
We could try a couple of other things here, actually. So we've got,
I mean,
you can see down at the
wow.
bottom here, we've got the
Yeah.
options that we had from that. And it is, so we're all, of course, really impressed with the robots, but we ought to take note of the other things that we specified in here. We specified a wide angle shot, which is what we've got. You can tell that by the effect of the distortion on the buildings. So wide shot, low angle, right? And that's exactly what we've got here. And I can give you, one of the things I can give you as a prompting tip, right, which may be useful for when you're thinking about how you're going to structure your prompts.
Yes.
Remember where this is trained. This is trained mainly on Adobe stock, right?
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
So, the tip is go to Adobe stock and start searching things.
And look at the
and
text.
look at the keywords in the text.
Yes, that is
and then you can use that
idea.
to inform your prompt, which will get you a better result.
So smart.
Probably faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So go to the. It's like going to the library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
seeing
taking
like
the beats out
how
that you need.
What words are being used to to describe this
Yeah.
image, and take that information and being able
Yeah.
to bring it back.
And think about being an art director.
Yeah.
Think about being a director of photography. Think
I
about
love
what you
that.
want in a shot. So take it in the same way as you're talking to your team of people and say, okay, this time we're going to go wide angle, we're going to go low shot,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
think about the lighting, think about all of those other
Yes,
things.
on a
Because it
sunny day, on a
understands.
this,
Yeah.
that, Yep,
Understands all
perfect.
that. Understands atmospherics,
smart.
so you can get all
Yeah.
of those things in there. You can get so much more than this is great, but you can get
But
so
you can
much more.
refine it. You
Absolutely.
can refine it and
With a
make
tiny
it
bit of
work.
research.
Yes,
Tiny bit of research.
totally.
and
I
there
love
you go.
that.
So good. So
So
good.
Ugh,
So
so cute. I love it.
super fun as
So
well.
fun.
Super fun, but now it's gone. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Say bye to the red
Okay,
yarn
say
monster.
bye-bye, robot. Okay, let's do generate image on this one. So
Okay.
I think I'm feeling in the mood for space. See, Anna put me in the mood for space earlier.
I know.
Then
Anna's the queen of
Dacia
space,
put
and
me
like
in the mood
bears
for
and like
space.
cool
Michael
like.
put me in the mood for space. He's so funny.
I know.
We
Homie.
were homies, yeah, homies. His enthusiasm is epic. It makes mine look positively British.
Oh no. You got great energy, Tony. Great energy.
Him and I together.
Okay, let's do
Right,
this
so
thing.
let's do some space. So let's have, I don't know, space scene with nebulas. Let's try that.
Ooh, okay.
With nebulas and distant worlds.
Ooh, distant worlds.
Let's try that. Let's see what we've got.
I love that. Okay.
So let's
Are you
make
gonna
it a
select the
photo.
content? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we could.
Amazing.
I haven't got a
I guess
reference
I could do,
image
like,
for
effects,
this.
too. Like the vaporwave is like totally in right now.
Oh yeah, but I have a cunning plan.
Oh, ooh.
I have a cunning.
Okay.
And vaporwave. That word was overused this
I
morning.
mean,
You know.
truly.
By a little bit. I mean, come on. You can say
come on.
steampunk, but space isn't very steampunk. What does steampunk space look like? It looks like space, but with gears. And
Yeah.
it's kinda so we can, of course,
Okay,
specify
let's
all
do
the
it.
other great
Let's do
stuff
it.
just here.
I'm ready
Okay.
for this cunning plan.
But what we're going to do is just generate. So I just need a bit of a spacey background
Sure.
just for this right now.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see what we get from this.
Let's see what we get. That is the phrase of the year. Ooh, that is
That's kind of,
stunning.
yeah, there are some distant worlds, that's true.
And I
Ooh.
love that the format that you use, like the size, is like so it lends itself well to this.
Good aspect ratio,
scene.
yeah. I'm okay with this one here. I'm gonna just use the lasso
Just do
tool
a little
L
gen
for that.
fill remove
Yeah, I think
situation?
so. I
Yeah,
think we're
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
get onto
Yeah.
that just
Oh,
there.
totally. No
Generative
prompt.
fill. We want it to just work out what's
Yeah.
there and take it away.
Take it away.
Okay, so we're not going
Take
to
it away,
type
Tony.
anything in the prompt. Off it goes.
Love it.
And then we're going to get to the, so after this, we're going to get to the sort of vaguely experimental area, which is why I
okay.
think we have like 8 minutes left. I think
yeah.
something in that. So
5
we've got
minutes
5
left.
minutes
Ooh,
left.
Okay. Speed edit right now.
Thanks, boys.
How did the time go by so quick?
I don't know. We were busy laughing. But anyway. Right. So. And that's great. That's got rid of that. Sort of.
Got it.
Just need to have a look through the various. It's nearly always the middle variation.
Yes.
There's a little bit of work needs doing on that.
Yeah, a little bit of work, but
not desperately
crazy.
worried right now because we've got like 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Totally
so
fine.
here's the thing.
Okay.
Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the File menu and I am going to choose Open.
Okay.
From here, and then I'm going to navigate out to my little folder here, and I've got a couple of things here. I've got an FBX file.
Oh.
You come across FBX files before?
I have not, no.
They're from the world of gaming technology originally.
Wow.
So, an FBX file.
New
and we've got a GLTF file. So, I'm actually going to do the GLTF file first, because this was made in Illustrator.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Geometry
Let's do it.
from 3D in Illustrator without Neo. Right, this one, Neo is awesome, but this can be done from there. If you're in my labs over the next few days, you're going to see how to do this.
Okay, so sign up, you guys.
So this is a coin, really, that I'm going to bring in just in a moment. So nice and straightforward. So it's a 3D format, and what it's actually should be doing is launching. So here it is. It's here in a new document, just for the moment. Right, it looks fairly simple right now, but it's a smart object. Now, when I double-click it, okay, it's going to open. Okay, the substance viewer, which here it is, right? You can also get it inside a browser if you don't have it installed, right? Okay, so here we are. Just make that nice and big. Okay.
Okay.
So, right, we've got the canvas here. We've got a 3D view. I am working with a trackpad, so I'm actually going to come down here and tell it that I'm working on a trackpad.
Okay.
Right, because now I can use my fingers like so.
Beautiful.
So I'm just using 2 fingers here to pan this around. So I can move that to where I want it to be.
Can you show everybody again where that trackpad section
just
was?
down at the bottom here, bottom left of the
Love it.
document area, you'll find it just there. So if
Beautiful.
you're using a 3-button mouse, go ahead and use that because it'll make. And the chances are you probably do 3D if you're using, so you'll have a greater understanding of this. But anyway, so we have that. Now on the left-hand side here, we've got some options. So we've got appearance to start off with. So let's go with appearance right now. And there are various. I haven't got a great deal of options here for the GLTF file. Right, but I can go ahead and use substance materials here. Okay, so if I wanted actually gold on here, okay, now it's taking it a minute just to look at it. Now, don't worry about that being whited out. That's because of the effect of the lights, which we'll get to in just a moment. And I'm actually going to apply this to all objects, just there, which saves me doing it. Right, let's come down here to environment. Now what I'm going to do is drop down the brightness of the lights here, like so. And then I'm going to rotate the lights around, and you can see how this is changing the appearance of what I've got. So it's almost as if the light here, plenty of options to do that. Then when I'm ready, I just go back here to Photoshop, and it will send it to Photoshop, right? Okay, so there you go. All right, so let's go back to Photoshop, and there it is. Like that, and I can keep working backwards and forwards. So that's kind of interesting.
Oh yeah,
right, that we've got that, and also that you've got an existing workflow there between Illustrator and Photoshop with 3D objects. When 3D went away in Photoshop, very sad. Now it's back, very happy, because the wonderful people like Guillaume and Vincent and Emily over there on the substance stand, fantastic. Let's bring in one more. This time I'm going to bring in very quickly the FBX file.
Okay.
So this is something I bought in from the substance assets. Look, it's a cute rocket.
Cute.
Like so. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I was going to drop it into the other image, but for now I'm fine with doing this because we've got a limited amount of time. So here I am orbiting around it now with this one, because this is a professionally constructed model. You can bring in OBJs, you can bring in GLTF, FBX, all of these different formats. Okay, so from here, if I go to appearance, now you're going to see the structure here is very different, and so are the options. Okay, now just for speed, I'm just going to drag a color onto a particular part here, like so. And you can see I can straight away do that. So I can play with all of those different textures, send that back to Photoshop, and there we are.
Guys,
fabulous.
Oh my God, thank you so much,
Thank
Tony.
you.
You were amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
Please stay on here just because there's so many different amazing speakers that we need to hear from. But we'll be back soon.
Yes.
So thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna be retouching some portraits. Let's just go into it. So I have this image here, you know, immediately white balance, right? So usually the auto is actually really good. So I'm like gonna bring up that temperature. I'm gonna switch the profile. It basically allows you to kind of like see what is the great like starting point for your image. So in this case, honestly, Adobe Color is pretty good. Definitely love pulling the highlights down. I want some details in the blacks. And already like that's such a big difference. Like, wow, you guys. And then I do want to up the vibrance. I always do a lens correction. So always selecting enable profile correction so that it fixes like the lens distortion, because look what happens when I don't. See how the vignetting, even like it brightens up around it? Okay, so let's go ahead and go into this tone curve. I'd love to bring this up just because it makes the blacks a little creamier. I like to add a little point somewhere around here and kind of bring it back to that line. So I'm gonna go ahead and also bring this down because this affects the highlights here. Okay, and the other thing that I want to affect is this blue channel here. So I'm gonna just make a point in the middle and just bring it down slightly. And that already kind of adds a little bit more. So let's go into color grading. Now this is a fun one too. I'm just gonna leave the midtones alone. So for shadows, I'm gonna actually go into a little bit of a red color. And then for the highlights, I kind of want to go into a little bit of like a pink magenta. Grain is just the perfect like texture for really anything. Okay, and then the last thing, calibration is also another way that you can kind of like mess with things and like play around with. So in this case, I'm gonna just increase the reds a little bit, but then I'm gonna decrease the blue over here. Okay, I love this. I am obsessed. I can make this a preset or I can just copy the settings and then bring them over. Going to presets, create preset, a 1970s creamsicle. Let's remove the things that we don't want to get affected if I copy it. So I'm gonna go ahead and create it. And now if I go into my user presets, it's right here, 1970s creamsicle. Perfect. So then if I go over to my other images, then I can just apply it. And it's so beautiful. It was so easy. So let's go ahead and just kind of finish pasting these to everything else.
Ooh, I like this photo too.
So beautiful. Wow. Like, are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
I'm obsessed with the remove tool. So if I wanted to like fix whatever this is, I can just be like, okay, bye.
Bye-bye rock thing.
Bye-bye. So there we go. Yeah, so another thing that you can do in Lightroom Classic is I love adding masks. So if I want to do background, it's gonna detect the background and then make a mask of that. And that looks already amazing. And I can like go in more and adjust that. And now that looks a little less crazy. Let's do the
Welcome back to Adobe MAX. My name is Ellie. I am here with Brittney.
Hi, you guys. I'm just like fully having my best Brittney moment. I was just telling Ellie with my Brittney mic. Can we take a second? It's like every girl's dream.
I love it. I love it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you guys are watching from. And you guys, we have so much great content all day today, and I'm excited to just dive more into you and your business and chat about all the things. So we only have 30 minutes, so I think we should just get started.
Sounds good.
Yes, so Brittney, please tell us more about your business, who you are, and I would love to hear a little bit about how you got started as well.
For sure. So for those of you who are new here and haven't seen me on Adobe Live yet, my name is Brittney Megann. I'm the CEO and head socialista of Socials and Stilettos.
I love that. That's so cute.
It's definitely like a fun term. We have way too much fun with it. I'm like, what are real job titles? Like, we're all just socialistas.
But when you own your own business, you can make up your own titles, and that's like the best part, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, and we're a boutique marketing agency that's based in Toronto. Obviously have all the fun pink vibes. We are a team of 7 incredible women, and really I started this in 2015 just myself as a self-taught social media manager, and over the years decided to take things into being a full scope, full service marketing agency. So now we do everything from brand development and design right down to influencer campaigns and social media marketing. So there that's a little bit about us.
I love it. I love it. It's so awesome. So as you guys are watching, if you have questions about running an agency, about freelance work, business, all of that, feel free to drop those questions into the chat as well. We're going to also be touching on some Adobe products, but we'd love to chat like all of things female-owned business with you too.
Yes.
So fun. And tell us a little bit about how you got started, and then I would love to also talk about the transition from being on your own to now running a full agency and how that all came about.
For sure. This is such a loaded question. So a little bit of a backtrack. I graduated high school really early. I fast-tracked. I graduated at 16. So
amazing.
I was like, I already knew what I wanted to do. Like growing up, I always knew that I wanted to be a hairdresser. Plot twist, because we're somewhere else now. And
I love that.
I was like 16. I was a fully licensed hairdresser before I was 17.
That is amazing.
And it was so much fun, and I got to do amazing things like doing hair at Toronto Fashion Week.
Oh,
and
so cool.
I really thought I had it figured out. I was like, this is exactly where I wanted to be. Like, life's good. Like, I'm doing this. This is amazing. And then I got into a car accident. And I definitely was very injured from that. I lost my ability to walk. I'm fine now. We're here. But it was like a really big life moment for me where I was like, okay, this is just completely changing the trajectory of my life and what I thought I was going to be doing. And now what do you do from here? Like, I can't walk. How am I going to work? So it was actually in that period of my life where I was like, okay, how can you make money from your phone? Because right, let's be honest. We all ask. And this is way back, by the way, before I want to say Instagram was a video-based platform. We were a photo platform at that time, and honestly, that's actually where I heard about Adobe for the first time was Lightroom.
Wow.
Because everyone was trying to make their grid super aesthetic, right? Do you remember that? It was a whole thing.
Yes. Yeah, the good old days of Instagram, the golden years.
Exactly. So, slowly I started self-teaching myself, picking up on what I like to call YouTube University. And that's actually a series here on Adobe Live. Little plug. If you haven't had the chance to check out, make sure that you go ahead and do so. Not right now, though. Don't go far. We're talking. I really learned through trial and error, and my first client was actually the hair salon that I worked at, and I was like, let me just do this, you don't even need to pay me. And it's funny looking back because I'm a very firm believer that school, university, college, whatever you go to is such an incredible tool for sure, but don't let that be the thing that stops you. If you're somebody that can't go to school or you never went to school, don't think that that's the only way that you can meet that end point in your career that you're looking for. You can learn through so much experience. I mean, for me, like I said, it was trial and error. It was YouTube University. It was taking online courses and just really pouring myself into something new and not being afraid to take that risk. And I think that's the thing, is that you have to kind of dive into it and be like, I don't know this. I don't know everything, but I'm going to be a sponge and soak everything up.
Yeah, being a learner. You have to be willing to just learn and try, even if maybe you're not the best at it when you first get started. It will come. It will come.
Exactly.
You just have to keep going.
Exactly. So now fast forward, and obviously did a lot of trial and erroring, and I would say it took me probably about a year and a half to feel fully comfortable and really charging my worth as a social media manager at the time and taking on my first client. And then, again, took on that first, I want to say, big client, even though now I'm looking back and I'm like, girl, you definitely undervalued yourself. This is something I feel like you probably see a lot in this space too.
Yeah.
It's I don't know what the complex was, and I'm sure, chat, I'm so curious to hear, valuing yourself, I think, is something that a lot of us struggle with. But especially for me, I was like, because I didn't, go to university for this, I shouldn't. Meanwhile, I'm probably doing a bit of a better job than,
just a little adjustment over here. Yeah, no, I relate to that so much. I think a lot of us, when we start, especially if we start with what we're doing as work as a hobby.
Right.
So you start photography as a hobby. You start drawing as a hobby. You start, posting on social media just for fun, designing as a hobby, and then to transition that into having a business mindset and feeling confident to charge what you should be charging. It's really hard to figure that out, and there's kind of a lack of tools in that sense of what do you even charge, and a lot of that is making friends in the industry or taking courses to kind of build up that experience. And yeah, it's a lot of trial and error for
Yes.
sure. And it's a hard transition.
It is, but something like the advice that I'd have to give to somebody if you find that you're in that boat too is like, just lean fully into it. Don't be
Yeah.
afraid to make mistakes. Don't be
Yeah.
afraid to, develop that skill set. And I feel like at the same time, whatever you think that you should be charging, add 10%.
Yes.
Like add a little bit of tax, shipping, handling, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's great advice. Great advice.
Thank you so much. And then to add to your question about
Yeah.
becoming a full service
Yes,
agency.
yeah.
That was a totally different ballgame, because now not only are we balancing having big clients, but now we're balancing I gotta run a team. How do you find
have to pay,
right, find, pay,
but also pay, train,
right,
and make sure that you have the right people who are representing you
exactly
and your company. Yeah,
exactly.
It's a big responsibility.
It is, and it's super stressful, because I'm sure anybody in this creative industry can, I want to say second this, that when
Yeah.
you have a signature style or you have an idea
Yeah.
of how you want something created, giving off that creative freedom to somebody else,
Oh
or
my
letting go
gosh,
of the
it
reins.
is so hard. It's so hard. That's your baby.
Yes, I
your
remember.
baby.
It
Yeah.
was so hard for me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm just hiring the wrong people. No, girl, you need to stop micromanaging people. Let
yeah.
everybody have their own process. It's okay, if your A to Z looks different than somebody else's, and maybe you spell the alphabet backwards and still get to the same endpoint, and that's okay too.
Yeah, that's so cool. Well, I am so inspired by your journey. So thank you so much for sharing that. So you guys do a lot of different things in your business. You
Right.
have your hands in a lot of different pies. So let's talk about that. How are you handling all of these different types of clients, different work that you're doing, and how is Adobe helping you in that process with all of their different products?
This is such a great question. It's also a loaded question. I feel like everything I could talk about for 30 minutes.
Right,
But we gotta
I
move
know,
through
I
this.
know.
When it comes to managing all these different projects, clients, everything,
Yeah.
we're very big into project management. So
Yeah.
something on the back end that I've talked about on Adobe Live before is using something like Notion to keep yourself organized.
Yes.
But then when it comes to the actual creative side of things, my entire team uses Adobe products. So whether that be that we're editing video in Premiere Pro, or we have our designers, which I see one of them online here,
Yay!
Brooklyn, Team Socialistas in the chat, and then Nicole as well. Brooklyn's a great example. She designs in Adobe Illustrator. She goes into Adobe Express for
Yeah.
things that the rest of our team, like Nicole, who's our operations manager, might need to go in and tweak or edit a template. Nicole's not necessarily a designer. She's a superwoman in herself. She is the queen of organization, right?
Yes.
So for her, she might not have that design experience, but she needs something like Adobe Express that Brooke can go and design wherever she wants, throw it into Adobe Express for people like myself and Nicole who maybe don't have the time or skill set to go and create something from scratch in Illustrator. And then from there, we kind of go into Adobe Express. So yeah, between that, another thing is our other designer, Abby, she uses Photoshop to create GIFs. Our photographer is using Photoshop Lightroom. So we really use the Creative Cloud suite like nobody else, I feel like.
And I love that there are so many new ways to integrate between the programs and just seamlessly transition. Now you can design things in Express, bring them into Illustrator, bring them back into Express, and it's so seamless. And also just way more collaboration, even just within Express and some of the things that were shown today. Being able to really send things, but not having so many emails back and forth. Everything is within the tool.
Right.
And you can just leave comments, make adjustments.
Right.
Someone else could pop in and just move something around instead of having to be hey, could you move this around?
Right.
And then you're talking about it, it can just happen right then. And I feel like that is such a great time saver if you're collaborating with a team.
It's so true. And even with commenting,
oh my gosh.
even just watching about Frame.io today, and I don't know if anybody else is dying right now because the collaborative piece of that, and I was thinking to myself, which Nicole, we need to chat later, but we need to, it's instead of going through your project management software and being downloading, exporting,
Oh my
importing something
gosh.
here, asking for feedback. Now you can really be like, hey, can you just go review the thing?
And you just add a comment to that exact point in the video, and like, yeah, oh my gosh.
It's such a game changer.
It's gonna make life so much easier.
I feel like we need like a whole Adobe Live on how to organize your business.
How to be,
yeah.
I feel like all of us creatives, we could all probably use a little bit of help with organization, and Adobe is giving us that, but we do, that's a great idea for a live stream. We need just like, here's how to be organized, and here's how to collaborate with a team. I think that's a great idea.
Exactly. So I want to actually, speaking of like, you know, how we move between different platforms, I want to actually pull up my screen, and I'm going to show you my Premiere tab right now, because if you saw this.
Oh my gosh. The video stuff from this release, like,
it's so fun.
Mind-blowing.
I know, and I haven't got a chance to play around with it yet, but the expand your videos, I'm not using the right term. I want to say it's generative expand.
I believe it's generative expand, but
video?
I could be wrong.
Chef's kiss. Like, thank you.
Yes.
This is what I need.
It is incredible.
Right?
Incredible.
Exactly. So this is a reel yesterday. Actually, I want to say Saturday when I landed in Miami, I went and I picked up my badge. And I went ahead and filmed a little reel kind of showing.
Oh,
yes.
Full screen, yes. Thank you.
Showing the behind the
Jacob
scenes.
is keeping us on track here.
Keeping us on point. Showing a little behind the scenes. So I'm going to play this video for you, and then I'm going to show you how I can bring that now into Express and add some branded text on screen.
Yes,
Because that's like my life. Like that's exactly how I use my workflow. So we'll go ahead and play this, and if you're following Adobe Live on IG, you would have already seen this go out. Do I need to mute my clips? Or is it playing audio? I am playing audio. I'll just delete the audio track. I don't want us to cancel the live stream today, guys. So go to Instagram to see the full version. But here's an idea for you.
I love it. I did
so much
see
fun.
this, and
right?
It's so good, yeah.
And honestly, like whenever I'm editing kind of, I want to say like vlog style, longer form video content, I'm always bringing it into Premiere Pro. Can you do this in Express? Absolutely. Nicole actually does that for us in Adobe Express.
And it's really good.
Right.
But there's a little bit more fine-tuning you can do in Premiere. You have a little bit more control.
Right. And I definitely feel like, again, it's personal preference, and that's the beauty of all Adobe products is that you can really make your own workflow, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pretend like I just went ahead and exported this. I already have it in my downloads folder, so we're going to go ahead and create a new, and then we'll do reel. We should be able to come over here. I'm seeing this right. Instagram reel, perfect. And I'm actually going to drag in my downloaded video right in there. Look how easy that was.
That is amazing.
Game changer.
Amazing.
And what we're going to do is I think I'm going to pull up, first and foremost, I want to make sure we're in the right brand. So I'm going to pull up Adobe Live's branding here.
Honestly, one of my most favorite features of Express is being able to apply your brand in one click and then to just quickly remix your brand.
Yes.
Amazing.
I also feel like if you're somebody like me who manages multiple brands, and you're not even seeing the half of it. This is like my personal account right now. So you can see like we have some fun different brands in here. Like this is my agency's branding here.
Yeah.
Then I can go into the Adobe Live folder and show you all the Adobe Live stuff there. Fun.
So good.
And it's just like within the click of a button. I think that's the most.
Honestly, it almost feels like you're cheating, but in the best way.
It's
like
honestly,
how it shouldn't be this easy.
I know. But like the fact that it is, thank you, like because we're running businesses, we're
we
doing
don't have
things.
time to change
Nobody
every
has this
color,
time.
change the font every time. Nobody has time for that.
It's so true. So we're gonna go ahead and bring in a little text bubble, and I'm gonna put this in the Adobe Clean font. Perfect, perfect. Maybe we'll do something bold, I wanna say, which is so much fun. And maybe I'll put the text on here as point of view, you just pick, or this is your first Adobe Max. Maybe we'll do something cute.
Love it.
Which it is my first Adobe
Yes,
Max.
Penny Doodle says, I love Express. Me too. And it's just getting better and better, honestly.
It's so true. And I feel like every time that you're already falling in love with the platform and what it has to offer, something new and fun comes out, like the shared calendars today. And I was like,
shared calendars, like being able to animate all. I'm
Yes.
very excited about that.
So
being
much
able to
fun.
like duplicate things so much better, translate if you're working with multiple languages. It's amazing.
It's going to be such a game changer, like I was saying. And honestly, like I really do feel like my biggest tip is if you're somebody who isn't sure this is a brand new program for you, you're not really sure how to use it, just get in there and play around with it, to be honest. Like
it's very intuitive.
It's very easy
very
to use.
intuitive. And there are so many Adobe live streams walking you through Adobe Express as well, and you can watch all of the replays of those on Behance or on YouTube, so make sure to check those out as well.
Exactly. We can even go in here and find audio as well, so if we wanted to bring in something that's commercially safe, amazing. There's also the TikTok Symphony Assistant you can go around and play with if you're looking for more trending audio. But for today's video, I'm just going to pull in something maybe cute over here. I want to say maybe we'll look for something that's a little upbeat and fun. Maybe let's see this one.
Yeah, Wade says, big fan of the presentations in Adobe Express. Me too.
I love it. And just drag and drop, right?
Yeah.
So now this is something that this is in the branded text for Adobe. Let's say I want to make this in my branded text. For socials and stilettos, I'll go back through and wrong one. We'll go through pull up socials and stilettos. Something that I love to do with our reels is like add in my little icons.
I love.
Right? It can be so much fun to kind of play around with your different brand assets or elements and see how you can bring them in there. We'll go ahead and change this as well to socials and stilettos. This is one of our fun fonts here. Maybe make this our color, which is always so much fun. This bright pink, right? Have fun with it. This text is my favorite. It can get a little hard to read when I want to say it's like more of a decorative font.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm very picky with how I use it.
Yeah.
Exactly. But maybe I want to keep Adobe MAX in that font, and maybe what I'll do.
Maybe make the other words a little bit different.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe use one of my other brand fonts just to kind of give a little bit of separation between the fonts, I want to say. Also, I don't know about anybody else who's not a designer. Have you ever seen those things? It's social media manager versus designer. Me knowing that my designer is on here watching me right now, I'm like extra heated pressure.
She's like really excited about the ability to lock things in templates now.
Yes,
because
she's like, that's not how you use that brand font, girl.
Don't touch my designs.
Exactly. So much fun. So I'm super excited about that feature as well. I'm curious to know what your favorite feature is that just got announced for Express
Oh my gosh.
today.
Okay, there are so many things. I am, just for fun, I'm really excited about the video capabilities in Firefly. It wasn't really shown that much in the keynotes, but just seeing everything that people are creating with it, I'm so excited about that, just for like fun and inspiration.
Right.
And then all of the things that were shown at the end that Danielle was talking about with like the things that are coming up with mood boards.
Right.
And the ability to generate with inside those mood boards. I use that all the time. I've been using Firefly for ideas for mock-ups, for like coming up with ideas for concepts for our shoots. And so I'm really excited to be able to use some of those tools to make that process easier for me. So, but there was, so many great things that were released today.
So many fun
excited.
things.
All the video things are incredible. So
I love it. So I feel like, honestly, we're curious to know in the chat what everyone's favorite feature is that's
let
launched.
us know. Yes.
And now I'll kind of play this through. I'm just going to mute this tab so that we don't get like blocked by the audio here while we're watching. But you can see how I've just easily added some branded text to my reel, which is so much fun.
I love it.
Look at the little purse moment happening in the corner. She's
okay,
giving.
but you have a pink purse too?
Yes.
So it's like, it's
giving.
So cute. I love it. I love it.
It's so much fun. And I feel like now that we've kind of seen this all come together, I would love to take the last couple of minutes to show you guys some other fun stuff that we've created in Adobe Express. So, and some of the stuff you might have already actually seen going out on socials, because I know a lot of you already know this, but my team helps out with the Adobe Live socials, which is why you'll see my face on there quite a bit. You're gonna get sick of me at this point.
Never.
But you can see, like, updating the highlight covers was something that we just did before Max. We did this in Adobe Express, so you can look at all the fun highlight covers that our team created.
Well, look at that. Like, how, like, this, I'm sure, was so much faster to do it right here, to duplicate and add different backgrounds and things than to, like, do this in Illustrator where you have to do everything individually. Yeah.
Exactly. And this, I will say, like, our brand and graphic designer went through and created these. But it was funny because when we noticed that the community one was missing. So it was easy enough that Nicole actually was able to go and just showing you how teams can work together.
Yeah.
Nicole went in, just duplicated the slide. She was able to create something and not have to go through an entire team to get this highlight that we needed, right? Which is so great. A couple of other things let's look at. So we did highlight covers, also having fun with, let me go here, some memes I think we did.
Oh,
you would have seen these roll out, which are so much fun.
They're so good.
And like this one here, we
love
added
this.
in that little animation to the Adobe Live, right?
Yes,
It's so cute.
I
So, like,
love it.
The animation features are always so much fun to play around with. I feel like if you have not already played around with them, this is your sign, and especially now with the new Animate All as well.
It will make you feel like a pro animator.
Right.
And it's just like with a click.
Exactly. And let's see, like, I don't know. Let me find this page here. Let's say I want to resize this to a feed post. And that's another way that we love using Adobe Express is, again, why go through an entire design team if you can have maybe your social media managers or people who are not design savvy be able to do this. Or you're an Illustrator designer that's like, I just want to do this in a click of a button and not stress myself out.
Yeah. In a much quicker way.
Right, and this is so much fun. So we're going to take this, duplicate and resize, and look at that.
There you go.
It also, I feel like, really filled out the page super nicely too. And again, you can kind of like rearrange things if you want to, but it's that, again, I want to say
the ease. And
exactly.
We love that.
The ability to kind of move through these things within a couple clicks of a button.
So good. Well, thank you so much, Brittney, for being here with us. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have more streams coming up right after this, so make sure that you continue watching, subscribe to Adobe Live on YouTube, and we can't wait to show you even more from Adobe MAX Miami. We'll see you
guys soon.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm so excited to show you some of the new things going on in Photoshop and Firefly today. So this was my mood board for this project, and I think this is super key for whatever you do creatively. Firefly can come in handy with that, and even if you're a little timid about AI, I think this is a perfect place to use it within your workflow if you want to test it out, but you don't want to actually use it in the images that you create. So let's hop over to Firefly, and we'll start to put in some of these prompts. Based on the mood board that you just saw, I put in cabin covered in moss with lit up windows on a mountain lake. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. And I mean, look at this. This is Firefly 2. It's so good. The work that they've done in the past few weeks is amazing. Now, let's just switch that to art and generate. And you can see here we have aspect ratio, we have landscape, portrait, square, widescreen. So choosing these based on what you're creating is critical. Look at changing it to art, what it does to this style. Look at it.
It's so good too.
You can download this by clicking right here. You can also edit in Adobe Express, save to your libraries. That's super convenient. If you save it to your libraries, it will come into your Photoshop or Illustrator, wherever you're working. So I'm just adding a few parameters here, and this is how you're going to get the exact look that you're going for. Look at how many effects there are here. Okay, so that's still kind of very similar, but just in putting in hyper realistic. So this is in the photo style, but in having it in the art style, that's how you get a little bit more whimsical, a little bit more dreamy. Now look at this. So ink, in this case, gave us this gorgeous watercolor.
Whoa. Ooh, I love that.
That's awesome. Let's just go quickly into this match. You can upload your own that you have the rights to use. I just put kind of like this 3D world in. Let's see what that does. Look at that.
Whoa, that's sweet.
That's awesome.
Wait, so what? That's just art?
No, so this is the match gallery that Adobe puts in here for us. So you can upload your own image or you can put in match, and this is all new in Firefly 2.
That's sick.
It's so good. So they're all categorized. You have your 3D, you have your graphic, digital illustration, neon, landscapes, dramatic painting. So I'm just gonna remove that, regenerate, and it caches them too. So if you're removing things, it's gonna take you back to your previous style. So I end up using magical and cosmic.
Oh, whoa.
Look at this.
Whoa, ooh, I love this right one.
Oh!
This one and this is so cute. They're all really cool, honestly.
This is so cute. I wanted to go back to Photoshop, make sure we work on this a little bit. I need to actually grab a cabin. Let's see what we got here. Okay.
Think about how long that would have taken you to make.
I know.
Honestly.
So I have my libraries here. Libraries are also super powerful, but I saved a bunch of stuff from Adobe stock. And my idea, as you guys saw with my mood board, was doing this like underwater scene. So I'm just painting this in. We can also use the contextual taskbar if you want to just mask this layer out or do a certain selection. You know, I wonder what would happen if we did like some steps going down here.
We're just having a good time.
From down here, we don't want to lose too much of that door. Let's just go to like there.
So the blank prompt always is going to be...
It's gonna
like
either remove or it's gonna blend.
Okay. Oh, wait, can you go back?
I got, okay, so before, after. Look at how it integrated
really
the roots into the house. It kept the steps.
Oh.
So let's just do generative expand, holding option to expand on both sides here. Let's see what we get with like the stock image being in the way. Look, that's so
That's crazy.
Now from here, normally I would just like fully refine this and spend a lot of time like blending things and then putting in my own images because I like it to be this fully like created piece. But this is just to show how much you can combine these different elements in Firefly and Generative Fill in Photoshop and bring them into something that's uniquely yours and not just made by AI. Thank you
everyone.
so much, everyone.
Take care.
Bye. I'm so excited to show you some of the new things going on in
Welcome back. We are here in Miami for Adobe MAX 2024.
Yeah.
This is the Meet the Speaker session, and we're here with Anna McNaught. Very, very pleasure of having you here, especially after your big morning today.
I know.
And welcome to the stream.
Thanks, Ryan.
I guess we should start with a little bit of just an elevator pitch of yourself. If you
Sure.
could describe yourself as an artist.
Yeah.
How do you, if you meet someone at a party, what do you normally introduce yourself as?
That's a great question, actually. I need like a one-liner, but I'm an artist and Photoshop compositor and world traveler, van lifer.
Van lifer, yes.
Photographer, like all the things. I kind of have like a long list.
Do you
of
have
stuff.
a favorite one of everything? If you had to get rid of the rest, what would be your favorite form of art that you would probably keep?
That's so tough because I love painting, but I
Okay.
also love doing my Photoshop Photoshop art as
Right.
like part of my job, and just because that's what got me into this whole world. But like I've been painting my whole life, so I think if I could keep Photoshop and my painting stuff, that would be the perfect pairing.
Oh, well, when did you start using Photoshop?
Over 20 years ago.
Alright,
Yeah,
okay,
I've been
cool.
using it since
So you
I
were
was
-3 when you
yeah,
started
negative
using
3.
Photoshop.
Exactly.
Yeah, but this is a live stream. Thank you guys for being here. Hello to everyone that is over on both YouTube and Behance. It's really great to see Brooklyn here and Wade. We also have 2 Cents, Ray, Keys. Thank you guys for all being here. If you have questions as we are going through this interview for the next 30 minutes, please throw them in the chat. We would love to also pass along and figure it out. So I guess we're starting just with a little bit about art and creativity. Your art has a very dreamlike quality. We saw earlier today when you were doing that fun synthwave sunset vibe. It's often normally blending surrealism with photography, since you are a big photographer. What initially inspired you to explore this style?
So when I was little, I grew up in like a very woodsy environment. Like my parents' property has 40 acres of land. We grew up with like woods and a pond and fields. And so we were just like always outside and immersed in nature.
Yeah.
And that kind of pairing of nature with my very dreamy imagination that I had since I was a little kid, I just started kind of seeing things in a different way and imagining them like, oh, what would it look like if this mountain scene had like a giant serpent coming out of it or something, you know, or like an underwater scene, or just really cool dreamy stuff. And then also inspired by my super vivid lucid dreams.
Oh, wait, you lucid dream?
Yes, sometimes.
That freaks me
sometimes.
out. I can't.
It's very like sporadic. I wish I could control it more, but.
Is that where you draw a lot of your inspiration? Do you feel like when you wake up in the morning, is that when you tend to have most creativity, or is it kind of when you're a little bit sleepier later at night?
I would say it's like later at night. It's like on that edge, like right before you fall asleep, especially if I've been creating art for a while. Like if I'm really in a groove and a creative flow, then at night I'll be just about to fall asleep and I'll be like, oh my God, I see all these visions coming to me of what I want to create. And a lot of times when we're out traveling or like in nature, I'll see a beautiful scene and like can kind of start to like close my eyes and piece it together.
Yeah, well, I know you mentioned van life a little bit and out on your adventures as well. I think that really also speaks to your technical aspects as well, because you have to be mobile and be able to work on the go. How do you feel like your technical aspects influence your art and photography, and how do you leverage that against what you create?
Yeah, I would say like to be totally honest, so a lot of times the technical side of things comes from my husband James, who you know well, and some of you know watching him as well. So he does a lot of like the technical side of the photography things with like taking the photos and stuff. But when I was more into that for, I don't know, a couple of years, and honestly I found it a little bit difficult because I have much more of like the artist brain. I'm much more like whimsical and free and want to just like kind of create and not get down to the nitty gritty of like any sort of technical gear and stuff. So yeah, that's been kind of a challenge for me, I would say. But having his brain, 2 brains are better than one. That helps a lot.
Makes you guys a great team.
Yeah.
You're like going back to your childhood. You're like, let me just run through the woods again.
Exactly. That's all I want. I just want to run through the woods. I just want to be in the mountains. I want to be in the van, like exploring. I don't want to have to like think about f-stops or shutter speeds or anything like that. I'm like, I have a vision.
Now, would you say that's like the first step of your creative process? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, all right. So when you're starting a new project, how do you go from concept to finished piece?
So I end up sketching a lot. I do a lot of just like very quick, like rough hand kind of pencil sketches, figuring out like what's the idea that I have, or like writing a lot in my journal too. So I'll write about like an experience that I have, and that will trigger an idea for a piece or something that I want to create. And then I'll kind of start to bring that to life a little bit more with more detailed sketches, and then piecing things together, whether it's like taking some images, doing some photography, piecing together like some artwork or stock images or a little AI sprinkled in here as needed. it just kind of all comes together from there.
And at what point do you digitize? Like, I know you were talking about sketching and journaling. Is that something that you do digitally, or do you kind of start analog and then hop into the digital?
I would say start analog most of the time. I do a little bit of sketching digitally.
Okay.
But I end up really liking the feeling of just like pen and paper.
Right.
You know, you can't beat that. It's so good, and like really being able to get in there with texture and stuff. And especially for journaling, I've never been like a typing person for journaling.
Right.
I've always done that by hand, and I've been keeping a journal since I was like in first grade.
Oh wow, so you've like kept up with it. See,
yeah. Not
I've
every
tried.
day, but you know, major moments I journal about.
So. Now, does that normally speak to kind of how you create narratives visually and how you storytell through your art?
Yeah, definitely. I would say like a lot of those themes end up coming through, and even some of the things that have kind of made me who I am as a person and who I am in my career and who I am as an artist, those things have come through journaling or sketching or drawing or being in nature, have helped me kind of to discover who I am and feel more confident in myself and like feel proud to put my work out there.
Yeah, now that's obviously taking a lot of like evolving and changing as a person and an artist. What would you say was the most significant shift in your artistic journey, and like how has that influenced the work you create?
There's been so many major shifts. It's been crazy. Like, it's been a wild ride. So like, I guess one of the biggest shifts was when I first moved to LA and thought I wanted to be a fashion photographer, and that kind of took a major different direction, and then I ended up deciding to go into graphic design, and during that time I was just super lost, and I was selling solar panels door to door to make some money.
No, I did not know that. That's
okay.
Yeah, so.
Do you guys have solar panels on the top of your van?
Yes, we do, on the top of the
That makes
van.
sense.
Not on our house, but on our van.
On top of your
yes.
van, that makes sense.
So it was, Michael, so distracting, that bestie over there. So that was a major shift for me, just to kind of come into that and figure out, okay, what am I doing here? And then as I was working a graphic design job, that was another big shift again when I decided to go full-time freelance and started doing my Photoshop art that I kind of became known for and doing my own thing. And then from there, we kind of shifted again into traveling full-time, being in the van. I took a 1.5 year break from making a single piece of art.
Wow.
I just was doing travel photography with James, and we were doing TikTok and like kind of the travel influencer thing.
And what's that account called again?
Leave the Map.
Leave the Map.
Yes.
And you can check that out at leavethemap.com,
Yes. So we still like post some stuff on there every once in a while, but now that's become more for fun and less for work.
Of course.
So that was a big shift, kind of like changing. And then shortly after that, we kind of, after doing the travel thing, I got offered the job at Adobe, and that was another big shift.
How many years ago was that?
That was 1.5 years ago.
Oh wow, that's so fast. I mean, it feels like it's been much longer.
Now we're at 3 keynotes
That's
under
fantastic.
my belt. So
How was this morning? How was it scary being in front of everyone?
I mean, it's always scary, but
Of
it's
course.
also such a rush and
Yeah.
like such a thrill to be on stage. And we rehearsed for 3 months, and so it ends up being just so much practice that you can like say it in your sleep.
Right, you're like literally muttering in your sleep.
Yeah,
Probably
exactly.
is talking about your generative fill.
Yep,
And
yeah.
we have a really great question from Adara over on Behance, and she's saying that you obviously spoke to a lot of journaling, and was wondering if the work that you created is kind of a journal in itself.
Absolutely, 100%. I love that question because so many of the pieces that I create, I can look at and know exactly how I was feeling in that time. Like there's some pieces that are much like darker themes for me that people might not recognize, but I know it was like something that helped me get through a rough patch in my life or like overcome something. There's other pieces that like I know were during happy times or things I'll look at, pieces I'll look at of mine that are like, oh my God, this was so monumental. This like was a turning point in my career. That's such a great question because it really is true.
Yeah, do you feel like you have an era that was your favorite? Like, I feel like you have like a blue era or something.
Yes, I do kind of miss the blue era. Like, I went through a very like glow painty phase where, I mean, it's still something I love to do, and that's kind of like what I got known for a while. But my blue glow light painting era was my favorite. It was like everything was like aqua and green and like, you know, the woodsy colors, earthy colors, and it was really fun.
Now, obviously, the creative field is changing. AI is becoming more integrated into creative fields. How do you feel about the use of AI tools in digital art?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's such a loaded question.
Yes,
you know,
I'm not trying to
No.
put you on the spot here or anything.
Yeah, it's all good. Like, I mean, for me personally, I see a future where we can have both. We can have creativity from our own minds and from our own hands, paired with AI where it isn't taking over. And I think that we as creatives have the opportunity to make that that's what we control, and we have the power to make that a possibility if we don't let it completely take over the process. So for me, AI is just a tool in my workflow. I like to use it for brainstorming. I like to use it for generative fill when I need to remove something, generative expand. And then all of the rest of it is just how I piece together my ideas, and I'll keep it that way.
Right. By the way, there is a very nice comment from Ibrahim over on YouTube. Said loved your presentation earlier today.
Thank you.
Which is, I feel like, widely agreed upon.
Thanks so much.
Now, you were talking a little bit about how you are using AI in conjunction with regular tools that you've already used.
Yes.
Have you experimented a lot with AI in impacting your work, or do you feel like you have your AI work and then you have your other work?
I think it's kind of bled together a lot, which has been a blessing and a curse. I found that it's been a little bit difficult to fully separate it from my process now, where sometimes I'll have an idea of what I want to create. I'll have that sketch that I was talking about. I'll have the rough idea, and then I'll end up going to Firefly to kind of rough it out, and I'll type in the prompt of what's in my head just to kind of see it come to life. And honestly, I feel like that's very helpful, because sometimes I'll be like, oh my God, I wasn't really thinking of it that way, and I actually like that way more.
Yeah.
But then other times I need to stop myself from doing that so that I fully just let my brain be the only brain.
Right.
And so I think everything has kind of bled together, but I'm gonna kind of work on keeping things a little separate from now on. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it changes. You have your different eras,
Yes,
so we'll see kind of at which point it
Yeah.
evolves. Now, that does get me excited. I'm a tech guy, so I like to talk about tech stuff. Something that I'm really interested about is you're obviously traveling a lot,
Yes.
whether it's between without the map, or it is for just Adobe travel, because
Yeah.
obviously you're traveling all around the
Yep.
world. You were in London earlier this year,
Yes.
right? Now, I'm wondering, when you're using creative tools on the go, are you using your laptop? Are you mostly on your phone? Do you use an iPad?
Mostly my laptop if I'm doing in-depth Photoshop work.
Mhm.
I end up using my iPad a lot for sketching and kind of the
Okay.
pre-planning. I use my phone actually the most for taking photos, because
Right.
I end up just being oh, I really like that. Snap, snap, couple things, grabbing some I see some lights over in the distance. That's perfect. Put it on my phone, bring the darkness down, and there's a little overlay I can use. You
Now,
know?
how long does it live on your phone? Do you feel like you throw
Forever.
everything in an album, though?
No, I'm so bad. I have I don't know, 200,000 pictures just dead on my phone.
See, I mean, that's all part of it, because then you can always scroll back and do kind of a roll through at any given point.
Yeah, exactly. And with my, I have a photographic memory in some sense, so I'll know where something is. I'll be
Okay.
oh yeah, if I scroll 6 times, it's by this stuff.
Next to the picture of a dog,
Yeah.
then I have picture of
Yep.
the trees.
Yes.
Now, then there's obviously new technology as well, AI, and then augmented reality, virtual reality, new technological advancements. How do you see the future of digital art evolving with these new technologies?
Yeah, I mean, I think that people will continue to kind of add these things into their workflow. I think especially with the augmented reality and everything. I don't know too much about it, but I have friends who have gotten involved in it, and being able to really immerse yourself in the work of art that you're looking at, whether it's a design or a piece of art or whatever, video, being able to step into the image and feel something that someone's feeling, especially for me, having gone to so many of these gorgeous places and photograph them and then turn them into art. It'd be really cool to give people a full 360 experience where you can smell it and hear it and be step into Anna's dream world.
Yeah, obviously dream world, probably very surreal, ephemeral.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a question about that. When's the last time you printed something out? When extent did you take something and like make it big like the last time?
Literally, I don't even know.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's
So
been a long time.
that would be taking the digital experience and kind of replicating this gigantic physical feel
I
that
love
you
that.
might have.
I love that. I think
Um,
that's a great idea. I haven't done that for a long time.
Because we also have like social media platforms, digital galleries. What do you think the role of traditional art galleries and exhibitions will be in the future?
I think it will end up becoming a lot of like moving images, you know, just like we saw during the whole like NFT thing where there were galleries where everything was like a screen. You know, you'd go into an art gallery and it wasn't like still pictures on the wall, it was a screen with some sort of like immersive experience.
Right.
And even looking around here at the Adobe floor, you see screens everywhere. And so I think that that will end up being a big part of like going to galleries and being able to like scroll through someone's entire work of art or like, again, step into it, like go into the piece or something.
Yeah, and that kind of then makes the artist kind of like a travel guide at that point.
Yeah.
How do you feel like the world of being an artist and the role of being an artist has changed with technology and the audiences that they interact with?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just like continues to evolve, you know, like everything's constantly changing. I think the way we have viewed art over the years, whether it's like in a book or going to a gallery, and now most of us view artwork just on our phones, like on Instagram and stuff. And so I think that's kind of cool, but I think it's, again, like, you know, just like with the AI stuff, it's up to us to be like, I want to have like a more traditional art experience of like going to a gallery and maybe making that more of a thing. Like that's personally something that I never do, and maybe it's something I need to do more often.
Yeah, is there like something that you're currently experimenting with or trying to learn?
Right now I'm just like riding the high of the keynote and ready to take a break.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you said you guys practiced for 3 months,
yes,
right?
Yeah, so I have like nothing on my plate right now, and I'm really excited for that, honestly.
Just kind of unwind.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna unwind till like maybe, I don't know, November, December, and then pick up some exciting new projects. Like I have a bunch of ideas right now of things that I want to do, nothing I'm ready to share yet, but just things that are starting to get going, but I need to like nurture the burnout first.
Oh, I mean, that's such a big part.
Yes.
Actually, how do you do that? What do you do to rewind and recharge when you're really kind of spent and you're burnt out?
Yeah, well, definitely like going back into nature, of course. That's really important for me. Like just resting at home, like cuddling up on the couch with my husband and my blanket, and like, you know, that's the best life, just like chilling, watching movies. But like going for a hike or sleeping as much as I want to, like I used to feel really guilty about any time I'd let myself rest, especially on a weekday or something. I'm like, you should be working, or you should be getting something done.
Could be compositing.
Could be making artwork. And I would, you know, I'd be like, I should be painting right now. I should be trying something new. I should be reading. And it's like these toxic, I should do this, that just end up continuing to add fire to that burnout where you can never get over it. And so once I kind of allowed myself to just rest and be okay with it, I ended up finding myself a lot more refueled for the times of like creative growth and the times like this where it's a big push. Yeah. So it's really important to give yourself that chill time.
That way you can be your best self.
Yes,
you can,
100%.
You know, definitely put your best foot forward.
Yeah, and I think it's such a selfless thing to do too, because then you can like be better for other people too, and you can like be a better listener and a better friend and a better spouse, a partner. You know, it's like a big key to my success, I would think, is like giving myself total rest time.
Now, you mentioned hiking in nature is a big rest for you.
Yes.
What's the best place you've ever hiked?
Oh, it's so many good ones. Let's see, like one of my favorites was actually in Glacier National Park in Montana. That was just gorgeous. Like the water there looks like blue Gatorade. It's just like this crystal blue color.
You see that blue? It's always like coming through in your work.
I know. See, it's everywhere. But I mean, I love the White Mountains in New Hampshire, and I love Maine, and I'm actually going up there in a few weeks because that's like my happy place, my recharge place. So.
You know, and then you can just like unwind, and then maybe you'll also get inspiration, but you don't even have to worry about it being like a final product. It can just be kind of something that adds to it.
Yes.
And then, we were talking, you've been working for Adobe for about 1.5 years now.
Yep.
What is it like collaborating with Adobe, and how has your relationship with them influenced your work and your professional growth?
It's been really fun. Like, it's so amazing. I mean, I get to work with the most incredible people like yourself and all of my other friends at Adobe. It's like, we feel like I don't know, just feels like one big amazing family. Everyone's always encouraging each other. Like being here at Max is so exciting to see everyone in the community and see what people are working on. And that really fires me up too. Like that's inspiring in itself. And so just like, yeah, being now actually inside of the Adobe like ecosystem working here, it's an absolute dream job for me.
I'd love to hear it. Now, do you have a favorite app that you use? Is it Photoshop, Illustrator?
Photoshop
Through and through, of course. I mean, it's the classic, right?
Yes.
And then what unique opportunities do you think Adobe provides for creatives? Outside of yourself, even.
Yeah, like so many. I mean, from Max itself, having this for people to be able to come here and be around other like-minded creatives and be able to be watching at home online and stuff, that's absolutely incredible. We have all these like free resources, and then student retreats and the student ambassador program and the actual ambassador program, like the insiders. It's amazing that like we've built such a big network of like-minded people. I just absolutely love that.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people that are looking to you as like a role model and as someone to be like, you're my North Star.
Yeah.
What would you say for someone who's getting into a creative field to follow in your footsteps? Do you have any advice?
Oh, so that's like such a tough one to like package in a little
Yeah, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, I love that.
Anything that you provide will be helpful. We have people across all different experiences.
I guess my biggest advice would just to get involved with things. Again, like exactly what I just mentioned. Like message people. Message me if you want on Instagram. Like happy to direct people to the right place, and just being proactive for yourself. And I see so many people who are like, I'm scared to post on Instagram because it doesn't feel perfect yet. Like, I don't know, I haven't developed my brand. Like, you don't need any of that to get started. Like, you just need to be like, I have a story to tell. I have a mission, I have a purpose, whatever it may be. I have something that I'm inspired by. I have like something I want to share with the world. It's bursting from within. I want to get it out there. Like, you just have to go ahead and share that and post it, and then people will start to come to you if you're being like that true, authentic self and just continuing to like be you and put it out there.
Yeah, and where can we find you on Instagram?
Anna McNaught on Instagram.
What is your qualifications for what gets posted and what stays in your drafts? And a follow-up real quick, because we only have a few minutes left. What is a story and what is a post?
Yes, well, I would say anything that's kind of like, I guess, kind of going against the advice I just gave, because I'm like, I like my stuff to be kind of finished that ends up getting posted, you know, and like, for Reels, it ends up being like, I wanted to kind of have a beginning, middle, and end. It's not just like, oh, here's a view of this. You know, I want it to be a point to it. And then everything else goes in the story. So it's like the finished art on the page, everything, the behind the scenes on my story, and then kind of a little mix of both, but finished on the Reels.
Because I think that's also like a new evolution of being an artist, is suddenly you have Reels to grapple with, or TikTok, or any of these platforms. How do you kind of translate such a physical static experience to something that moves?
It's really hard. Like, honestly, I have not been a fan of the Reels stuff at all. Like, it's a challenge for me because I'm not a video person. I like doing the still images, but I find that it's really fun with Reels to just like experiment a little and kind of tell the behind the scenes story or talk about these experiences. And that actually just gave me an idea for something I want to do, of like sharing more of these like travel stories that lead to the finished artwork.
Yeah, because I think that's like such a struggle in itself.
Yeah.
It's like trying to figure out how you make that balance.
Exactly. It's tough though, because then those are the parts that I like to keep sacred to me, that I just like to like
that's
not
important
share.
too, though.
Yeah.
You always want to make sure you have something that's just for you.
Exactly.
But yeah, it just puts us at just about time. I want to thank you so much for taking the time. Like you said, I know you've had a very, very busy last few months, so I'm excited for you to be able to just go and relax in Maine.
Me too.
But thank you for all the wonderful advice, and everyone is really excited to see you over in both the YouTube and the Behance chat. And we'll see if we can follow your journey on Instagram. Anywhere else that we should watch for you?
Instagram's best place, or feel free to like reach out to me on LinkedIn, Facebook, X, Threads, all the above, all Anna McNaught, Anna McNaught, but you'll find me at Anna McNaught. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for listening to me ramble.
I wasn't rambling at all. I mean, I took a lot away from it. And make sure you guys stick around here. We have plenty more coming to you from Adobe Live MAX in Miami.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We are here at the community booth at Adobe MAX. I am so excited to have Tiffany Nguyen here with me. My name's Arabella, and we're just gonna have a fun little meet your speaker session here. How are you?
Good, thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
No, it's gonna be so much fun, you guys. I don't think you understand the talent that is here right now.
Too kind,
if you
too
don't
kind,
follow
too kind.
Tiffany on Instagram, it's Tiff Penguin, right?
Yeah,
Hopefully I got that right. Okay, good. But make sure to follow her because she's an incredible adventure, travel, landscape, all sorts of thing photographer, and she is amazing, you guys. You're in for a treat. So yeah, if you want to give us a little bit of background on you and your journey. We were just talking before this about how you were a dentist before this. I'm like so shocked because like how does that translate into photography? I don't know if it does, but
I know.
Please tell us more.
My journey is pretty crazy. It's definitely not like a traditional photography career. I used to be a dentist, did 4 years in college, did my master's, went through dental school, practiced with my dad. And then I just kind of got into photography just going on Instagram, you know, looking at photos and being inspired by the different posts, videos and photos that I saw. Then I was like, hey, why am I not getting out there and doing that myself, you know? Like, so every weekend I kind of started going out, taking photos, just starting with my phone. And then after that, I picked up a camera and just kind of taught myself photography. And just like once you travel to one place, you want to just keep going.
Doing it.
Exactly. And for me, like photography and travel kind of just go hand in hand.
They
so
really
everywhere
do.
that I went, I just wanted to keep capturing more and more. And I loved sharing it. I loved getting feedback, and that's what really motivated me to just keep going. And I just haven't stopped since then.
Oh, I love that so much. And I love that you said specifically sharing, because I feel like that's something that a lot of creatives and artists have a hard time with sometimes, especially when they're first getting started. You know, it can be nerve-wracking to put yourself out there, but I'm glad that it was something that you obviously wanted to connect with other people that also love traveling and photography probably as much as you do. So I think that's incredible. But what is one of your favorite locations that you've ever shot at?
Oh, that's so tough, but I think for me, like my favorite place to photograph is probably Yosemite National Park.
So good.
It's probably the first place I went to where I truly fell in love with photography and just like the outdoors, nature, hiking, camping. That was all pretty new to me because growing up, I didn't really do those things. So yeah, it was just really inspiring place. But my favorite place to visit, though, I think, is probably Japan. I think a lot of people can probably agree with me. You know,
I have not been, but it's on my bucket list for sure.
You definitely gotta go.
Oh my gosh! And I love a good city vibe too.
Oh,
so it's just like, you know, especially with like Tokyo and like some of the major cities. But I know that like nature-wise, there's so much there.
Yeah.
So
there's just like nature, architecture.
The perfect playground for like the kind of work that you do.
Absolutely. It's just like it has something for everyone there. So yeah, highly recommend it. You'll definitely love it when you go.
Yeah, that's amazing. So what do you think that for you as like a travel photographer, like what are some of the challenges that you usually face when you're shooting this kind of work? I mean, I feel like there must be photos where it's like really difficult. Like I would probably have like, you know, I'm not saying that I'm scared of heights, but like, you know, you're probably in places that like are pretty intense.
With travel photography, I think a lot of people, they don't see what goes on behind the scenes. A lot of times, you know, there's different environmental factors that are happening that are out of your control, like the weather. Kind of like you mentioned, you could be hiking to a place. A lot of times I find myself hiking in the middle of the night to get to a location for sunrise to get that perfect shot, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of challenges that you don't see. That's the thing with social media, right? You see the end result. You see like the final product. You see this amazing photo, but you don't see the planning behind it, the hours that went into, you know, getting the shot,
and
going
then
home editing.
And editing. I feel like retouching is something that's like also very like personal. You know, like you. So how did you go about like developing your own personal style, and like, you know, how does that inform you as an artist?
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to your editing style, for me personally, it's always changing. I think that's what's awesome about it, right? As we get more tools and, you know, we learn more, our style is going to be changing. And so when I first started, it was a lot of like trial and error. You know, you're in Lightroom, you're sliding the sliders like left and right.
You're kind of like going it all the way just to see like, okay, what is it gonna do?
Like, ooh, okay,
what's it gonna affect?
This is way too much, right? So you dial it back. But yeah, like it's a lot of trial and error, and your eye changes, and I think that's how you hone your craft, is just practicing, getting out there, shooting, going home and editing. And what's awesome is that you can make your own art, you know, like you bring your vision to life, and I think that's, for me, like that's the best part of photography, is that everyone has a different creative vision. And so you can have 10 different photographers take the same photo.
And it might be like absolutely so different.
Completely different, yeah.
100%.
Completely different, like composition,
what
colors,
people choose
editing.
to focus on, and like what you select, like even culling and selecting, right?
Yeah.
Like one person might like something else over something, you know, someone else. So like it's so fascinating. I think that's one of the most beautiful things about photography. It's how subjective it can be. You know?
100%.
Yeah, that's incredible, you guys. If you have any questions for Tiffany, I mean, we're live right now. Please drop them in the chat. I would be so happy to ask them for her. But yeah, I mean, like, what is like the most challenging photo that you've had to take? Like, you know, what was the most stressful photo that you've had to take?
Okay.
And actually, maybe we should look at some of your work, because I think people need to see the amazing images that you create. I mean, come on, you guys, are you kidding me?
All right, so this
beautiful.
image specifically was taken in Yellowknife, Canada. You know, what you see here is just amazing photo of the northern lights dancing in the sky. What you don't see is how cold it was.
Right.
It was literally negative 58 degrees.
I'm sorry, what?
My eyelashes
I
were
can't even
frozen.
compute that, because I'm like, anything below like 50 feels cold to me.
Yeah, like literally my eyelashes, they're like little mini icicles.
Stop.
Like our cameras, luckily, you know, the cameras nowadays, like the battery life's pretty good, but we had to be pretty smart with our camera gear, because the condensation, bringing it in and out.
That's such a good point. I didn't really think about that, actually, especially in extreme conditions or extreme weather.
Yeah.
Like you just, yeah.
Yeah, but this image here, you know, honestly, I probably took 1,000 photos this night. With the northern lights, I feel like the exposure and the lights, they're always changing. They're dancing in the sky. So even if you take thousands of photos,
were you using
tripod, 100% tripod.
Yes. I was like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Tripod. I think I took this with 24 millimeter lens, f1.4.
Yeah.
So with like a wide aperture to be able to capture this night landscape. But yeah, I took honestly 1,000 images, and out of all those, I think this one was my favorite. Just the way that the lights were dancing and moving above the lodge with like the fire.
It looks so good, and the leading, like the way it like leads you into the cabin or the like home there, like it's so perfect.
Yeah, hands down one of my
amazing.
favorite images. But again, it has a story behind it, and you don't see what goes on behind the scenes. Like, you don't know that I stood out on this frozen lake for a few hours to get this shot.
Freezing, like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. Jan says shooting Northern Lights is actually on their bucket list, so that's pretty awesome. You probably are inspiring them right now.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Northern Lights, 100% recommend it.
Yeah, that is incredible. So tell me if I'm right, you're a Lightroom ambassador?
Yes.
That's incredible. I love that. So like, tell me a little bit about like, what's the most underrated tool on Lightroom for you?
Ooh, the most underrated? I think probably the adaptive blur presets.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people maybe haven't dabbled with it, but it's just so nice when, you know, even like you take a photo on your iPhone, right?
Right.
And you're like, okay, this is like it's an okay photo, but you can like take it to the next level with the adaptive blur presets and just create more drama and have that bokeh to it. So
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and it's really easy to use. You know, you can do it on your phone, which I love. Yeah, that's definitely one of my new favorite tools.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, what are you most excited about the tools that were like shown today during the keynote?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's mind blowing.
You know, as a dentist, still I'm a dentist, but yeah, with the new quick actions, there's a really easy tool to brighten up your teeth, and you know.
Yeah, actually, I love how that's like the merging of both of your careers.
Right. I think they made they made that one especially for me.
Yeah, they were like, we're thinking of Tiffany in this exact feature.
They're like, how can they make her life easier, right?
Oh, I love that. So are you also like, dabbling into Photoshop as well, like when you're retouching, or what's your usual like workflow?
Yeah, I definitely think I used to use Photoshop a lot more, but now with the Generative Remove tool in Lightroom,
I am so impressed.
It's amazing. Honestly, I'm so impressed. Every time I use it, I'm just like mind blown with how good it is.
Truly.
So it's been really nice to just kind of do everything in one app, and just like it's quick, easy, and it's just simple. It's very, very simple.
Yeah. No, I love that. I think I'm so excited for all of these new features that have come out, and just like make it easier for us to just like quickly retouch and like literally get to the sharing part, because I feel like that's always the most exciting part, at least to me. you know, just getting to share the final product, the final finished piece.
Yeah, for me, I think it's just like speeding up the workflow and spending less time behind the computer.
Yes.
So that you could be like having more time in the field.
Shooting,
yeah, exactly.
you know, all of that.
Yeah.
So what is like a place that you want to visit that you haven't yet, and it's on your bucket list?
I think for me, it's probably going on an African safari. That's one thing I haven't done yet, and I've been to all 6 of the other continents, but Africa's one that I have yet to hit. So that's on my bucket list.
That
and
is amazing. Yeah,
I definitely want to do
like
that.
That would be such a good place to just play, you know, and get so many different types of like beautiful photos. But can you share a little bit more of your other images and like maybe some story behind them or what you were thinking when you were capturing them?
Yeah, sure. Let's go over this one.
Oh, so good.
This is actually, it's like a self-portrait landscape shot that I took. So I took this on my tripod.
Stop, you're so good. Self-portraiture, man, love it.
This photo is crazy because normally you don't see this outline of this frozen waterfall.
Sure.
And it was only, like, we went here the next day, and I kid you not, the frozen pool was just broken.
Oh my gosh.
Like where
it's
I was
like
standing.
low-key giving me a little bit of anxiety because I'm like, if your tripod was there and if something happened, like your tripod would just like, I don't know, you know?
Yeah,
It's so scary. But I love that you capture this. It's so beautiful. I love the red jacket that you have on, like that color,
it pops,
the little
right?
pop of color is so chef's kiss.
But yeah, this is just another one of those images where you don't know what happened behind the scenes, and it's a crazy spot. And again, of course, freezing cold. For some reason, I don't know why.
You love the cold, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like I live in LA, but I love going to these cold places, right? Not sure why, but yeah, one of my favorite images, just because, you know, with the long exposure, it just kind of creates this dreamy look.
That like motion vibe to it too. I think it kind of adds to that. It's like kind of a bit of a surreal like look to it. I don't know. There's something very soft and dreamy about it.
Yeah,
you know?
like it's kind of like pastel-y vibes.
Yeah. And so how often are you like messing? Like, are you just mostly like an enhancer, or are you like also playing with, you know, transforming your images in any way? Like what's
I think
how
for
do you feel
me,
about
like the goal for my photos are to kind of draw my audience into the photo and make them feel like they're standing there like right next to me.
I love that.
So yeah, I like to enhance the colors, you know, make the image look slightly better than what I saw in real life, but I do like that kind of like true real life type of edit.
Yeah.
But again, it kind of depends on the photo. Like something like this, you know, like I want it to feel a little more dreamy.
Yeah.
And so I brought out the blues and like the color of the sky a bit more than, you know, probably what I saw in real life. But I don't like to overdo it, but just kind of leaves you a little bit of room for imagination, right?
Totally. Oh, so good. Okay, we have some questions from YouTube already in here. So what do you think, Wade says, what do you think differentiates you from other landscape photographers? That's a good one, actually. Really good. Yes.
Yeah, you know, landscape photography is such like a popular field, right?
Truly.
I think for me, like, I just want to encourage other women to get out there. I feel like in the industry that I'm in, especially, there's just really male-dominated. So
100%.
Going on these adventures, you know, as a female, I think it's not as common, but now it's becoming to be more common because, you know, we're building community.
Well, because you're out there doing it and you're showing that other women can do it too. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, so, you know, just kind of showing other people that you don't have to have a background, you know, in photography to go out and do this. You don't have to have experience with hiking and camping. You know, I grew up doing none of that.
Right.
So it's kind of just showing people that, hey, like, if you set your mind out to do it, like, you can totally do it as well.
100%. Another question, how do you manage all of your raw images and pick which ones are the ones you want to touch up? I mean, you probably spend a lot of time going through so many and culling, you know.
Yeah, it is tough, but I feel like whenever you're in the field, you're taking a photo, even if you take hundreds of photos, you know, like, there's that one where you feel it. You're just like, okay, I got the shot, and like you can move on and take a different composition. You can, you know, go shoot something else. So for me, I think I usually have that one image in mind that I want to go back and edit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's tough especially because I'm a landscape photographer. I feel like I go and take hundreds of photos of the same thing. So it's kind of just going back and just favoriting a couple, then dialing it down and just picking one to edit.
And picking one to edit and just running with it.
Yep,
no, I love that. I love that. Someone says, huge fan of Tiffany. I love that. Someone asked, ever use your photos for compositing?
I feel like I was doing that maybe a few years back, but not so much nowadays. Kind of just like to have that more like real life type
like
of image.
more organic, like this is kind of real.
Yeah,
and
exactly. So.
Oh, totally. I love that. No, that's awesome. Thank you guys for all the questions. It's so good. But yeah, can we show a little bit more of your work because I feel like it's just so stunning. I mean, oh.
All right.
How?
This one has a crazy story.
Okay, you need to tell it, please.
All right. So this is in Yosemite National Park.
That's one of your favorite places.
Exactly.
To go to. Yep.
And this is Yosemite Falls. It's actually the tallest waterfall in North America. And I've taken photos at this specific location like so many times. I feel like a lot of people that have been to Yosemite, they have a similar image, right? But what makes this image special, obviously, is the bear in the photo.
Oh, and it's so perfectly like right in that.
It's crazy
in the middle of the road.
You know, haters were gonna say it's Photoshop, but
right.
I have videos to show you that it's not.
I love it. You're like, I have receipts, okay, you guys?
No, but it was crazy because we were actually I was filming an online workshop, and we saw a bear off to the side, and I was like, guys, it would be crazy if this bear just like walked into frame.
Oh my
I would like
gosh.
lose my mind.
Yeah.
Literally 5 minutes later, we're all like, holy, and we're just like, everyone's just quiet because we're like,
you can't even believe it's happening.
Yeah, like you can hear like my voice in the video where I'm just like, oh my god, like freaking out.
Wow.
And I'm just like snapping and just hoping.
Right.
I don't even know what settings I had, honestly.
Yeah, I mean at that point, so like I feel like sometimes in those moments that you can't think about the settings.
No.
Like you just have to like go for it, catch it, because you just can't like miss the moment.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly.
Oh,
So yeah.
I love that.
One of my favorite shots and what I like about it most is that it's going to be pretty much impossible to recreate because it's just one of those special moments that you just had to be there. So definitely right time, right place. A little bit of luck, you know, but yeah, it's a really special photo for me.
Yeah, no, I love that. Oh, and it's such a great like place too. I think Yosemite is just one of those amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can always go back and like find something new and just
Exactly.
discover different things, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Someone's asking, do you take photos of textures in nature? Because I feel like most of your images seem to like, you kind of like step back a little bit, or you're like, you know, but like, do you ever zoom in or do you get closer or like details and stuff
I definitely
like that?
enjoy macro photography as well.
Uh-huh.
I think one thing about photography is like getting different types of images are gonna tell a better story. So that means, getting textures, not only like the wide images that I love, but also like the tight images, portraits, you know. The more different like angles and focal lengths you can shoot, I think that's going to tell a better story, especially for video as well too. Like I love capturing different textures when I'm shooting video.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I feel like there's so much storytelling in your imagery, and I love that. And you share so much content too on your Instagram of like videos and everything of like all, you know, everything that you're doing, which is so cool.
It's so much fun because, you know, people want to see more. They want to know what's happening behind the scenes. They want to know the story behind the images and the videos. So I think social media is just a great place where you can share your own unique story.
Yeah, I love that. The behind the scenes is always like so fun, and then you can kind of compare it with the like final image that you share. You know,
exactly.
That's super cool. Yeah. I love that. Can we see some more work because I am just dying to like see. Whoa! Wait! Whoa! What was that?
Okay.
Oh my gosh! This is such a different vibe.
Yeah. So this is not nature. This is not.
No, but I love it.
This is
so much
shot
color.
in Tokyo. It's actually at an office building in Tokyo. For me, you know, I love shooting outdoors, like mountains, beaches, desert, but I'm also really inspired by architecture and like colors and straight lines. For me, like that's honestly where I feel like most inspired.
Ooh, yeah.
Even though I enjoy shooting nature, but like something about these straight lines and architecture really inspires me. So yeah.
And like symmetry and like just all of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it's working in this
it's just
image
like
so well.
It's like satisfying, right?
It's so satisfying. And that person right in the middle in that like just, I mean, too good.
It's like
too good.
Yeah, it's just an awesome location.
That was actually going to be one of my questions is like, do you ever like venture out into other types of photography and kind of like have that like inspire you in your nature and travel and all of that work?
Exactly,
you know?
Yeah, oftentimes when I travel to a city, I'm always looking for like unique architecture, just like crazy looking buildings, different colors and textures. And yeah, those different types of places really inspire me. Even though, like I said, I love shooting nature, but architecture, just something about it that just, I don't know, sparks inspiration for me.
Yeah. And when you're shooting like architecture work, like how often are you like trying to remove like distractions and like all this stuff? Like, or do you like to keep it like organic and like whatever's there is there and that's it?
I think when it comes to architecture and shooting in cities, I do like to kind of keep my images a bit cleaner. So now with like the Lightroom Generative remove, it's just awesome. Like I'm going back to old photos that I was like, okay, these photos, like before they were just like, unusable. Like I can't use this
anymore. Or like it's not as strong or whatever.
Yeah. So now I find myself like going back and editing these images and I'm like, wow, this is awesome. Like I have all these like great new photos now.
Yeah. Oh, that's so much fun. I feel like, with all these new tools and all these new features, like it's so exciting to like, just kind of dive back into like old work and see how you would like approach it, you know? So that's so exciting.
It makes photography like exciting again, you know? Like, and also it saves time too. Like before I feel like I'd go to a location and I would just wait and wait to get that perfect shot. And it's like, someone walked into the frame, you know? And it's just like so frustrating at times. Yeah. Especially as a photographer, I feel like a lot of us are just really picky, really specific, you know? So now that we have these tools like AI, it's helping us, you know?
It's
just a great
making
tool.
our workflows so much easier, so much faster, and it's pretty incredible technology. And the way, like, just how fast it is, it's like really, really impressive.
It's wild.
I was gonna ask, is there something that you don't like to photograph? Like, is there something that just like gives you the ick, and you're like, no.
Ooh, I don't know if there's something that I don't like to photograph, but I think what's difficult for me to photograph is probably people that I don't know.
Ooh, okay.
I feel like a lot of portrait photographers, they can go up to a person in the city and just start taking photos, and they're so confident with it, and like, you know, they feel so at ease when they're shooting people that they don't know. But for me, I'm just kind of like, ooh, is this like okay? Like, how do they feel about this? It's just like a little bit outside of my comfort zone. So whenever I see other creators or photographers shooting portraits of people that they don't know, it's also like really inspiring to me, because I'm like, wow, like I'm learning from them, and like I want to do that.
Yeah, and you have a lot of courage and like just you know, to like work up the, you know, to get up to them and be like, hey, like, you know, take your portrait.
It's completely different than what I do.
It's so different. It's like, a different like mindset too. Like you have to really exercise your social skills.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't have to go out and like in the mountains and ask the mountain like, hey, can I take a picture of you?
Right. I mean, I feel like that's the thing with like, you know, this travel photography and all that. Like you really, all it is just you and your camera sometimes and your tripod probably.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, it could probably be a very like meditative thing for you probably too, right? You're just kind of like figuring out, you know, what you're going to shoot, how you're going to shoot it, and, you know, and sometimes you're the model, and it's like, that's cool. I love that.
Yeah, it's honestly like therapy. I think a lot of photographers and videographers would probably agree with me. I don't know. You just feel at ease when you're doing it, and just, it's fun.
Oh, I love that. What is like a tip for people who are just going to get started in landscape photography or in travel photography? Like both maybe a technical like tip or just in general?
Yeah, I think when you're first starting off, especially with landscape photography, a lot of people, they kind of get stuck with shooting just one angle or one perspective. And so they go home and they just have like this one image that they're working on. But I like to go and shoot different perspectives, whether it's,
I love that,
you know, getting lower to the ground, like shooting higher with like a drone.
Getting physical, like you have to kind of move around to kind of see different things.
I feel like the more like traditional old school style photography is like you have a tripod and you just stay there.
Yeah.
And you just keep shooting until you get like the perfect image, right? But I feel like with adventure and travel photography, if you want to tell a good story, you need to tell the different angles, different perspectives.
Yeah.
And like whether it's the wide shots, the tight shots, the textures, like all those different types of angles are going to tell a much better story.
No, I love that. Can you share a few more before we wrap this thing up? This has been such an awesome session. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Like the motion and the action in this is just incredible, you guys. I definitely go follow Tiffany on Instagram at TiffPenguin. Very incredible. Okay, this is like the second or third Canada post too I've seen. Do you like Canada?
I love Canada. I love being cold, apparently.
Yeah. There's a lot of like, you know what? The coldness is such a vibe. I feel like, you know, it's so kind of like, I don't know. It's cool. Lack of a better word. But that's great. I love that. Thank you so much, Tiffany. This has been so awesome, and I feel like you're the talent, you know, radiating from you. It's like I think people can feel it. So that's amazing. But yeah, I think we are ready to go. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, Tiffany, for sharing with us and just being super awesome. So we'll be back. There's a lot more stuff going on, and we'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
So what we're doing today is we're gonna create some less polished business content. What I'm doing here is I'm just using your typical Instagram story, Instagram reel, TikTok video. It's all the same, 1080 by 1920 pixels. And we're gonna go ahead and create a reminder style post. So I'm gonna go ahead and just type in note on the templates here, like this style here. What I'm gonna do is I wanna bring in a video, and I do have some behind the scenes footage that I wanna do. Bring that in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the memo. Something I love to do on my content is to just drop the opacity. I'm gonna trim this down to about how long it takes someone to read it. I like 8.5 seconds, and super easy to do that with the timeline here. In a moment, I will add some music. I'm gonna mute the volume on my original. And the idea is adding that kind of casual, lo-fi, just you're chilling with me on my laptop working away. I'm gonna use the animation effects to make it pop. So I grouped them all and I applied the animation as a group, which you can see is going on here. I actually think I might go with Bungie. Any of the ones that have a direction focus, you can change the direction to, pop up. I like that.
Yeah.
That's probably what I would do. Here I go with just adding audio, and it gives me a few different options. I am looking for lo-fi.
I like it.
That's a good one, yeah? That's a good sound. So that's one reel done. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up another video that I have. So this is a typical talking head style video.
The next time you go to post on social media, instead of wondering how many likes or views it's gonna get, ask yourself, why should someone like or view that post?
I'm gonna trim up the video into the parts where I wanna put those on screen. I'm gonna go ahead and split that. So I'm putting it into little chapters, and my goal is I'm gonna have some changes on screen or some transitions being worked in.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this.
So let's go ahead and go into elements. Let's see, paper. So you can see it's covered it up now. So I'm gonna click show layer timing, and now I've separated me and the paper. I wanna click on it, and I'm gonna apply some animations to the paper. But let's go ahead, I like this grow one. And now I'm gonna put some drawings on top of it. What do we want, like a play button? Let's just go with a simple one here. I like Tumble for this, it's cute, little animation.
Yeah, I actually like that.
Let's do like a heart, because I said likes and views, I think. And I'm gonna reuse the paper, so I'm just, again, super easy, sliding it down to where that new chapter begins. Let's do thinking. We'll put that there. I put a text, like title, usually on my forehead, of what that video is gonna be about. So I'm gonna go ahead to some shapes and just add in some background shapes. All right, so I'm gonna have that pop up right there. And then, let me download this. I'm gonna pop it into the quick action on here, which allows me in Adobe Express to add captions. So we have suggested quick actions. So I'm gonna go to caption video, which is right here. And there we go.
The next time you go to post on social media, instead of wondering how many likes or views it's gonna get, ask yourself, why should someone like or view that post? What's in it for them?
There we go.
Yeah, I like it. And thanks for joining, guys.
Thank you.
Oh no. Okay, we're back. Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are live from Adobe MAX in Miami. Today I am your host, Katrina Torrijos, Adobe Express Evangelist, and I'm here with Lucas O'Keefe, social media strategist, content creator, Adobe Express ambassador, Canadian, among all of your hats that you wear. You wear a lot of hats.
Did you say elementary school teacher?
Huh?
Did you say elementary school teacher? That's the one I'm here for. That's what I'm speaking for at this
Amazing,
event.
amazing. Yeah. Well, we are here to talk about the first takes from the community. We just watched the Adobe MAX keynote, which include a lot of Adobe Express.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to talk all about the new stuff that just landed in Adobe Express. So Lucas, take it away.
Let's get to it. And so much Adobe Express that they didn't even cover everything in the keynote. We are going to be covering some amazing new features today. So what I have here is, I'm going to start with, from the huge list of things that were announced, I want to start with my favorite new feature. Okay, so I do have a video here, social media short form video, very clearly filmed in my hotel room last night. Don't hold me to my video production skills here.
Yeah.
But the feature I really want to highlight is the new sound effects.
Okay.
So whenever I am making a social media video, finding music I can maybe find directly in Instagram, directly in TikTok, whatever I'm doing. Obviously, if it's for business, I do want it to be commercially usable, and that's why I'll be using some Adobe Express music. But sound effects, getting a good database of sound effects is often something that I struggle with.
Okay.
So if you look right here, just getting into the new media audio tab, there are, last I heard, I think over 15,000 sound effects.
15,000.
That's
amazing.
I believe that's how many sound effects we're dealing with.
And is it from Adobe stock?
I'm not sure, possibly, but
yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, there we go. Well, that's why you're here to answer those questions.
Yes, I'm here to fact check.
Oh, look at that, powered by Adobe stock, right there in the bottom. So what I have here, this video is silent, so as I play it, it won't have any sound.
Okay.
But the idea is this is going to be an audio, so not me speaking, a music-based reel for Instagram or a TikTok video. So I'll play the video, we'll take a quick look. The idea is how I'm packing for Adobe MAX.
Okay.
And it's in Miami this year. It's my first time being in Florida.
Same here.
So here's the video. So it's me thinking, I'm thinking. All right, bring a laptop, bring some comfy shoes, bring a nice jacket, because it does get cold. Bring a water bottle, bring your notebook.
How fun.
Here all it is. So I did not make this in Adobe Express.
Okay.
So I've made this with Premiere Pro. But what I want to do now is use some sound effects to really jazz up this video. But before that, I want to have the title here. So I want to explain, first and foremost, people are seeing this video, what's it about?
Okay.
So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and pop over to the elements. And I want to look for a search bar, because I want it to basically be one of these search bars across the top of the video. Like someone's searching that up, and that's going to be my title. So let's take a look.
Oh, I love that. You're so creative. Also, shout out to the people in chat right now. Hello, Keys. Hi, Ray. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Let me know where you're tuning in from and what you're excited most about some of the new features that were announced at Adobe MAX, whether if it's in Adobe Express or in a different app. I want to know.
Do you ever find when you're typing live, you do the most typos?
Oh, yes, the most typos, and my hands shake.
Yes,
so
I'm
much.
trying not to look at them.
Yes.
Mine, I mean.
Yeah.
But so what I'm doing, I'm putting in this text box here. I want it to just be my nice, what should I pack for Max? So that's going to pop up across the screen.
Okay.
Right there, that's what people are searching.
Yeah.
Very fun, and I'm going to show some new animation features a bit later, but right now I'm going to go into just our simple animations that have always been here. And I like typewriter.
Typewriter, yeah, makes sense.
Look, there it is demoing right there.
Makes sense, love it.
I like typewriter, so we're going to have typewriter.
Yes.
Just kind of be, all right, what should I pack for Max? I'm going to go ahead and search up, or bring in the options to make it, 3 seconds, that seems pretty good. But I want this to basically be on screen, popping up, and then we're going to work with it. So before I get started, I do want to just trim the title before my objects come in the way.
Okay. Love that.
There we go. I love how it all lines up on the different, my timeline here.
Yeah.
So just want to make sure that's going to disappear. What should I pack for Max? I'm going to make it a bit faster. Okay, so let's make that a little bit faster.
Yeah, and that's like the nice part about doing animations in Adobe Express. You can adjust like the directions, the personality, how strong you want the effect, and also the duration. So
it's very cool. So I want it to come on a little bit faster so people can see it, have time to read. There we go. And do you have a guess, when we're thinking of sound effects here, do you have a guess why I'm using the typing animation for this video?
What do you think the answer is?
What sound effect do you think I could be searching up for this part of the video? So I am going to implement a keyboard sound effect. So let's go.
Wow.
Keyboard. There are many. I think I like this one, 6 seconds. So I'm going to play this so we can all hear it in the chat or in the audience. So it's typing, it's good. I love how they have the different durations on the bottom here. So I can see as I interpret, after I input into my video, how long will it be
if it fits your clip. And you can also hard it too, so you don't have to
I need to go back and do that. That is awesome. That's why I always love going live with you, because you show me new features
all the little things
I haven't used. And I love that about Express is everyone kind of has their own ways to do something. And it's fun to share it and highlight those to each other.
100%.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to listen to the keyboard. What should I pack for Max? I want it to end there, so I'm going to go ahead and just cut it out there. It's very easy to just line everything up. Hopefully the audience can hear that, and there's my what should I pack for Max.
You make it look so easy.
Yeah. So I want like a little kind of bell chime now as I'm swiping through these objects that I'm packing.
Okay.
To be like yes, that's being packed, that's being packed. Need comfy shoes. I want to now look up some sort of bell chime sound that's going to be playing as these go across.
Nice.
So we're going to look for that now.
You're inspiring me. I definitely want to make one of these.
Everyone needs to go play with sound effects. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Everyone needs to go play.
The wrong camera.
I'm looking directly at the chat. Go play with the sound effects. There are so many sounds. Like I said, 15,000 plus is what I'm hearing. So
oh my God, that's a lot.
Pretty phenomenal. So I did search up this one beforehand. I do like this one.
Okay.
I went with Metal Impacts, which is kind of like a bell chime.
Metal Impacts. That sounds like a band name.
That is a band name right there. Well, it could be. You're right. So Metal Impacts chime, something like this would be nice. So if I put that in, I don't need it to be the full 2 seconds, but I can swipe and then kind of cut it so it's nice and short.
Okay.
But basically the idea is swipe, and then that's the item we want to pack. So I'm going to quickly just go ahead and duplicate them so I can just bring them all in.
Okay.
Let's get a bunch. I'll move them around in a moment.
Yeah.
People in the chat, what are your favorite sound effects to have in videos? Like, if you had to make like a sound effect playlist, what would be on it? What do you need to have in your videos? Is my question.
I really like boops, like the ones that go whoop.
Oh yeah. Whoop. Whoops. Yeah.
Yeah, or the whooshes. I like clicks.
Those are nice. Like shutters, shutter sounds.
Yeah. What else? Ambient. So like if it's like an outdoor shot, the clip is silent because maybe there's like talking or people, but putting in like ambient birds or like wind or things like that to like enhance the scene.
You can really do quite a bit with the options.
It's amazing.
There we go. Swipe. And I like how I'm kind of lining it up. So we see drums and whooshes.
Drums, whoosh.
So as I'm lining it up, I have it paused on the frame. I love how I can edit it, see the frame. That's as they're being moved out of the way. That's what I want. So let's go ahead and pop that over there and make sure it's all good. Oh yeah, so I stacked them on top of each other.
Whoops.
Let me zoom in a bit. There we go.
Yeah.
So I love the zoom for that and being able to just make sure it's right where it needs to be. There's that one. Oh, there's my jacket. Which I wish someone had pointed out to me that a jacket is a good thing to have for Max. Because while it is hot outside and very humid outside,
it's actually very cold.
It's air conditioned in these events. So our Max sweater looks very much like that one in the video. I put that in there on purpose. And gotta stay hydrated. Whether it's coffee or a water bottle, you need.
Yeah. Are these images yours or are they stock?
These are from Adobe Express. So I just popped them in there, removed the background, and then use them from there. So yes, they are from the Adobe stock library.
Amazing.
All right. So we got our video. I don't know if the sound will line up perfectly based on what we're hearing with my bell chimes, but I will play it. But if some of these bell chimes are a little off, that is why.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and Put it all together with my sound effects.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot the notebook. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
There we
Now
go.
let us know, chat. Here's a fun fact. Lucas and I don't have audio, so we're guessing that these are lining up. So let us know, chat. Did Lucas get it right? Did he line it up?
So all but the first one were great. Let's fix that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's a bit early? Let's try that.
Yeah, let us know if he lined it up.
Okay. And then just to add it in at the very end, I'm going to go with a magic sound. Let's add some magic because I have them all up here.
What does that sound like?
Oh, they're some of the best sound effects are the search prompt magic. So there's my magic. Let's go back a few seconds, and we're going to search up some magic.
Magic. Oh my gosh. Chat, let us know. What does magic sound like to you?
What does magic sound like to you? So this is where I do like the durations there at the bottom. I'm going to go with this 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And it should just play my little sound effect there at the end.
Oh, in the beginning, right?
At the end. No, I want like
it's at the end. Okay.
like and the grand reveal of it. See, I'll have all my items.
Got it.
Everything that made it into the suitcase.
Got it. Yeah.
So this is very cool. This is sound effects. There are so many amazing ones that you can use in Adobe Express in your video, which is super fun. I will add some music really quick. So just to have some music in here, I typed in Miami. I didn't see Miami music, but I did see Ibiza Summer as a good song. There we go. That's the one I looked. Ibiza Summer Party Loop.
Yes.
So I'm gonna put that one in there, just for the chat.
Yes.
I am going to make sure. Sorry, let me just move that down there. There we go. I'm gonna turn the volume down just a little bit, just because sometimes I don't know if you know this, but when you demo music, like, it can be really loud.
Yeah.
Really blast
I usually
the
bring it down to like 10, 15. Yeah.
And this option here on the left is great in Adobe Express because many of my videos are me speaking and doing a voiceover, right? And then I do want music to tie things together. So it's nice to have this. I usually drop it to about like 5, 4, below 10%.
Okay, yeah.
But let's try about 20 and just see.
Okay.
But what I do really want to highlight here is the fade in and fade out.
Yes.
So I have options for in, out. I like both, to be honest. I find it goes all the way through.
Yeah.
But I'm going to fade in and out. And very cool is you can set the duration of the fade in and the fade out. So if I want it long and really gradually build, which the first few seconds of a video are often the most important.
Yes.
That's usually when you're introing what you're talking about and going from there. So being able to do things like that is great. I'm going to time it up with my sound effect. So I think my sound effect was about 2 or 3 seconds. So let's go 2 or 3 seconds.
We have a question in chat. Can these sounds be exported to be used in Premiere or After Effects? AE is also like Adobe Express. So the question is that these sounds are exclusive to Adobe Express. So to use these sounds, they have to be incorporated in an Adobe Express project per the license. It is a standard license, so you can't just download music straight from here, put it in another project. So it has to be all made in Adobe Express.
And
thanks for
so
the question.
for my content too, and that is a great question. For my content too, when I often do brand partnerships or business-related content, I'm not going to go use a top 40 radio song, right? I don't want to get in trouble doing that. So
we've all been there.
Yeah, it's great.
All of our videos are muted.
Yeah, you lose your audio, and there's nothing worse than that, right? Very difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have these. I always play it safe whenever it's a brand partnership or something to do with business content. I always use Adobe Express for my music, which is great. So again, we won't hear this, but let's play this and again, bear with me if the bell chimes aren't all perfect. But
you're good.
Here's the music kind of blending in with it.
I'm vibing. I don't hear it, but I know it's great.
So that's a lot of fun. So that is sound effects. That's fade in and fade out.
Yes,
and 2 new features.
Another thing, multiple tracks for audio.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yes,
I'm able to stack
Yeah.
my music with my sound effects.
Yes,
Very
music,
fun.
sound effects, and voiceover.
So much fun. So I'm going to close that one. We're good. And now what we're going to move into, we're going to stick with the travel here.
Mm-hmm.
And I have what could look like a flyer, so a workshop flyer that maybe someone is using for a free workshop preparing for your first Miami conference, okay? Maybe this is, I put my address here, so it's not actually where this thing is happening.
Okay.
But, but let's say someone is going to a conference like MAX, and it's in Miami. Like I said, this is my first time being in Miami and to a MAX in Miami. So maybe I'm going to do a business conference or a workshop to advertise about that. This would be the flyer. I'm going to show how I can turn it into an Instagram or social media carousel post using some also new and cool features. So the feature I want to highlight is the resize. So what I'm going to do is, this is a 8.5 by 11 worksheet or flyer piece of paper. I want it to be a 1080 by 1080 Instagram post. So I'm going to go ahead and resize that. And very cool here is, as I am resizing this, I have an image that is pretty central to the theme of this worksheet, of this flyer. But if you look, this is not going to be a full 1080 by 1080 square.
Yeah.
It extends a little bit, but I want it to fit perfectly into the Instagram dimensions.
Yeah.
So what we have here is expand, and it's going to be very cool. I love these little tooltips that like show you like what it's going to do. But let's actually look at what it's going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and resize it. I like to, this might be one of your tips too, I like to duplicate and resize.
Oh yeah.
So you can go back and see what you did instead of just resizing. But I'm going to go ahead and do that. And loving the magic bars. We need our magic sound effect again. What's happening is it's going to generate the image here that's going to fill or expand into to make my image. So what was added, you saw the sidebars, the magical gradient sidebars. This has all been generated. And I love how we always get like the 3 options. You can always generate more. But I love this image in particular for this. And I will, of course, I'm going to be moving some of these things out of the way. So, let me just go back to it.
Definitely, yeah.
And sorry, I deleted it. Let me do it again.
You deleted it!
Here, let me go again.
Do it again.
Let's
One more time.
Sorry, I got to see it again.
In case you blink.
Yeah, I did it on purpose because I wanted to show it again. Let's go back to it.
This is honestly my favorite feature that came out.
I'm going to move these around, and that's going to be like my big title. These are going to be gone, so let's delete those, delete those, delete those. But because this is going to be a carousel post, it's not advertising the where and when. I actually want to share the tips from the workshop directly in this post is what I'm going to be doing. Just want to highlight that. So I'm going to move these elements out of the way, but this will be enlarged in a second because it's my big vibrant title.
Yes.
But what I want to show here is how the reflections were even generated.
Right.
Which is very cool. So these sidebars on the edges here were generated from the image, and I love how it even matches reflections along the water and what it did, which
it's amazing.
Which is very cool. So that's expand when you resize in Adobe Express, which is very cool. So now what I'm going to do is I do have this my travel brand here that I made for this demo, but I'm going to add in some images that I want to use. So I'm going to make it pop, the word of the day, always the demo word. I guess I set as page background. Not cliche at all. But what I'm going to do, and I want to make sure I have my copy here, I'm going to go ahead and make this an Instagram carousel post. I want it to be when people log into the app, I want them to see this very nice sort of scrapbook style post that I'm using. Because I used resize, it's very easy for me to keep the elements that are on screen from my flyer, but I can now arrange them more custom for social media. Because this is not a flyer anymore, this is now an Instagram post.
Yep. King of carousels.
I love carousels. Those are my, and I know it feels like they are coming back.
They are, and you haven't checked out Lucas on Instagram, King of Carousels himself. Where can people find you?
At the Lucas O'Keefe on Instagram.
The Lucas O'Keefe. Check him out.
So I'm going to go ahead and put in some subtext that I have here, just some lighter text. And what I want this to be, let's just work with the shape a little bit, make that text box bigger. I want a little subline here. So preparing for your first Miami conference, discover the must-haves for, so far so good, no typos.
No typos.
For learning.
I'm watching you.
And networking in the sun. And let's clean up that text box a little bit. There we go. So I've got that there. That's going to be like my little subline that we have. When I think of a carousel post, I love the like kind of multimedia collage style. That is very interesting to me right now, especially on social media. I feel like people are, seeing a lot of digital content, so being able to kind of take a step back and go back to what feels like hands-on paper is more fun. So that's kind of the vibe I was going for when I designed this content. But what I'm gonna do is I'll quickly design the carousel, and then I want to show off another new feature that we do. So and we should have time for it. So just for the sake of time, let me zip through the carousel pretty quick.
Yep.
And what I'm gonna do is just keep going and duplicating it. There we go. I want some different art here. Next slide is going to be, so into my first tips. My first tip is plan ahead. So make sure you are planning ahead.
Yes.
With your ideas and what all the various sessions you want to attend. I'm going to go ahead and move some things around here. So what can we say about planning ahead? Be ready to attend. All of your, there's 7 typos in a row.
7 typos.
All of your favorite sessions.
Sessions.
I'm not, if I'm struggling to write here and I'm just like, okay, what can I think of? I never have trouble writing like the plans here or the tips.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's tough to think of like the copy to go with it. So if you noticed when I was clicking on this text box there in the audience, there is a new feature called Rewrite that I'm going to be using.
Yes.
And that is very fun. So I'm going to click on that. And super easy to read. I love how there's different options that I can do. So I can rephrase it, which is what I'm probably going to go with. I can shorten it. I can lengthen it. So I'm going to pick my edit that I want to make. You know what, let's go with lengthen, because I feel like this is a little bit short. So be ready to attend all your favorite
Gives us an
sessions.
essay.
Let's get more. And I love the different tones you can use. So make it sound more inspirational, personal, comical, casual, academic, professional.
Love that.
Now this is about a business conference, so I was leaning towards professional, but let's go with comical. Let's go. Or let's keep it personal on social media. Let's make it nice and like you're talking with your friend. And very quickly, I have 3 options. I love that rule of 3 whenever we're generating. You always get the 3 generations. So going from be ready to attend all of your favorite sessions, I chose rewrite, and I got prepare yourself to participate in all the sessions you love the most. I got get set to join in and be present for all your most cherished sessions. And I got ready yourself to engage and be present for all the sessions you adore. So I like that one.
Love that
one. Let's
one.
go ahead and I select it, replace, and there
you
it is.
Go. There's
so
your text.
I have that new text there.
Yes. So rewrite is not only just in the content scheduler where you can generate the caption. Same technology is now in the editor for when you're working on text on your projects, which is really cool.
It's so much fun. And again, I love how based on, someone might prefer designing, someone might prefer writing. So being able to have the different options to do is great. I'm going to type in, let's see, Miami office, and let's see what image comes up. We got some cool ones. I like what speaks to plan ahead for me.
Plan ahead.
Let's go with that one. I'm going to stagger it a little bit because I do want my collage style.
Yeah.
I don't want the layout to be the
that.
same.
I see the vision now.
Yeah. So
I see the vision.
Preparing for your first Miami conference. Got that arrow? Swipe. There we go.
Boom.
Step 1, plan ahead. And I love to duplicate. I'm just going to keep going ahead and
honestly,
duplicating.
why start from scratch?
Saves you tons of time.
The font, the text's already there.
It's called Express for a reason.
Yeah. Express, just getting it out.
We got Pack Smart. Let's go with Pack Smart. I'm really liking that rewrite. Let's keep doing it. So let's go with what I would say for Pack Smart, and then let's use rewrite to help me out a little bit. Be ready for indoor and outdoor weather festivities.
Yeah, festivities.
I think this is a really good way to show how useful rewrite is that I'm really struggling to write.
I'm not even chiming in.
let's use lengthen. That'll be fun.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because it is kind of short. So let's see. Let's go ahead.
Shout out everyone in chat. Hi Cody. Hi Wade. Hi Idara. Hi Barbara. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about all the new things in Adobe Express that were announced at Adobe MAX.
And we're using rewrite, designing an Instagram carousel, sharing some travel tips. So I went with be ready for indoor and outdoor festivities, and we got with lengthen with a personal tone. We got gear up for a wonderful mix of indoor and outdoor festivities and gatherings. So
period.
I like that comparison because previously I did rewrite, so I wanted different terms used.
Right.
Here I did lengthen. Maybe I wanted festivities to be kept in there, right?
Right.
So there we go, replacing it. There's slide 2. I'm gonna go ahead and keep going. I can duplicate. Let's do 3 tips, do one more. Let's go.
We can do it.
My favorite part of conferences and Adobe MAX, prepare to network.
Prepare to network. Oh my gosh, don't talk to me about networking. That's all we've been doing here.
Yeah, I bet. Let's see. I think you do a very fun job getting your swag ready for every conference you go to.
Oh,
so
yes. Thank you.
Your swag and your, what do you call it, swappables? Like, what's it called? Like when you get a sticker for someone or pins?
Yeah, giveaways, merch, I don't know.
Have your
business
swag
cards.
And your merch ready to share.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Let's rewrite. Rephrase. Let's do rephrase.
Rephrase.
And of course, you probably do want to stick with the same tone or sound from document to document.
Exactly.
Just to keep it the same, but that's why it's actually
you don't want to do professional on the last one.
just all of a sudden.
Off.
No, that slide is my call to action. Have fun. See you there.
Have fun. See you
Come
there.
to Adobe MAX.
Yeah.
But I like how it's actually, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's defaulting to personal on each slide. It already is sensing like
you already did it. Yeah.
what I've started with. So let's generate that. Go ahead. Ooh, get ready to showcase your unique style and merchandise. Have your swagger and merchandise ready for sharing. Let's go with this one. Replace and nice and quick. So there we go. I got prepared to network. I have not been replacing the images, have I? No, let's replace the images. And let's quickly swap in some gradients that I have saved in this brand I made. I don't think we've used blue yet, have we? No.
I thought blue was the first. No, the first one was purple. Purple's fine.
Purple, yeah. Purple, orange, blue, and we'll go with one more. Highlighting, I love how you can have the different sizes of project all in one view, which is very nice.
Yeah.
So now I can visually see.
Hi, Roger. Hi, Jay. Welcome to the stream. How y'all doing?
Let's move Pack Smart a little bit. There we go. I just wanted to be fun,
super fun,
kind of scattered all over the place. Prepare to network. Let's replace this image. Let's go with our Miami office again.
Yes. Are you gonna move the images as well, or keep it like text on the left, image on the right?
Yeah, let's do it.
What is it?
Let's scatter it more.
Okay,
Okay, here we have below. Let's get some more hierarchy going. Here we'll go with onto the left, onto the right.
Yeah.
And down here.
I'm a scrapbooker myself. Gotta love the variety.
And then
the organized chaos.
That is the way to go. And then I think I have one more gradient I want to apply. And we have not used this light one yet. All right, replace background. Okay, and then if I want to, I always like to kind of bookend it. So whatever I'm starting with, or whatever my first slide was, I like to make that my end slide just to kind of wrap it all up. So I just duplicated that one. I'll bring it to the bottom here.
There you go.
And that is going to be my...
So excited.
And don't forget to have fun.
And don't forget to have fun.
Don't need rewrite for that.
Nope. Unless you want to make it sound professional, but I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can do that.
I'm going to try that after this. That'll be a lot of fun. But I want to keep the tone the same.
Keep the tone the same. Consistency
and don't forget to have
key.
fun. And I don't need this because there's no more to swipe. I can go ahead and let's change in the image a little bit.
My sister's in the chat. Hi, Vanessa. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining in, we are live from Adobe MAX in Miami, talking about all the new things that was announced for Adobe Express.
A lot of fun. So we just resized this poster,
Whoa!
A conference workshop poster, into a swipeable carousel post that I would upload to a platform like Instagram.
Yes.
You can export it as a PDF and use it on LinkedIn. A lot of fun options. I'm going to add some quick little doodles here for a little bit more of a sticker style.
We love a doodle moment.
So let's go ahead and pop over to some icons.
Do you use mostly icons, or sometimes do you draw them yourself?
I use icons. I use icons. I think you showed me a very cool trick on how to draw them and bring them and use them. But
Did I?
I'm not there yet. I think so. It was a video you made, I believe.
Oh, thank you.
You're like, I never did that.
Sometimes I know some Adobe Express tips.
So let's go ahead, drop some stickers around there. What do we got? Plan ahead. is definitely my favorite style of content right now. Pack Smart, there's a suitcase.
How long have we been streaming? Like, how long is this taking you right now? I kind of lost time.
So I've gotten through a lot of content here. It's been nice and quick. I got one more thing after this that I'll quickly show, but it's been very fun to highlight these new features.
Nice.
Yeah.
And chat, if you have any questions about Adobe Express, any of the features that were launched, please let us know. Now is a great time to ask. Or if you have any questions for Lucas, feel free to drop them in the chat or follow him again on Instagram at @LucasO'Keefe. And you can also follow me at Katrina Torrijos, also on Instagram for any Adobe Express questions.
And we'll be doing a lot of stuff this week for Max, so it's not just today. Today is day one, which is super fun.
Oh my gosh. We got 2 more days.
So what else I want to show? Actually, let me quickly highlight that. So full circle, here is our carousel. So it comes all together.
Love it.
Nice and swipeable. You can pop that in. Clearly, I love using Rewrite. A lot of fun. But what if I want to then have a more professional document to give out after?
Right.
So this right here is a document that I just popped in on the templates on Adobe Express, and I asked for like a travel infographic. So basically, this is condensing all of the info that I put in the carousel post that we just saw, and now it's going to be like something I might give out to my email list afterwards, right?
Yeah.
But because I used a template, it's not really matching this brand, right? Which, like I said, I like this brand a lot.
Yeah,
so,
very cute.
what I am going to do though, I go to my travel brand, and there's this new option here.
Okay.
And obviously the more you add to it, the more options it has to draw from, but I have my fonts, I have my colors, and I'm going to apply the brand. Obviously with fonts being different sizes, I'm going to have to do some adjustments, but this is very nice for not having to start from scratch. And I think this is a big request for people who use templates like myself. It's very nice to be able to do this. And let me stop building the suspense and click the button.
I know, come on man, drum roll.
So I'm going to cycle through. So it took some of the fonts and some of the colors and made some swaps.
Right.
I can keep going with different options till I see
Yes.
which one do I like. Okay, I like having this font here better, right? At the top, not the handwriting font I chose. I can make some quick adjustments, move things around. All right, maybe do some color swaps to make it darker. But just like that, I took the template I already had and I applied it, and I can keep going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find a darker one specifically. I'm gonna go with this one.
Yeah. And even if you like a certain part of the template, it's still, or like the shuffle, I say, you can still edit different parts of it. So like, let's say if we went with this, you wanted the background darker, you can still manually change the background, change the font, whatever you want to, make your project look how you want it to.
You read my mind as you were saying that.
Yeah, that's what you're doing right now.
I want it to be a little bit more visible. I want it to be able to be seen. So what I did was took the starting point, got a lot from it, and now I'm just going to make some small adjustments.
Yeah.
Let's make it all caps.
I have a question on YouTube about how can you have assets on multiple pages to create a seamless carousel design? Seamless carousels.
That is, I love seamless carousels. You have a very cool way for making seamless carousels. That's
do.
like a whole other session to talk about.
It's a whole other session, but if you follow me on Instagram at Katrina Torrijos, I do have a tutorial about it. So check it out. Send me a DM for that question.
It's fun.
Yeah,
it's cool.
It's really fun, super easy.
So one thing I will highlight to kind of just show what we could do with this is this other new feature, Translate. So, like I said, this would be something, I feel like this is really showing my teacher background that this is not my best design here. But
it's cool. It's a design.
It's just a handout, right? And actually, if people are printing, I realized after I said that, if people are printing this, I probably don't want to give them a full color background.
Imagine.
And use up all their colored ink.
All their colors.
Which is not, so you know what, I do like these colors. Yeah. But what we can do here, actually, let me just make it all, black so we can see it.
Yeah. Legibility is also very important.
Tons of options. Yeah, it is. Let's go with that.
Or even bolding the letters sometimes I think will help with readability, but what you're doing is pretty great.
Yeah, I'm going to make the fill, just make the fill white.
That's like an entire black ink cartridge in one box.
Yeah, so, and not too bold like you said.
I like it. I like the outlines.
It's got some color in it. Let me make that fit a bit better.
Yeah.
Too bold. Let's not do bold.
Nice try, Katrina. I tried.
Let's shrink this a bit so it fits. Okay. And
Nice.
what I want to show is another new feature we have here. So I have this document. I want to give it to my email list. I would assume, especially in the travel niche, the travel content creation, you have a pretty global audience. You see a lot of people. You go to a lot of places. So it's very nice to now be able to offer any content, any documents I create in, I believe, over 45 languages using Translate. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to unselect the pages because I only want to work with this one, page 8.
But that's new in itself.
It is, yes.
Choosing to translate like all the pages all at once, like bulk translate.
So because, this is a multi, I have a bunch of pages in this, but it is very nice to, maybe I only want to translate this worksheet,
For
right?
now,
I don't want to translate everything.
Yeah, but theoretically you could do everything if you wanted to.
And the project can handle it, which is very cool. Go try that out. It's a lot of fun. Just do a bunch of languages and then see all the different pages in your project.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go ahead and go through some, let's go with Croatian. I need my Croatian background there. Do I speak it? No, but that's why translating is helping.
I didn't know you were Croatian.
Let's go with French,
Okay.
German, let's just do a few, and then we will translate and go from there. And it translates.
Drum roll.
Going for there.
But I'm not going to actually drum roll.
It does take some time.
It's all good.
But what it's doing is translating my document so I can access it from there. So
still going.
Of the features we did, this is Translate.
Yes.
We did Resize. We looked at how Resize has Expand built in. What else did we look at? We looked at sound effects.
Sound effects.
Fade in and fade out for music.
Yeah.
And there are a ton of options that we can look at here.
So many different options. So yeah, that is just a little bit, even we didn't even cover all the features, but that's just some of the features that were announced at Adobe MAX, purely just in Adobe Express. Thank you so much, Lucas,
for
being here with us today. And stay tuned, everyone, for the next stream. We'll be streaming all day live from Adobe MAX in Miami. Thank you. Hey everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. We are coming at you live from Adobe MAX in Miami. I am your host, Katrina Trijos, and I am here with the lovely Meg Lewis.
Hello.
Yay.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to chat.
I know, I'm so excited. Honestly, chat, it's been 2 years since our last interview. So Meg, let's catch up. What have you been up to? What's different at the Funhouse?
All right. Oh, so much always happens because I'm a person that I like to acquire skills and hobbies.
Okay.
And see if there's ways that I can add them to my career.
Okay.
And see if there's ways that I can just find things that I have a lot of fun doing. And the more that I can acquire that I have fun doing, sometimes I just do them and then hope that maybe somebody will pay me to do those things too.
Hopefully.
And so this year, I've been doing a lot of things like that. I went to a professional stunt performer academy because I thought it would be funny, and I thought that because I do a lot of speaking and stuff on stage, I thought it'd be funny if I knew how to fake fight, just in case maybe that skill could come in handy.
Do you have a session here?
I do.
Are we going to be fake fighting?
The problem, though, that I learned in stunt school is that you need a partner. You have to be fighting with someone. So
fight me.
So I now know how to like fake punch and choke people. I know how to roll, to grab a weapon. It's all very like not real, which is, so it's not a practical skill. But I had so much fun learning how to do that, and I think that it, in general, just knowing how to do this makes I love physical comedy, so it makes my on-stage stuff really fun now that I can add some stunts to my stage performances.
Nice. Okay, so you are a creative, obviously, a stunt performer now, a professional fake fighter. You do performances, right?
Yes.
Speaker. What else do you do?
Oh gosh.
For anyone who's just meeting you for the first time.
Yeah, so I would say that I'm a designer by trade, but I do so much more than that. I love so much more than just, I'm a complicated person just like you and everybody else, so there's a lot of things that make me who I am. So in addition to design, I do a lot of client design work. I'm a freelancer. Illustration falls into that category as well. And then I'm also a performer at heart, so I love to mix my skill as a designer and my skill as a performer to create on-stage experiences for audiences that are really unique to me. And I do a lot of comedy, I do improv, I do stand-up.
Amazing.
I do physical comedy. So
she does everything.
I blend it all together into fun experiences for people.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's take a look at your website.
Here she is.
I know that you did a rebrand and like you got new headshots recently.
I did.
And
Thank you for noticing.
Let's see what's new.
Yeah, so my website is just a place for me to have as much fun as possible.
Yes.
And I think that it is a perfect example of that because I design my own fonts. So all of the type on my site is the fonts that I design.
Sans.
Yes.
It's one of them.
Yeah, not the Comic Sans.
Sans.
It's, well, we can look. It's down here,
right?
I think. Yeah, Comic Sans.
Sans.
Comic Sans.
Amazing font.
Which is a parody. I learned a lot about parody law.
Okay.
Satire versus parody.
Yeah.
Because it's a parody, it is totally okay to make a font called Comic Sans.
Yes.
And yeah, so my website and my brand in general is just a full expression of who I am and what makes me unique and all of the things that I can offer the world. So when it comes to my work itself, I think you can kind of see what I mean by this is I do design and illustration, but I also do a lot of performance. So a lot of times clients will hire me as on-camera talent because there's not many designers out there that are like you, where you're really comfortable in front of a camera all the time.
Like me?
And there's not many creative brains out there that are really great at like learning lines and running lines and like memorizing and being on camera all the time. And so having that skill is really helpful because you open yourself up to a lot of additional opportunities.
To be fair, I was a theater kid. Theater kids
That'll do it.
in chat.
Yeah, I was a little child actor myself, so I.
Okay.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I would always go to comedy camp in the summer.
How fun.
Really fun. But with that being said, it also allows me to be on-camera talent for brands that also need a designer. So I think this is really helpful from a business strategy perspective because
whenever you think about content creators in general, there's like a lot of brands will come to you to represent their brand or to use, you know, sponsored posts, paid promotions in order to like hold their product and smile, right? But when you're a designer, you can offer, and you have that creative skill set, you can offer so much more to these brands. And you can say, I could just hold your product, or I could design a set of stickers for you to use on your social media. And we can talk about the design process, and we can make the content more engaging for your audience at the same time. So I find that it's great for them because you can do even more for them. But for us as creatives, they'll pay more money and give us more money to do that because we're doing more for them. So it's a really beneficial thing to be able to be comfortable in front of camera and also a creative person. So like this example is a series that Skillshare approached me to do where they created my world in a physical 3D set, and then we created basically a video series that was called High Intensity Inspiration Training.
I've seen this, yes.
Where it was a creative prompt exercise and series where we made silly, bad art on purpose, which is the kind of art I love to make, is things that look bad on purpose because the need to be perfectionistic
it's so bad,
gone.
it's so good.
Exactly.
So
that's kind of what my work is I try to do things that are not perfect, that are very childlike almost, that sort of evoke that non-perfectionist energy that kids have. And in this class series, we did a bunch of exercises that help adults to take themselves less seriously. So we make really fast art in like too little of time. And whenever you have to make art in 30 seconds or 60 seconds, it's never gonna look good. So you make stuff that looks like this, a collage of a face that just looks horrible. And that's the goal, is just the journey and the having fun over the perfectionism.
This is amazing. Oh my gosh.
It's a really fun video series, and I really enjoy that. The louder that I am about my world and the stuff I enjoy doing, the more opportunities I get like this that are so perfectly in line with who I am and what I enjoy doing the most. And it's just, I have the best job in the world.
You really do. Oh my gosh. Your work is so amazing, so playful, and it really stands out. And like I can spot a Meg Lewis piece from a mile away all the time. Such a signature style. And even if you're not in the design or like in the promotion, you can tell it's you because it's
I'm
how
so
fun
glad
it is.
that it shows.
Your love shows through your work, and it's really amazing.
That's the kind of thing that I'm really excited specifically to teach other people, is how to figure out what a style could be that's unique to them that absolutely nobody else could have. Because it's such a reflection of your personality, your strengths, your influences, and the things that have molded you visually into who you are today. I'm so interested in helping people to articulate and figure out what that is for them, because I do believe that a unique style exists for every single person. I know as creatives it can always feel like absolutely every style has been taken, and I know that whenever you look at Pinterest, for example, or you're looking at inspiration anywhere, everything starts to look the same, because we're all lost. We all don't know how to have a style that's unlike anybody else's, so we are obviously all looking at the same inspiration all the time, and we basically just become the trends. We become one another, basically.
Exactly.
And so what I love doing is helping people to figure out how to be separate from that, to feel like they don't need to look at other people's work in order to make their own work. So they can articulate what makes them visually interesting and unique, how to put that to visuals, and how to make work that truly shines uniquely as their own.
No, that is honestly amazing. Like, I really resonated when you were saying like we just end up copying each other. It's like that phrase being like everyone's trying so hard to be different, we all start to look the same. And like I love that you're teaching people to be unique and to not really rely on Pinterest inspiration so much, because like as a creative too, I find myself doing that, and it's a really hard skill to do, to just not look at anything and try to make something, you know, from nothing, absolutely nothing.
Completely is. One thing that I really like to do that I've done for many years that's very helpful for me is I like to, and I definitely encourage everybody to do this, is to think back to when you were a kid and ask yourself what you were really into when you were a kid. It doesn't necessarily have to be art-based. It can be anything. For me, I was really into circuses and clowns and mimes, and I loved silent comedy movies. I loved comedy in general, and so I loved any actor that was really expressive with their body or their face.
Yeah.
And so with this exercise, you can start to ask yourself, what were you into when you were a kid? But I want to know what you were into back then that you're still into now. So it's remained a huge part of your life, like something that you're just really into and have always been really into. And that's most likely just to remain true about you the rest of your life. That's why we do that. And so then once you have a list of what those things are, go through and start to pull up images of what those things are and look at them all together. Make yourself a little collage or a mood board of some kind, showcasing what all of those things are. And then you'll start to notice themes. You'll start to notice color palettes. You'll notice like areas of tension, like things that don't go together. What I noticed in mine was a very clear color palette of like primary colors plus green plus pink plus light blue. And then I noticed a lot of black and white. I noticed things that were really organized, but also things that were very visually chaotic. And that exercise was really enlightening for me because of two reasons. It helped me to articulate why certain things have always felt better for me. Like, for example, I always felt like my work felt the most me when it was black and white with lots of bright colors. But I would try to sometimes, I would get too influenced by Pinterest or mood or like inspiration, other people's work. So I would try to make things look really organic or like earth tones or neutrals. And it wouldn't feel right to me. And also when I would wear, sometimes I would like a dress on somebody else that would be brown florals or something, and I'd ask them where they got it. I'd put it on myself, and I'd feel terrible in it.
Looks different,
And so once I put this mood board together of all my lifelong points of inspiration, I realized that no wonder the brown florals never worked for me. Nothing about who I am says brown florals. It says other people's inspiration probably says brown florals, but not mine.
So today it says soup.
Today it says soup because I love soup. I really do love soup.
Oh man,
we're getting into soup
What kind
season.
of soup?
You know, I love all soups. I really do. I love it. I'll even drink the chilled soups.
Chilled soup. I love it. I'm with you.
I love a soup in general. I like it. I like that with the pureed soups that are a little bit more boring because every bite's the same. You can then add toppings, which makes every bite unique. Then there's the chunky soups, which are just inherently texturally interesting.
Very texturally interesting.
And chilled soups are. The fruit soups. The cold fruit soups. Don't sleep on them.
I will not. Chat, let us know what soups are you into. And also, if you have any questions for Meg, please definitely drop them in chat. We're in this Meet the Speaker session here, so we're here meeting Meg Lewis today. And you're just so awesome. Okay, so we talked a lot about mood boarding, right? What is your process for creating a mood board? Like did you watch the keynote? You did, right?
No.
You did not watch the keynote?
I just got here.
Okay, for those who did not watch the keynote, we talked a lot about creating collaboration. One of the C's. But it was a lot, we talked a lot about like the ideation process, creating mood boards. We announced project, concept, in Adobe Express. You can also create like mood boards in there. I've definitely had classes, check them out on the Adobe Live YouTube channel. And also some people create mood boards in Illustrator too, and Photoshop, on all the apps actually. So let's dive into that topic. How do you create a mood board for an upcoming project?
I'll do it in so many different ways. I definitely Photoshop has always been my go-to for creating mood board. I have like a bunch of different mood board templates that I use internally that is just basically a framework for creating a beautiful mood board, so I can just pop images into it really quickly. And so I usually do it that way. I think one thing that I've noticed about creating mood boards is that I have never had a full-time job before, so I don't know what other people do when it comes to branding projects. I have no idea. And early in my career, when I first started freelancing, I was like, I think mood boards is something you show a client at the beginning. I think I've heard that, but I never really confirmed whether or not other people do this. And so because I just thought that's what was done, I used to always, and I still do sometimes, give my clients 3 different mood boards that had 3 completely different vibes before I would even start to design anything. And Because I think that's what people do. Is that what people do? I think that's generally.
That's what Meg Lewis does.
That's what I've done before. And so what would happen though is, so I would give the clients 3 very different directions on 3 very different mood boards. They would always come back and say, well, we like little bits from this mood board, some from the second mood board, and then like this one thing from the third mood board.
Yeah.
And I would always be like, but that, like, those things don't go together.
I'm totally
how do you
that
do
client.
that? How am I supposed to make this work?
Yeah.
But then I realized through the process that that's how you make something that doesn't look like anything else. That's how you make something that doesn't exist anywhere else.
That's the new challenge.
It's putting
Make 'em fit.
little things from different vibes together and putting them together. And I love that now because I think those areas of tension where it's something that doesn't go together and you put them together, that's truly how, that's like, I think that's beautiful because it's how you show the world that things can be complex.
Yeah.
They don't have to be flattened. They don't have to be very thematic, like one note.
Yeah.
That's because we're all so interesting and complex as human beings.
Exactly.
It's just really fun for me to show the world that life is complex, and when you exist with multiple things inside of you that don't go together.
Yeah.
But they go together with you. You know, like my style is very playful and fun. You wouldn't expect me to be a power lifter or somebody that like went to stunt performing school. But they don't go together, but they do exist. They do go together because they exist within
and
me.
they make
so.
you, and it's, you know, you're perfectly yourself in harmony. You are perfectly Meg Lewis. With all the pieces that don't go together.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. We all are very complicated, and I love that as a designer. We have the privilege of being able to show a complicated world to everyone.
Yes. Nice. Awesome. Okay, we have some people in chat. Shout out Curtis. Hello, Dave.
We have some soup chat
Goulash
going on.
soup, chowder. I've only had chowder.
Chowder.
Gazpacho.
Gazpacho. That's a chilled soup. It's a classic. Yeah, you got to get yourself some gazpacho.
Gazpacho, okay. We have Curtis changing his mind. Oh my gosh, big soup fans. I'm like a ramen ramen.
Oh
person.
yeah.
Pho. Amazing.
I also I think that there's a lot of argument always on the definition of soup, like is ramen soup? And I like any brothy food, so if I need to categorize it as soup, I will. I am willing to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. People have strong opinions about the categorization of food, so not me.
Nice. Okay, so switching gears, let's talk about Adobe MAX. How many Adobe MAXs have you been to?
I have been to 3 Adobe MAX. 3?
Okay,
yes.
What years?
The first year I went was, I think it was 2015. It was a long time ago.
Wow, okay. Second?
I think I went 2016 and then 2019.
16, 19. Okay, I went to 2019. That was my first one.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
I know, time flies.
I know.
Now I'm on my 6th one now, so I'm like,
whoo, what a pro.
Woo. Okay, so based on your experience with Adobe MAX, what are some of the major changes that you've seen from the 3 different Maxes you've been?
Well,
so
the
far?
First Adobe MAX I went to, the swag was out of control. They gave every attendee this Nikon DSLR camera.
You're lying. You're lying.
Yeah, it was amazing.
What?
Yeah, they just gave everyone a full expensive camera. It was pretty great.
All right.
They're not doing that anymore.
We get tote
They're
bags?
not. Yes. Maybe they learned about waste. I don't know, but it was pretty great. I don't know. I think I just keep accumulating more friends. So every year I think it just gets better and better because I see more and more people that I love from the industry and get to hang out with.
Yeah.
And that's why I love Adobe MAX so much is you get to meet so many interesting, talented people and become their friends. I love this industry for that. Everyone is so kind. It's not cutthroat. It's not super competitive. I believe there's room for everyone because we all have something different to offer.
Yeah.
And I always feel that energy when I'm here, and we're all just learning from each other and trying to grow and get better.
Yeah.
And so it's a really beautiful time to just meet people, be inspired, make new friends, and then come back again and see everybody again.
Oh man, that's pretty great. You're speaking this year, yeah?
I am speaking this
year. So would you
year.
like to give a rundown of the sessions that you're giving?
So I'm speaking on Wednesday.
Ooh, okay.
And Wednesday morning, and I am talking about the power of play.
Okay.
And a lot of what I've learned through both going to clown school and working with kids, I've learned a lot about just basically how sad it is to be basically a socialized adult, where we are constantly doing things to be normal, in fear of looking different from everyone else, and in fear of we don't want to be too whimsical or nonsensical because that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And what we can learn from kids is that they don't have to worry about any of that. And once I've started to add some activities into my life where I can operate at what I call the speed of fun, which is basically just operating and creating as fast as you can before your own brain can stop you and get in your way because you're too worried about being perfect. I love operating at the speed of fun, so we're going to talk about this in my session about how you can inject some exercises where you can create at the speed of fun, so that way you can start to loosen your brain up and make better work. I find that I make my most unique creative work whenever I can just get out of my own way
and just play
and just simply play.
Yes. Okay, well, don't give too much
Okay,
away.
yeah, you're right.
No spoilers. Definitely check out the replay of our session if it is recorded, or if you're tuning in live, definitely go over to Meg's session. Lastly, really quick, where can people find you on social media?
Yes, on social media, I am at your buddy Meg.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for tuning into this session of Adobe Live. Make sure that you connect with Meg. And yeah, stay tuned for more streams throughout the day. I will see y'all next time. Have a good Max, y'all.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
so excited to be here today with Nicte Cuveas, and she is a brand strategist and designer who takes a lot of color into her work. And if you're somebody who is looking for a little bit of information on how you can do that, or you want to look up to an incredible designer, this week the speaker is going to be for you. So Nicte, I'm going to hand it to you. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hola, hello everybody. I am super thrilled to be here with you and talk a little bit about my journey, my process. Color for me is everything. If you cannot tell, I live, breathe, and eat color. There's so much that goes into the process and how I use color. So I'm really excited to kind of give you guys a little sneak peek behind some of the brand identities that I've built and kind of breaking it down as far as the process and showing you the end result so that you guys can start to think a little bit different about how we use color.
I'm so excited. I mean, when I met Nicte yesterday, I was obsessed with you, your vibe, all the colors, everything, and just taking a peek into some of your work has been so incredible. So before we jump into that, let's talk about your journey. Like, number one, what inspired you to get into brand strategy and design, and where did color and culture become a part of that?
I love that question. So from my earlier days, I went to University of Houston, go Cougs if anyone is out there. I went to design school there, and early on they instilled the notion of being very conceptual. Why are you putting something here? Like always thinking about the meaning. And that stuck with me. But when I first moved to the States, so I'm a multicultural, very proud to be multicultural Latina, born in Mexico City. My dad's family is from Mexico. My mom's Colombian. And I was raised in Caracas, Venezuela. So my accent in Spanish is Venezuelan, and I've leveraged that identity to the work that I do.
I love that.
When I first moved to the States, I was 18 years old, and I noticed that I just felt like I was missing something that was connecting me to what felt home. At that time, unfortunately, there was a lot of, you have to blend in, don't show your identity, don't speak Spanish, and it was very hard for me to take a grasp of that. And I know my dad had told me, in order for you to succeed, you have to blend in. I was like, I don't like that. So consciously and subconsciously, I started using color as my way to rebel and show my culture and identity and the work that I do. So a lot of it was, I don't want people to feel left out, but I want people to celebrate the richness of the diverse world that we live in. So that's really where color started to play in my work, and it just started to grow and grow and grow over the years.
I love that so much, and I want to say, like, your story is inspiring me so much, and I'm sure so many in the audience. I'm curious to know, anybody who's tuning in, if you've ever felt like you needed to quote-unquote blend in, like Nicte was saying, and if design's been a way that you could really jump outside of that shell. So we're going to jump into some of your work, right, and see some of the incredible projects that you've done. And I just have to say, I've already taken a peek into these, and obsessed is an understatement. You were such a talented designer.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I think like so many of us, we really take pride in the work that we do, and a lot of my process when I work with clients is always starting with a brand strategy. What is the purpose? What are they trying to communicate? The power of their why, and making sure that everyone on the team is on board with that. Then we look into key language, like what words are they using to describe what they do and their audience.
Right.
That information then informs me to what we build into the brand strategy. So here I'm showing a couple of examples, so I'll show you guys a few examples of some brand identities that I've built. And this is for a Yaya Wellness. It's a holistic health company where she also had a line of teas, but she also did yoga.
Wow.
So she did different types of products and services. So we wanted to make sure that her brand identity had a cohesiveness, but still allowed that flexibility for her products, like her tea line. So one of the things that I do here, and hopefully you guys can kind of see online, is that how I work with color is very strategic. Typically, you'll hear some designers leave that more towards the end after they do the black and white renditions, which is totally fine. But when I do the strategy, I always think about what colors are going to communicate these keywords that they are wanting to showcase for their why or their audience, like what resonates with them. And that's what I do. So when I present them with the colors, this is like a very overview, watered down process. I will include the PMS colors, CMYK, all of those, but I name my colors to the emotion. Because what
I love
happens
this.
if we say like purple can mean like lilac for someone or a dark purple.
Right.
Naming colors can get very finicky, and then unless you're using the science to describe a color, it can get very challenging for clients. So that's why I'm using those words: spiritual, energizing, revitalizing, spicy pink, glowing orange. And this helps my clients know that when they're creating content, they can use those types of colors to leverage that. So here's some examples of the T-line package that we did for her. And she had 3 different flavors. There was the mellow blend, the bright blend, and the savory blend. And each of those blends use certain colors to tie in with the products.
I love
So
that.
the savory was a little more spicy because she was using different spices and flavors. And so we leveraged that into the color, so each packaging was done differently. And
This
then
is
that
so
way people could see
incredible.
that.
I
Thank
wanted
you.
to say too, I feel like obviously spicy pink was my favorite of the
Yeah.
colors. You can tell.
I kind of hinted at it.
But I mean, something that is so unique is the fact that you do name those colors. And I'm curious to know, like, do you find that your clients are more connected to the colors in their palette because you've named them something that resonates with them?
100%. And here's where I'm sharing my strategy with everyone out there, because I want all of us to really use color strategically. When you do a brand strategy with your clients, or even in marketing, and they're using certain terms over and over, if you let your clients feel like they helped you name it, it resonates so much more with them, because they're like, oh yes, this is the word that we constantly are describing for our product or our services. And tying that in just really solidifies it for them.
I love that so much. And with that being said, did they help you come up with the names then?
Sometimes it does in conversations, or I'll come up with a name and they say, well, what if we use this type of name? This kind of sounds better to us. Great. And so there are those opportunities to rename them, and they can start leveraging that. And then here's another example for a app that I actually designed the interface. I had never done that. I did it in Illustrator though, so they went and took it and developed it themselves, but it was for the Latino and Hispanic market. And it's kind of like an OfferUp type version, but it had for the bilingual users or Spanish speaking only users in mind. So a lot of the work that I did, I focus a lot on Hispanic and Latino communities, because it's part of my heritage, and like I was telling you, I play it to my strength.
And you connect with it, and I feel like honestly, especially as a Latina or Hispanic business, when you can have somebody that feels that they see you and understand, I think that it just makes the process so much more enjoyable. It's similar with me. Like, I work with beauty, fashion, lifestyle. So somebody maybe that's, I don't know, in the automotive space is not going to feel like I connect with their brand, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's such a great way to say that. It's that connection point.
Right.
And people feeling seen and heard is so important. So we know with this, it was all about that. What does this language that they are saying from that brand strategy session, how do we transfer that into the iconography, the logo or the brand mark, and the colors? So I created all sorts of icons that reflected the energy from Latinos. If you guys can't tell, I also talk with my hands a lot, which is very we have this high energy.
Yes.
But it was very important for us when we were having a discussion to not use colors that are often used for Hispanic and Latinos, which are not necessarily a reflection of our entire community.
Right.
So we were very intentional about finding colors that felt that energy, that vida, life within the brand identity, and leverage that to our strength. So the same process applied, where I gave them different names, and so this one is also Spicy Rosas, and there's like those intersections. So sometimes clients will say, this color from this other client that you did really resonated with us, and they'll kind of want to pull that in. So there was the app identity, all the icons, we did some marketing content. I also built all the stuff for them to use in Adobe Express, so they can build templates, use it, and manage it themselves.
I love that. And I'm sure as a brand designer, that's a big thing, is you want to make sure that these brands are sustainable for your clients, so that they don't go in and really jack the whole thing up, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's a win-win situation. And they feel empowered too.
Right.
Which I don't want it to be where they have to come back to me when they can do this themselves, and I provide them those tools, setting them up for success. And then here's a brand guidelines, which I really go in depth. I add the strategy component, how they can use color, and some of the templates that we did inside Adobe Express. And then here's another identity design that I did. I had rebranded Creative Pro Network, or Creative Pro, for those of you guys that don't know. They are this huge conference on, it shows you how to use Adobe Express, how to use InDesign, Illustrator. And so they reached out to me, and it was a rebrand. So this was really great because that strategy, it was a bigger team. You had a lot more conversations. People had more to share about the colors, the meanings, and all the symbolism. That everything to me in my work is symbols. Whether it's the shapes, the colors, the language, there's always a connection. So we really were very intentional about the process, even how the order of the colors came in for this icon, which is these facets that we call these triangles coming together. So each of these facets have a color that ties into different people, different personas that come to this organization, and they all come together to learn as one, and where they feel whole. So it was really great to take that, and then we took that into some backgrounds, some patterns, and then we also built templates that they can use on Adobe Express to promote their events. And
this is so stunning, and even
signage.
Like the names too that you were just showing, they're like something you'd want to feel when you're a designer. Joyful, I forget a few other ones if you go back. Energetic, right? Visionary, refreshing. Like this is like so inspiring, these terms. So I love that. And you were saying signage as well, right?
Yeah, and it's like the whole component of adding that level of signage. And with signage, we had black more as their background, because there was a submark that we created for a week where they have this major conference.
Right.
And so these facets, or these triangles, were kind of deconstructed. And the son of David's the CEO of the company, his son did this beautiful animation where they take this icon over here and they move the shapes so that it ends up with this area here. So you can kind of see how it breaks it down. And then you have like the W in the middle. So it was like very intentional details on how we use that and that structure, so that now the team can go in and continually create their content and their assets that way.
This is so stunning, and honestly, after seeing all three of these project examples, I'd love to kind of ask you, you know, color and culture, it's clearly in all of these things. So, I mean, how do you feel that it really truly, like, I guess, plays out long-term for your clients?
Oh, I love that question. Do we have 5 hours for me to talk? No, just kidding.
Cancel the rest of the streams.
I think the power is, color is one of the very first forms of communication. We'll see shapes first, then color, then we'll read the content. And so whether we do it subconsciously or consciously, there's always how color will have that physiological and the psychological. Physiological, it can make us feel.
Right.
Psychological, it also like how we perceive things. Brands leverage that a lot. But I feel there's also this not talked about enough is the cultural aspect, that certain colors mean certain things for us. So if we kind of go back to Oferaki, for that brand identity, it was like aqua poderoso. So poderoso means like powerful. And this is a color that's very about compassion, tranquility, protection. So it's about using that color to bring people where they can feel in a safe space, where they feel that they belong, that they can be themselves and not have to hide. And that's how I always use color, from different cultures, different identities, but it's how can we make people feel that they're celebrated and they belong and they're welcome by using that. So obviously you guys can tell that I use a lot more high chroma, vibrant colors, because it's that energy. You know, like how we were saying, we connect and
vibe.
Yes,
it's a vibe.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love this so much.
Thank you. And I was thinking, you know, we were talking about Adobe Express. I know you use it as well for your business and your clients. So I was thinking that maybe we can do something a little bit fun to bring in some Adobe Express. And tomorrow is the last day of Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month.
Right.
So I thought we could do some little fun showcasing about the power of Adobe Express. I know I use it for myself, for my clients. That's how I build brand identities. But let's do something, maybe because we're talking about brand identities, how about we show a little behind the scenes of some brand identities and kind of what that looks like for those of you guys that are creating brands, designing brands, and you're handing it off to your clients who may not be designers or who might not have a designer on staff. I highly recommend that you guys start to use Adobe Express because it's like that hidden missing connection point, that glue point. It's gonna make sure you stay on brand and you can connect with people. And I'm so sorry, I had the wrong page up here. Okay, so here's where we're supposed to be. On Adobe Express, we're not gonna do a big rundown because I know we've had amazing, Lucas and Katrina were talking about it earlier.
Yes.
But we're gonna go to brands, and I'm just gonna showcase some of the things that I've done with some brands. I've used some projects so you can get really organized and creating all sorts of templates. And here is another example where we're gonna just talk about really quickly like low contrast and high contrast and how you can use color strategically for sales. So if I just kind of zoom out, when you look at all of these templates, while it does have a nice layout, hierarchy, they almost all look the same. So if you're trying to make a sale, it's really hard to tell that it's a sales post. So if we go back and let's look at a different example where we are using color strategically, if it appears, all right, let's see. Here we go. All right, so let's look at the big bird's eye view. And now these are the same exact templates, but we're starting to use this special color for like their call to action or
that.
websites. And then you see it at a quick glance. So at a first glance, you might not notice this, but over time, how you were talking about the long term, people will start to associate, oh, this is going to be a color for the sales
important.
or the newsletter or an event that they're having. So it's very strategic on how you can use that. So this is a really great way to leverage Adobe Express. And now let's just go back really quickly to the brands. I have had several brands built, and here's one where we have, for myself, I have a lot of templates, all of my assets here, and you can just go ahead and add all your content with colors. If I can say briefly, we have an option to add a palette. And you know how we were talking about with my workflow that we can have certain colors that we pair together for strategic things?
Right.
I have been doing is you can create a color palette, and we're not going to do it for now, but you can have certain colors, let's just say for this, and you can say it's a sales campaign.
I love this.
So you're using your brand colors, but you're creating a palette so that your team or whoever is using that knows, okay, I'm going to stick to these colors for the sales content.
Right.
So this is a really great way to start leveraging that. Okay. As you guys can tell, I'm very high energy and excited. So let's dial this back and talk about this post for Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month. For me, I celebrate it all year round. I think everyone should celebrate where they're from.
I agree.
Every day, any day, and we can just celebrate our beautiful differences.
Exactly. I love that.
Right? So with Adobe Express, what I did was I'm going to play this for you. Just because of timing, I don't have the time to show you exactly how I did it, but I'll summarize it. I have this template that I created. I brought in some of my assets from Illustrator. And you can hear some music in the background. This is all from Adobe stock that I used inside Adobe Express. And what I did was I kind of timed some of my elements as they would show up to where these lines were popping up. What I originally did was I actually would just listen to them and I would adjust them. But now that we have the sound wave, that's how you can go in and modify that. So I would pull in each individual letter so that, let me just kind of scrub through, they would start to show up. And it's about the message of never erase your cultura and identidad. So never erase your culture and your identity. And it kind of goes back to how I felt as a kid. Like I felt like I had to hide. And I think that message resonates with anyone. Not just like from where you come from, but who you are.
Right.
So what we can do is let's add a couple of things. I know we are kind of pressing for time.
I'm so excited to see you're going to bring something in from Illustrator and show us that connection, which is chef's kiss, game changing.
Yes, like it cuts down. That's like the saving and cutting down time is what I really love. So we're going to do a couple things. I am going to my libraries panel, and I have some icons and illustrations that I've done, and I want to bring this icon and illustration in, but let me just open this really quickly. It's okay, we'll ignore that message for now. What I'm gonna do is I wanna go back to, why is this doing this? Sorry, guys.
It's every time you're on live.
Yeah,
and your
every
computer's
time.
Like, it needs to keep us humble,
It
is what
does.
I say.
It does. It's making sure that I'm awake.
Right.
The jet lag is definitely there, but it's okay. We're here.
We're
All right.
moving through it.
Yes. So let's add this icon over here. We're going to go to My Stuff. We're going to go to Libraries, and we're going to find that library. Thank goodness it was at the top. I have a lot of libraries. And we're going to find this one right here. Okay, I'm going to just quickly add this in. And as you can see, it kind of blends in with my background. I don't really like that. But it says it's a linked asset. So if we go back to Illustrator, and I'm just going to quickly do this. For time purposes, I'm going to save this. And it's to a library. So in order to update that in Illustrator, I go to the library to do that. And this is really helpful if you're doing a lot of content or like for marketing campaigns, you can have special libraries for that.
Right.
It asks me to update the asset and then showing this little icon here to update. Hopefully it's going to update. Let's see. There we go. And let's refresh.
Look at that. It was literally within the click of a couple buttons.
Yes, absolutely. So this is how you can start to use that. And let's do one last thing, and let's see if how are we on time?
We're good.
We're good? Okay, perfect.
You're doing great,
Excellent.
girl.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so what I ended up doing here was I am going to duplicate this, and we're gonna reverse engineer. Let's duplicate this, and let's pretend that I had not added this, or this, or this. So we have this. So I kind of want to create an added scene from that initial quote type that we had. And what I want to do is that alebrije here, that Phoenix alebrije that we had, I want to add that into my design. So I have this open here. Now with this file, as you can see, it's saved to my cloud.
Right.
So it works slightly different. And how I can find that file is if I go to Your Stuff, Files, ta-da! I feel like I need a little drum roll. You see the Illustrator file. There we go. And now what is really great about this is that if I wanted to edit this as I'm working on it, I can see, oh, the yellow's really not showing up. I can click on Open in Illustrator, and it'll open that file for me. So it's slightly different from the libraries to how we're linking the assets.
I love this so much. I have a question for you, Nicte,
Yes.
as we get ready to wrap up in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
Which new feature that was announced at MAX today is your favorite and that you're most excited for?
Gosh, there's so many things that I am really excited about. I think I'm biased. I love Adobe Express. I love all the apps. I use Illustrator all the time. But I think in terms of my clients and the people who can have access to the tools without having that big learning curve, being able to have brand management capabilities inside Adobe Express, all these new options, I love that. I absolutely love that. So that really had me excited. Let's just kind of quickly do this just for pressing time. Let's just save this.
And I feel like I could totally see you being super excited about the mood boarding and concepts.
Yes.
That is going to be next level.
Yes. I really was excited about that because my mind, like for strategy, how we can put all the colors and
everything together.
Super exciting. All right, so let's just kind of do the last little touches because I know we're out of time, but animation, this is why I love that intersection between Illustrator and Adobe Express because we can animate our content, animate our messages.
Bring your content to life, bring your creations to life, right?
Absolutely. So we're going to kind of just give it, let's see, there we go, nice and soft. And I'm going to just play this last little piece and then here. And there you go. My timeline is a little messed up. I could talk all day about Adobe Express. I know many of us use it. We love it. There's just so much power in how you can use that for messages for yourself, to empower brands, to empower businesses. And the message that I really wanted to share here was that your culture and your identity is pure gold. So puro oro means pure gold. No dejes de volar. Don't stop flying. Except the
This is
initial
so
part
incredible.
disappeared, but thank you.
I feel like you did such a great job with this. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and being here. Make sure you connect with Nicte if you haven't already. And don't go far because we have lots more than where that came from. And we'll see you shortly.
Ciao.
We're gonna be doing a sneaker brand, defining the word mark, creating the icon, getting some shoe mock-ups. What I got is just a couple different types. What I will do is use the filter tool. Let's see, I wanna have something maybe a bit bolder, you know, maybe a little bit wider, because this might approach.
For sure.
And this feels a little bit like it could have some weight. So if we use my option key and sort of track that out a bit, or I might bring it really in and like
tighten up that.
Yeah, tighten it up
curve,
even more. So I'm gonna drag that. Let's go ahead and outline this one, and so I can keep this live. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to make this sort of feel like the same angle.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that this has that parallel effect.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and like commit. So like, let's just go in here, select these specific ones, and I'm using the direct select tool, which is up here, and just kind of give them a little bit more. And these two are a little bit overdone. When you're doing a logo, you really don't want to just type it out in the font and say, here you go.
Right,
You know,
right.
you want to give it a little bit of love, a little bit of TLC. Now this is starting to feel more custom, like it's feeling a little bit like intentional, you know. So I'm gonna go ahead and commit to that. So I'm gonna shape those all together. And so now we want to create an icon. All right, so we're going to get these out of here in the most basic way. And then let's just get rid of it there. We're gonna roll with this as sort of an icon. And what I
Nice.
wanna do is create and mimic this and kind of emphasize those two worlds kind of coming together. We're gonna make that, and then I'm gonna send it back. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna create sort of two different paths here. Let's just do like a light blue and maybe like a purple, like lower down this stroke a bit. We're gonna go over to Object, Blend, and we're gonna go to Blend Options. Let's do like 13. And then I'm gonna go back over here and Object, Blend, Make. Cool. And that's kind of like a wave, you know, like a synth wave a bit. A tip, whenever you're making sort of like a white logo, the way contrast works with your eyes, you're gonna see black on white. You're gonna define edges a bit easier than a white logo on a darker background. It's gonna appear bigger and thicker.
Yeah,
like
it
see how
does.
that thinner that looks? Right, just
yeah.
because your eyes don't adjust as well.
Makes sense.
And so you add a little bit of a stroke to it. That feels more similar. You don't want to do that for like every color in your palette. What you want to do is you just do it on black. So if you want to align something to an object in Illustrator, instead of like having to move an object, like if I do this, it's gonna move it according to the artboard, but you can just double click the thing that you want it to align to, and then it'll align to that object. And so again, we'll get that stroke, and then we'll bring it down to what we feel is pretty accurate. And so what I do is now I come in, expand that.
Nice.
And so I come in, merge that, take out the white, and then I paste it. So now I've got the white.
Wow, that's subtle, but that made a huge difference.
Yeah.
I've never known that.
I'm gonna go back to Adobe Stock, and then let's get something like a texture that we can put on like a panel of a sneaker. We've got a little sneaker here that I found on Adobe Stock. We're gonna select both of these here.
We're looking for
Mockup Beta.
Yep.
And then we're gonna do Create Mockup. So it's gonna assess the both images, so you can see how like this is already masking to the shoe.
That's cold.
I'm alt dragging this so I can do it on both sides of the panel here.
Nice.
Let's get this one. All right, so we're just gonna do this here. We're going to object select.
Okay.
We're gonna just select this shoe, and we're gonna copy, get rid of that, and then we're gonna paste it back in.
Nice.
And so wanna kinda do that, and let's bring in this pattern. Do some red. So I'm gonna get the sneaker that we just did, and I'm gonna bring it in the same way I did this one. Copy, paste it, gone. So now I've got that in there.
I can see that.
All right, and then we're gonna go back, go get our logo, put that in here.
Yeah.
And so now we've got a cool custom poster.
That's fire.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank y'all for tuning in.
Welcome back to Adobe MAX Miami. We're with Michael Fugoso.
What's up?
What's up, homies?
What's up, homies?
Thanks for taking the time to come to the Adobe Live booth. We're excited to talk to you. You guys might recognize Michael not only from his lots of Adobe work, but also from the keynote stage earlier today.
Yeah.
How was that this morning?
That was cool. I demoed what's new in Illustrator, and I also showed off Project Neo, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah. And we'll get to look and talk a little bit about that as we kind of go into the show today. I guess I just want to start off, though, just introduce you to everyone who is maybe tuning in for the first time and learn a little bit you as an artist. So you're Austin-based, right?
Yeah.
And what kind of art are you into?
Really quick, I'm really from San Diego, but I live in Austin.
Okay, all right. But San Diego artists based in Austin.
Yeah.
All right. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah. It's
don't,
just because
don't say
like
you're from Austin.
everyone is like, that's like, hey, they hear me talk, they're like, you're not from Austin, man.
Just say some partner and howdy, and we're good to go.
Y'all, what's up?
But to that point, what kind of art are you interested in? Is it inspired by like San Diego roots, or what kind of art is your art?
It's mainly, I do a lot of aerospace stuff. So if you watched the keynote earlier, I was talking about like I make a lot of space illustrations. All the stuff that I showed in Illustrator and Neo were all space related. Yeah. I worked in the aerospace industry as a illustrator, like with I work with NASA.
Oh, cool.
Boeing. What's up, Boeing? What's up, NASA? You know, just name dropping some companies right now.
What kind of different inspirations do you have that are space related? Like I know you had some previous Futurama work that I saw in your portfolio. What other things kind of inspire you when you're creating space work?
Oh, okay. So honestly, it's my dad. Shout out to my dad. So my dad used to take me to a bunch of air shows.
Oh, sick. Okay.
So that's how I got into it, honestly. I think my dad secretly wanted me to be, no, it's not a secret. He wanted me to be an engineer.
Or like a pilot or like something.
Yeah.
For flying.
But you know, it's like I tried that route. I went to college. I majored in, I think it was mechanical engineering at the time, wanting to be an aerospace engineer.
Wow. Okay.
But it was just, you know, the calculus classes, and I forget. It just didn't speak to me.
Yeah.
Right. So when I moved into the arts, I was like, I'm sure I can still get into this industry, but also, you know,
and what
with in the arts.
When did you make that switch? When did it switch from engineering over to arts?
Oh man, that's a long story. You ready for it?
So we're hunkering down. We're here for 45 minutes. Is it okay with Austin? Is it okay with Cody? Is it okay with Curtis?
Yeah.
Barbara?
Is it okay with you, homies? What up, Voodoo Val? Long time no see. So when did I? Okay, so I studied finance in college, so I was actually working at a bank.
Oh, all right. You've lived many lives.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Finance bro to start with, and then you're like, I don't want to be a finance bro.
bro.
I want to be an engineer bro.
Well, no, I was first trying to be an engineer, and that was too hard, so I went to the business route, so I finished school in business. I worked as a mortgage loan person. I forgot what they're called. An underwriter. Underwriter. I was terrible at it, obviously. And then that's when I went to school, back to school to be a designer.
Yeah.
I went to this graphic design school that not a lot of people know. It's called Platt College. I think it doesn't actually exist anymore.
That's the curse of art schools a lot of times.
Yeah, but I met some amazing teachers there. Actually, those teachers that were at that school are doing amazing stuff now, and then they gave me all the knowledge, got me into all the Adobe stuff, and I don't know, I just became an illustrator for years as a freelancer and graphic designer and stuff like that, and then aerospace. I was like, I'm going to enter this aerospace industry as an artist, as a designer. That's what I'm going to do. And yeah.
Side question, would you ever go to space if given the chance?
If my survival ratio is above 95%.
Then you would be down.
I mean, at 5% is still scary, right?
5%, but yeah, but I mean 95%, I'd go
95%, I would go. 95% survival.
But, so with this survival in mind, and let's say you're recruiting, when you were getting into art, it sounds like it was an illustration first, interest, and then also design was kind of there? Or was it design first and then illustration?
We got to go deep, dude.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
You ready to go deep?
Yeah.
So, I went to school for web design, actually.
Okay. How was cooking school? Like
no, so I went to. It sounds like I'm just making up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it just sounds like. Also, how old are you?
I'm 40.
All right.
41 years young, everybody.
I didn't actually mean to put you on the spot there. Thank you for sharing, but you didn't have to. So thank you.
All good, homies. What's up? So no, I went to graphic design school with the emphasis in web design.
Okay.
So everyone has to have their associate's degree in graphic design.
Okay.
But you move off to like a direction, and one of the directions was web design. So I was kind of trained as a designer. I would say web designers, what they used to call UX designers before the UX designer position.
The industry changed, and the UX is kind of involved differently from front end and back end.
Right, and then we started getting apps and things like that, right? We're designing for apps and
thing.
Making icons and really cool branding schemes for applications and things like that. So that's what I went to school for, and after a few jobs, everyone was like, you actually draw all the time.
Yeah.
If I was working on the interface of some type of app, it's like I would spend all the time drawing the icons.
Rather than the actual web design part of it.
Yeah, how you do the wireframing and you send that out for testing and all that stuff. They're like, yeah, you know what, Michael, for some reason he dodges all those and he just keeps drawing all the icons.
Find what you procrastinate with, and that's kind of what your passion is, right?
Yeah.
Now, was this physical, or are you mostly sketching in a notebook, or was this a digital sketching, or?
So I kind of do both. As I learned, I was trained to sketch with a notebook first.
Yeah.
And then eventually, you start building stuff, and me, I primarily use Illustrator. That's what I did on stage, homies. I did Illustrator, right?
But that's so vector-based, and I know some people definitely draw within Illustrator, but I always make the connection of shapes and pen tool when I'm using Illustrator.
Yeah.
Do you also sketch straight into Illustrator? Is that your process?
Most of the times, that's what I do lately. Before, I would sketch out on pencil, and you see some of that on my Instagram account. If you see my Instagram, homies.
Where can we find you?
Fugstrator.
How do you spell that?
Fugstrator. So it's like Fugs,
Fugs,
that's my half of my last name, and Strader. Okay.
Like Illustrator.
It's not that creative, but I'm stuck with it.
You probably don't have to battle for it on any other websites. I'm sure Fugstrator is available everywhere.
Yeah, man. So
but on your Instagram you have you sketching some stuff. And so sometimes you're physical, other times now it sounds like it's a lot of digital, straight into Illustrator and then doing vectors from there.
Yeah, I think it's especially Shape Builder tool. I mentioned this in one of the Maxes. The Shape Builder tool is my favorite tool of all time.
Also, listen to you at this point being one of the Maxes. At this point, I've got all these different shape ones. That's awesome. That's fantastic.
Does that sound braggy?
No, it sounds perfect. You're an expert, so it's good to have that under your belt.
I'm just glad that Adobe was like, hey, this person just wants to illustrate a bunch of stuff. Let's have them do that.
What is your favorite thing to illustrate? I know you do space, but is it like specifically robots? Is it the stars? Is it planets?
You know what? It used to be rocket ships, right? But after you draw enough of those, you want to stay within that kind of sci-fi, aerospace, type of topical themes.
Yeah.
But lately, it's been robots.
Yeah.
So
there's some cool robot design out there too. Like you always get like the Star Wars inspiration, which is very droid-like. But then you have Futurama or the Jetsons. You also have like.
You know what I like to do? I just realized, you just made me realize this. Actually, no, anyway. I actually pull a lot of inspiration from anime.
Yeah, because I see Transformers kind of a lot. Like I get like a Transformers vibe also from some of your work.
Like even if I were to draw like some of the stuff I did for NASA back in the day, I used to make these like space shuttles. I would make like the anime lines.
Okay.
Like the motion lines coming out of them.
Yeah.
So those are really cool to kind of depict in shapes with Illustrator, right?
Yeah.
To make really cool motion lines and stuff. So I think I was saying the Shape Builder tool is my favorite tool of all time. And I think just getting used to that so much made me kind of bypass the sketch phase.
Right on, okay.
And then kind of just start building things like Legos within Illustrator, Like,
ooh, I want to touch on that though. Okay, so if you're like building with Legos, does that mean that you're kind of starting with like broader shapes and then refining with details as you get further into the project?
Yeah, like, exactly, right? So it's a lot of using like the rectangle tools, or the rectangle is probably the shape I use the most.
Okay.
And the direct selection is kind of like, you just pick those points and kind of like adjust those and it's kind of easier for me to show you. Actually, I have a session tomorrow.
Oh, okay. When can we catch that?
It's at 8 in the morning.
All right, bright and early.
And
Get
then,
ready with your coffee and
I have
some Illustrator.
I do have that same exact session the day after, and I know they're both full.
Okay.
But
so you're too late.
Well, no, because hey, what's up, Michael Gonzalez? Hey. Nice. It was dope to meet me twice.
Yeah, if you guys are in the chat, make sure you say hello. Also, if you have any questions for Michael while we're up here, please, I can see all the chat on a beautiful screen. And so we are excited to get your questions over to Michael.
Ask me anything, Illustrator related, aerospace related, Adobe related. Come on, let's do this,
Project
homies.
Neo related.
Oh, yeah. Project Neo.
Which was announced today, which is exciting. And we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
But we were talking about you were kind of approaching with like anime lines using Shape Builder tool.
Yep.
Maybe some like Pathfinder a little bit too.
Pathfinder, I would say the Shape Builder tool
kind of replaced
the Pathfinder. Just like, did you see what I did today in Illustrator, the objects on path?
Yeah.
Like that is going to replace the rotate tool.
I'm so excited about objects on path, just for the record. It's like the one thing I was like, if there's one thing I take away from Max, it's like that's my most exciting thing.
It was like, that was my favorite thing to demo today, was objects on path.
Just because you can do it across shapes, you can do it across paths.
So just think of all the use cases for it. So I did it for a poster illustration and I aligned icons, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing. But think if you are a brand designer or like if you design infographics, you can design like a bunch of bubbles, right? And you can have them all aligned within like, you can even make these like swirly paths and have everything aligned that way.
Yeah.
And control how they rotate within the paths. It's like just such a useful tool.
Oh, 1000%.
Even like making a flow chart.
Flow chart.
All you flow chart designers out there, objects on path, homies. Hey, what's up, dude?
I'm gonna say if you guys are in the chat and you can hear us, put a what's up, homie in the chat for us, so that we can make sure that you guys aren't bots.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I do want to talk about some of your inspiration. We have it's a message from Christelle saying, "Hey everyone, the Illustrator demo was amazing."
Oh,
so
thanks.
You did something right.
But my mic just kept falling off. So, because I think it's my hair that's pushing it down.
Just a little toss.
Oh yeah. Hey, I appreciate you, Christelle. The Illustrator demo was one of my favorite things to do recently, and the Project Neo one, which we're going to be talking about.
Oh yeah, we'll be talking
soon.
So I do want to talk a little bit more about your artistic journey. I know we talked a little bit about how you started in school, you switched over to a few different places until you landed where you are now.
Yeah.
If I were to ask you now, like what kind of artist you are, what would you say? Poster designer or illustrator?
I would say I am my output is illustration, so I'm an illustrator, but I illustrate the way a designer would.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
So
can you speak more to that?
Yeah. So we were talking about building things with shapes.
Mm-hmm.
I think in design rules more like hierarchy, space, color, and yeah, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
those,
no,
those,
I feel like
those
it
design
has a different
principles.
approach to design kind of vibe. to the
Yeah,
things that you
rather
create.
well, like rather than like a comic book illustrator would.
Yeah.
You know, like they're much more organic, right? Like I can't draw like Wolverine's claws coming at your face. You know, like I can't do that.
I mean, I'm sure you could. But
Maybe I could.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's not something that you're necessarily drawn to kind of have
I like,
be in your output.
you know, I like to think of stuff like, okay, this rocket's gonna be blasting off in the rule of thirds, you know, and or
Are
like
you
a
normally thinking
symmetrical
that
design.
mathematically, kind of when you're working with it, or do you kind of take that as the second step?
You know, ask that again. Sorry.
So basically, are you going into these designs with a mathematical approach of thinking of the rules of thirds and being like, I need to have something at this inflection point, like at this crosshair, there needs to be something interesting here? Or do you kind of just create something and then
That's
you're
what
like,
I do.
I'm going to restructure this so that it fits the rule of thirds?
A lot of times, like I would draw a thumbnail, and then I would draw the subject afterwards.
Okay.
And if my thumbnail has like the subject in the rule of thirds, and then I finish that subject, I'm like, well, this would look cooler if it was symmetrical. Then I would just adjust from there. So I would say that I would draw the subject first and just make adjustments moving forward.
And so are you normally drawing thumbnails before you're working on like larger compositions?
Sometimes, yeah, just like really quick ones.
Yeah.
But like I said, a lot of times, like when you just do this like long enough and so many times over and over and over, especially social media, right? You're posting over and over and over again. It's like sometimes you just bypass a lot of that stuff and just go straight into shapes and, you know.
No, it's every project's different.
So maybe your first answer was right. Maybe it is a little mathematical sometimes where I'm like, okay, this is gonna look. Basically, that's not a helpful answer for you all, but maybe I take multiple approaches.
I think artists are, you know, we so easily find out like there's a right way to do it, there's a wrong way to do it, but I think we're constantly experimenting and we're constantly trying to figure out like what works best, and different things work best for different projects. Joel is saying, what's up, Frenchies? I am Joe from Paris. Congrats on your double prez, which is very exciting. If you guys saw earlier today, when Michael was up on stage, he was on stage, then it moved away, and then it moved back to Michael.
Yeah. What did I say when I got back?
What's up, homies?
I'm back, homies. I'm sorry, I gotta stop. I'll stop.
I'm here for it. It's your trademark at this point. What I would say that was a successful presentation today across the board. What defines success for you as an artist? Also, has it changed as you've grown in your career?
I think what defines success is if people can feel the joy and passion you put into the work.
So external.
You know? And I know that sounds really fluffy, but I can explain this in a way.
Let's dive in.
You're posting on Instagram, right? A lot of people post on Instagram, they post their client work, you know, they're trying to put their portfolio pieces, like kind of that they did for, I don't know, say you created a business card or a brand for this person. You post that, and typically you don't get like a great response from something like that, just because it's like, okay, that you're just completing a task, right? Rather than when you create a passion project, right? Like your heart and soul is in, you know, people can feel that you absolutely love what you're making.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like when I make all the rocket ships, I tie this to my dad, the joy that my dad gave me in those the air shows and stuff like that, and teaching me about like you know, the F-16 and everything, you know?
Right.
It's like, it was my dad's dream, and I'm like living my dad's dream with him. It's like, it was important to me. And I think that sole reason was why I got hired by a lot of big name aerospace companies. It's because they can feel the passion.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't sound too fluffy, but it's more like,
I mean, it's
that's like the biggest
experience.
advice I can give. Like what determines a successful illustrator to me is if you can feel that personal touch, that personal passion into every piece that you do, you know? Everything that I made today, I would say, okay, the stuff that I demoed today, right? Objects on path, I put myself in that one, you know? The other one in generative shape film, when I did the Saturn, I don't know if anyone remember that. That was another one that was very personal to me. The other one with the character design, right? I was telling you all I don't really do character design, so you probably couldn't feel that love of passion in that example, you know?
Now, why do you feel like you have a distance from character design, whereas like if it's something that isn't a character, you feel more drawn to?
I don't know. Maybe because I like to put life into inanimate things, or maybe it's just, you know, like a robot is. I don't know. Would you consider that something that has life?
I could totally see like a character. I mean, there's lots of famous characters that are robots. Like over the years, I feel like.
Yeah.
But they also do have a different feeling of animation.
Right.
Not animation as in like cell animation, but animation as in life.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but I could see how it's different. You know.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite robot character?
A favorite robot, like a famous favorite
Sure. Or even maybe one you created, one that somebody else created.
Okay, Bender from Futurama.
Of course, yeah,
obviously. We got the Iron Giant.
Right on.
Yeah, I like anime fans out there. If you're fans of Gundam, you know.
Oh, Gundam, yeah. I have a buddy who's really into Gundam. Makes all the little sculptures.
Yeah. Why can't, dude? Power Rangers, the Megazord. Who's not a fan of the Megazord?
Now, these are all different forms of
mean?
inspiration that are coming in. How do you organize your inspiration? Do you save a bunch of things into a folder, or like, are you normally Googling when you're trying to sit down for a piece to get inspiration?
That's a very good question. So, Behance. Mm-hmm. I honestly, so a lot of people tell you not to do this, to like get inspiration from other designers' work, but I honestly pull a lot of inspiration from that.
Of course. I mean, you have to. It's all part of
honestly,
it, right?
it's like the blueprint is just quicker. Mm-hmm. So if you're looking for a certain style of illustration, like a lot of them kind of figure out this blueprint of how to shade and light something.
Yeah.
You know, you might call that cheating. I don't think it's cheating. I think it's more
cheating.
like.
How would it be cheating?
I don't know. I think maybe someone has told me that before, but I didn't agree.
Everyone will say everything.
Everyone will say something, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, it's mostly love, everybody. It's mostly love, homies. But I do pull a lot of inspiration from my favorite designers. We got DKNG Studios over here in Adobe MAX.
Yeah.
They're some of the designers I pulled the most inspiration off of ever, I think. Just the way like their control of color and the way they light and shade things. Do you know who those guys are?
Yeah, no, I saw them earlier over on the floor, which was cool.
They make amazing, some of the best work I've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I think they illustrate with a designer's approach too, which is awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're normally thinking also in like the 2D space, because you're generally a 2D artist. Not too much of the 3D, but you did talk a little bit about Project Neo.
Yeah.
We actually have a comment in the chat from Joel. It says, I'm a motion designer and am quite comfortable with 3D. I was wondering, what are the pros and cons of Neo? When should I use it? Should I use it? Who should I suggest to use it? Can it export 3D OBJs?
These are very, very, very good questions. Okay. So I would say Project Neo is more towards designers, right? Someone like me, 2D illustrator, 2D designer. I think if you are, if you've been in the professional 3D world for a long time, you will either feel that some of the tools might be a little bit limiting, or you'll feel that they're liberating as how simple they are to use.
Right.
You know? So I think, you know, that's kind of the feedback that we've gotten from a tool like that, but I think it's geared more towards someone like me, a designer that wants to get into the 3D world. And if you saw my presentation today, it's like, it's a lot like Illustrator, right? Like like some of the icons are very similar with the scale icon. Like you were talking about Pathfinder earlier. We had they have this thing called Carve, which works just like the Pathfinder does. So I think if you're a designer getting into 3D, Project Neo is absolutely amazing, right?
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting about it too is that it's web-based, so it's all within your browser.
Yeah.
For your creative workflow, do you feel like you're normally working on your laptop?
Really quick, just want to make sure I want to answer that question. So right now it doesn't export to 3D OBJ, but that is a plan in the future. Right now, because it's geared towards designers, we're mainly focused on the export to vector.
But it can do like a 360 video. So if you need to have an idea of an object, you can play it and it just has like a quick
I'm telling you guys, there's a lot of like interest and excitement for Neo. So like you were talking about, you can export videos. There's going to be, they're exploring animation within Neo too.
Yeah.
We have some new features now that were released today where you combine Firefly and Neo together for structure matching. So
and how do you envision yourself using that? Like, how would you see yourself in a workflow using Firefly in Project Neo?
Oh, dude, yeah. So say I want a very like photorealistic or very stylized looking like landscape, you can pretty much build the structure of the landscape. You can build like the mountains, like simple shapes of mountains and like, you know, maybe like a sun in there and I don't know, trees, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like you plug it into Firefly, you type in a prompt, you know, like a magical forest or whatever, and it'll just texturize your whole 3D piece, right?
Yeah.
And make it like a really cool image based off of the 3D structure that you've planted for it. So that's kind of how I...
It'd be fun to be able to play around with that and be able to kind of create new environments with just
Yeah.
kind of seeing like also multiple different approaches to, you know, because you get more than one output, right?
Yeah, you get like
Yeah.
three different...
You get three outputs and you can kind of
three
see
different options, yeah.
how you
Or is
can
it
then
4
cycle
or
through
3?
it.
I think it's 3, right?
I think it's 3.
Yeah,
I think it's 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. And then what was the other question that I just brought up?
I forgot
because
I went back into the OBJ stuff, but yeah.
Did we answer all of Joel's questions?
We
here?
did. We got you, Joel. Right?
Check.
Yeah.
Should I use it? Yes.
Oh yeah. You
when
should
should I use it? Now. Who should I suggest to use it? Everybody.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
But all right. So let's talk a little bit about working with Adobe. You've been with Adobe for how long now?
A year and 4 months.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And how has that shifted your relationship to art? Do you feel like you create more now?
Yes, I do.
Because you're traveling a lot as well.
Yeah,
so
I'll tell you why that was hard for me to answer. But should I tell you now?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it.
So that was a hard question for me to answer because I work at Adobe, I want everything to be amazing.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, so I actually have way more time to create, to make amazing stuff and go like, you know, take things to the next level with my stuff. Because of that, you know, you tend to spend more time and my output is lower with the, so it's me doing it to myself.
How do you overcome that paralysis?
I think it's just a constant struggle.
Yeah.
Like people, I can easily tell you all that like perfectionism doesn't exist, but you're like, what does that even mean to most people?
Yeah.
Like people want things to be perfect in their minds, usually. That's just our natural, right? You make something, you want it to be as perfect as it can be.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You know?
I've seen the Control Y or Command Ys of your products, and you have thousands of shapes. So you're like getting in there doing like hundreds and hundreds
I
of
wouldn't
shapes.
have got to that patience if, you know, I never tried to grasp for that perfectionism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though, like, yes, it doesn't exist, right? You look at your portfolio in design school, and you're like, all this is trash, right? And you worked so hard for it back in the day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But how do you know when it's done then? When you get to a piece and you say, this is, like, I'm going to step away. Is it more a time crunch? Is it like you just get tired of it?
I think, that's such a tough question to answer too, but I think it's like, for me at least, it's when I feel like I've given it my all to.
Okay.
But, oh man, I think it's weird. Okay, let me frame this another way, okay?
Yes.
I think in the earlier phases of your creative career, I think quantity is more important than the quality.
Oh, that's important. Okay.
So so this is a little contradictory to what I was saying. Finishing projects, right, is more important. Like say, the reason why on Instagram a lot of people do that, like one illustration a day, 365 illustrations in a year, is because it just pumps out execution, right?
Yeah, over and over
and they
and
get
over again.
better and better at this repetition and this repetition. And then once you get to a certain point, that's when you can start to thrive for this or aim for this like perfectionism where you're coming out with like maybe one really amazing piece every, I don't know. It's different for everybody, but I try to make something amazing at least every month.
Okay.
If I were to put a number or something behind something.
And we were fortunate enough to give out one of your posters earlier today at the booth. So obviously you're experienced as a poster designer, but what is your favorite medium to kind of design or illustrate for? Would it be print? Would it be digital? If it's print, what kind of print? If it's digital, what kind of digital?
Oh shoot, dude. Man, I hate that you're getting me with all these. These are all great questions because I love them all, right? I mean, okay, so I would say the majority of the stuff that I do is digital.
Okay.
So I make RGB all day.
All day, every day.
You know? But I feel more gratified when it's tangible and printed out.
Something physical that you can kind
Yeah.
of touch. But
So-
you have to change your whole color spectrum into CMYK, right?
Yep. Yes. You got to do all that stuff.
But printers are also getting better. I mean,
Yeah.
there's only so much we can do with physics, but like I do feel like colors are getting more vibrant, so you
Yeah.
can kind of get away with RGB a little bit more, even though
Yeah.
you shouldn't. But I don't know.
Yeah, basically, okay, if I were to pick one, I would say if I were to pick one for the rest of my life, it would be print. Isn't that funny?
Oh, Humphrey is saying digital art is king, though.
I
So-
mean, digital art has more uses.
Yeah.
Let's just be, that's just the age we live in, right?
Right. No.
You know, you do app design or if you're a product designer.
Or web design,
Yeah.
as the early days.
Yeah, I would say passion projects though always goes back to print. Do you agree, or what do you think?
Oh, I mean, I have less access to anything that's print related, so it's also from a cost perspective.
Yeah.
I feel like digital is a lot more
I'd-
approachable as well.
I take that back. Not always, but a lot of the times it goes back to print. I'm like backtracking a lot with my answers. My bad,
But
homies.
I know. I think that's something that's important though, because it's important to see kind of like how
Sorry.
we shift around a lot as artists.
Yeah.
But
So I can tell you the reason why I'm giving you all these like, whoa, this answer, that answer, what? I think it's because, all right, I have this motto in my head that I live by. It's called think like an artist, execute like a designer.
Okay.
What that means is that I split my brain into two. I don't have
Yeah.
two brains.
Two
I split my one brain into two. So we have the design side and we have the artist side. The design side is when you're creating something for it to be used by somebody. There's always someone in mind, either an audience or someone that's going to consume the thing that you're making, your product.
Right.
The artist side is the stuff that's selfish, personal to you. Like I was telling you, what makes a successful illustrator is someone that can feel your passion in your work.
Right.
That's where the artist side comes in. So, if I'm too far on the art side, I run the risk of nobody understanding what I'm doing.
Yeah,
because
like
it's like
alienating your audience.
It's just way out there. It's too much for me.
Yeah.
If I'm too much on the design side, it's way too accessible for people and it's a little bit boring.
And it doesn't feel like it's true to your
So
character.
I like to fight back and forth over and over. Like I should go stronger on the design side. I should go stronger on the art side.
Yeah.
And that's why like a lot of the answers I give you is like, oh, digital, oh, print, oh, digital. It's like I'm fighting. I would say that digital is kind of more of my design side because there's more consumability there.
Yeah.
More, most of the stuff we do at Adobe, right, is like our output is digital.
Right.
But my true love, I would say, is when I have it tangible in my hands, tactility. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you a photographer, camera person?
Oh, not anything that is anything remotely close to the people at this conference, but I dabble every now and then.
I love the old school cameras with the tactile dials that are made of
yeah.
like titanium and like, you know what I mean?
They got the structure to it.
Yes.
So.
Oh.
But I love the dichotomy that you're talking about a lot, a
Yeah.
few times today, actually, with the artist and the designer. Because if you remember at the beginning of the interview, you also were talking about how you illustrate like a designer.
Yes.
Which I think is an interesting way to take it. You also said that artists should create more at the beginning to have quantity over quality.
Because you'll get more feedback that way too.
Yeah, and from yourself and also from others.
And people are like, oh, I need to find my style. Like, no, you develop your style after the completion of a number of things. Right?
Oh, okay. I'd love to hear more about that. Like, how do you feel you kind of fell into your style?
I'm talking about, I'm going to go back to my heroes, like DKNG Studios, right?
Mhm.
I guarantee you, like, they became famous for like isometric art and, anyway, for a lot of things.
Yeah, you're also talking about their lighting and their color, which I feel like is also a big part of their branding.
But I guarantee you, and I can ask them right now, I can run across the stage and ask them, they're not going to be like, hey guys, I started this whole thing thinking I'm going to be an isometric artist.
Right.
They did something that inspired them to do the next thing, and then the stuff that they love, they just repeated those. I need to find my style now, I need to find my voice now. Like, no, that develops over time and over the enjoyment you have over time. So
now do you feel like your style is at a place that you feel confident in like where you are now?
I think so. I never thought I had a style, but when people look at my Instagram account, they tell me it's absolutely clear.
Yeah, so
that
you
I
have
make
like a cohesive
like
grid, I
they
guess.
say I make everything flat and, hey, what's up everybody? Sorry, Sorry, I know people can't see that out there, but I just can't help it.
Just imagine hordes of people.
But like, people say that I do a lot of depth pieces.
Okay.
Like I make things flat, and I add depth to a lot of flat pieces of work. Actually, my session tomorrow is called adding wow factor to your vector artwork.
Oh, can you give us a little preview idea of like what that's going to be mostly about? Mostly depth?
Yes, absolutely. So today, right, in the keynote, I showed you all the new stuff in Illustrator, Project Neo, all the new stuff, which is amazing. That's where I'm at. I'm doing the new stuff. The session is all about the classics. What's built the foundation of how I make things in Illustrator. So we're doing like Shape Builder tool, my favorite tool of all time, the pen tool, how to control color, how to like control the lighting, right? Like having your consistent light source, and that's what gives you the depth to, in your Illustrator work is. It just really boils down to the lighting and color.
Now, we are talking a little bit about like classic tools and stuff. I am curious, do you have an underutilized tool that you want to use more in Illustrator?
Underutilized tool? Oh man, offset path.
Okay,
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I mean, I use that all the time. I use that constantly for
a lot of people for some reason.
Type outline.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, I've never even knew that tool existed, which is funny because it's like one of the most useful tools out there. So for those who don't know, which you probably, I don't know, I'm just going to explain what it is.
I say go for it.
You make any shape, and then you use your offset path to make another shape that perfectly contours outside or inside of that shape.
Gives a little hug.
Right. A lot of people, they just copy it and paste it and try to size that shape over. You have the imperfections, right?
Inconsistencies.
You need to use offset path, and that's, I think, a very underutilized tool that's super useful. What else, man? I would say the Photoshop effects within Illustrator are also very underutilized. I think when you think about gradients, you think about doing gradients in a vector way, but actually using the raster Gaussian blur effects in Illustrator is super awesome because it gives this very cool painterly look to the stuff that you make, which I'm going to be doing that tomorrow too.
And you're still in Illustrator for all that, which is
you're still in Illustrator, and maybe it's not technically infinitely scalable if you're making raster effects in there, but it's virtually infinitely scalable. Like I've scaled those effects over like the size of billboards and skyscrapers in the past.
Wow, that's crazy.
You know what I mean? Like, when will you ever have to make something
get
bigger
than a skyscraper?
Than that? So I think, so that's another thing too. It's like, I think we get really obsessed over vector for it being infinitely scalable, but sometimes a really high resolution art piece would do the trick.
It can go a long, long way.
Yeah,
It can only get so scaled. You know?
Yeah.
No, we only got like a minute or two left
really?
here. Flew by.
That flew by quick, man.
Is there anything that you're excited to share that you want to talk about? Obviously, you have your 2 talks later this week. Did you want to talk a little bit, anything about Neo or any upcoming projects? I mean, one more time for people who maybe came in later, where can we find you on Instagram?
Foogstrator.
Foogstrator.
F as in Frank, UGSTRATOR.
He looked at me like it was like a spelling bee.
Because
like, I'm not
I was like,
you.
whoa, I don't even know. Oh, yeah, I haven't spelled it in a while. So something that I'm looking forward to, or well, okay, I'm just gonna repeat. I'm gonna repeat my favorite tool today at the keynote.
Okay.
It was Objects on Path. I guarantee you all that will become like a cult classic.
Oh, instantly. Like already, I feel like it's selling things online about it.
I think it's not going to be a tool that like everyone's like right away, let's do this. But I think it's one that's going to be so many people's favorites. It's going to save your life for sure.
It's underselling it a little bit. Save your
it's
life.
Gonna save your life.
Any
Objects
issue
on
you
Path.
might have.
That was my favorite tool today.
Great.
In Illustrator.
Well, thank you so much.
And Project Neo is amazing too. That's a great gateway into 3D.
Available for everyone, right? Just at projectneo.adobe.com?
Yeah. All you gotta do is put your Adobe ID and bam, access for you all, homies.
And you can also hop in between both Neo and Illustrator pretty seamlessly with just the click of a button.
We got a send to Illustrators button. Illustrators. Send
for all
Illustrator
you illustrators
button.
in your Illustrators program. But thank you so much for taking the time to join us. And thank you for all of your entertainment earlier today.
Bring it in, man.
Brandon, we're doing a hug? Doing
a
hug?
Heck yeah, homies.
Give it up for Michael in the chat. And thank you guys for tuning in. are we done for the day, or what are we doing? We got anything
My
coming up?
Adobe AP
We're done for the day. So thank you, everyone, for being with us. Back tomorrow at...
What's up?
At 11:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Eastern time. So for you, for you Pacific people, that's 8:30 in the morning. For the rest of you on East Coast with us in Miami, it's going to be 11:30. So we'd love to see you back here, either on YouTube or on Behance. It's been a pleasure, and see you tomorrow. Yeah.